I think, honestly, I think the Falcon legacy, even though Burmese Ghouls is the one who started it all,
went that far.
I still feel like Falcon, because they hold that name and it's such a different roster than the Naomi roster from back then, I think the Falcon fans, are probably a little harder on them than the Myanmar fans in general.
I'll tell you what, I'm actually the opposite, and I think it's just because it's full circle, right? You get to see them come here, and they want to pretty much do a repeat of what Burmese Schools did, and honestly, that'd be an insane story. I mean, you're talking about years and years of work to get to this point, a new roster to do so as well, and hopefully they can rise to the occasion, but they are going against the heaviest hitters so far in the M Series.
And I think that's that same fact that makes it all the more interesting for Falcon is they're getting pulled in so many different directions that they're trying to make this work. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that said, we're going to welcome our teams. Enough talking about them. Let's bring in these athletes.
That's right, as you are seeing the heavy competition, Fnatic Onyx, favored to rule the world, driven by regional pride. They fight not just for victory, but for their country's legacy. They are the super family, Fnatic Onyx Philippines!
And let's welcome their opponents.
From underdogs to game changers, they have soared above every challenger, looking to make it past another obstacle. Give it up for Falcon Esports!
The pride of the Philippines versus the pride of Myanmar. Here they are on stage, led in by their coaches. Coming up, it's Coach Why Not and Coach Hayes of Fnatic Onyx Philippines versus Coach Nyochao and Coach RC of Falcon Esports. I'm getting the vibes, gentlemen. Throwing back to M2, throwing back to M4. Like, this is that match.
And I love how you started. You laid it all out so well, Leo. Filipino dominance started against Myanmar. That was the Philippines' first world stage crown, their first big trophy. That's when the era began. And there's always the talks in Discord corners. There's always the talks in YouTube chats about when will the era end. So the question is, can Falcon Esports make full circle here and try to reclaim some of that power?
And only them can answer that, right? And we have to see how they match up against Fnatic Onyx. I mean, you see King Kong in the jungle just swinging around, getting the job done. The team yet to really be defeated or have much major competition, even against TLID. It was a clean victory, and you saw them in control of the entire game with little to no struggle.
In about a minute and change, the match will begin. That means the draft will be upon us. But for now, go ahead, claim this redeem code. This is for y'all, part of this, making M6 all the more special. Thank you all so much. That's for y'all. Type it in before it goes, before it runs out. Now, I hear that we have a few words with the beast himself, King Kong, telling us about how they beat SRG. First of all, they didn't expect anything, but they want to win M6, and they never assume that they are stronger. At the end of the day, they're just doing their job, and they got to be confident in everything that they do.
You know what I love about that? A team that's confident, but a team that is also humble, right? Everybody sees them as a potential grand finalist here in M6, and not to breeze through and say, oh, we can stomp through everybody, but to be very humble about the experience says a lot about King Kong. It says a lot about Fnatic Onyx.
It's very Filipino of them, just they feel confident. And I feel like FNOP has come into this just with the confidence, right? They have their pop-off moments, Kellerar with a little banter here and there with some of the other gold laners, but overall, they come into this very confident, just knowing this is just another Friday to us, man. This is just another day of drafting, another day of gameplay. We saw him at the hotel last night, just RGing, man. RGing, late night RGing in the lobby, just hanging out. This is just another day for these boys.
And that's what makes it so scary. When you're Falcon Esports, you're up against not just one of the strongest teams in the world, but you're up against a machine. You're up against a team that just follows the process and somehow ends up with the best possible outcome.
I mean, right now, it's no secret. The underdogs are definitely Falcon Esports, right? And a lot of people are expecting this game to go over to Fnatic Onic. But with Falcon's backs against the wall, I say two things when it comes to pressure, right? It either bursts pipes or it makes diamonds. And today, we'll be able to see that between these two amazing teams. And we'll have to see just how they fare off.
Folks, it's time for us to get the game started. We're in the draft.
Butterflies.
Blue side, red side. Calling it now.
By lanterns light.
It looks like Fnatic, Onic, Philippines are going to be on the play. Falcons on red, get that two-pick swing. There goes the Alpha, the Hylos, and the Granger. Falcon take out the Fanny and the Zushin.
Okay, so does FCon get rid of the Bruno here, right? With the Granger being banned out, I don't think we've seen a first phase blue side Granger ban at all just yet. This may be one of our first, and I think it's a real power ban from FNOP here.
It's a clear tell. Coach Tony, Coach Hayes, they're attacking Benny and Dax. So here's my call. Blue Yo. Unless I guess Falcon ban it out.
Since you're new, Blue Suyo. Blue side Suyo. That's Blue Yo.
Oh.
They banned it, so they're reading it as well.
It's taken off the table, but there is the Bruno locked in for Fnatic Onic. And Bruno, 93% pickup rate and 55% on the win rate. Honestly, it's been such a heavy hitter, and a lot of teams try and find a way to work through it, right? We've seen the Angie Ling come out. Sometimes it worked in their favor, but other times completely got dominated.
I love that gambit. It's either you ban the Suyo here, we end up with it, or we take the Bruno. I think that was a good move, a good opening gambit by Fnatic.
It might have honestly been better just to do a throwaway ban, leave them both open for Falcon, right? Because I think that was the plan for FNOP. It's like, listen, we're going to force you to ban one of them. We get one of them no matter what. So now, what does FCon respond with?
Hey, the Eve is still on the table. Definitely something picked up. The Mathilda is still currently walking. The
Hilda also on the field. Joe.
Phobius and Joy.
All right, so it's not like Dax was running out, not in the first phase. So they put Royal Milk on one of his specialties. If you ask me, so far in his history in M6, it's this, the Phobius, or the CC.
This is comfortable. Game one, it is a best of 5. We have to remember that. And if there's going to be a time that you go to comfortable picks, it is definitely game one. And FCon just sticking with that. FNOP, on the other hand, you pick up maybe jungler here, Cho, Alpha, or that was a Fredrin to counter against the Joy.
I like it, right? You have the Way of the Dragon, you have the crowd control, the knock-up. To stop that Joy in its tracks, I mean, that's one of the hardest things with the Joy is the mobility. Now having a means to slow him down, and the energy eruption from the Fredrin as well. It's definitely a power move from Fnatic Onic.
Believe it or not, this is just King Kong's third hero in all of M6. The Beast has played Joy, the Beast has played Suyo, and just this, the Fredrin. Folks, quick fun fact about Kid X, he holds the highest assists in a single game record in M6. That's 20 with the Hylos. He scored that against NIP Flash, and he's, by the way, the #1 tank amongst aggregate scores in all of the tanks, all the roamers in M6.
Okay, and speaking of that, now we get our tank locked in first phase for the side of FCon, and it is the Tigreal, and we saw how good this Tigreal did against Fredrins in the past. It's a beautiful answer to it. It's a great way to either push away, lock him down for a second, and give this Joy the ability to do whatever it wants in the pit. Now, coming into bans, second phase, FCon still are going to need a gold laner, they're going to need a mid laner, an FNOP mid laner, and then EXP most likely.
And there goes that Hilda ban, going to take that off the table over there from Falcon Esports. Now, we have yet to see the Mage from either side. I mean, we have the Eve still available, the Aurora still can rise to the occasion. You know, I would say they could have went for the glue on Fnatic Onic, right? Especially when you have this Phobius, but without the mages on the table, the Vexana is still up for grabs.
And that's exactly what Fnatic Onic attack.
Yeah.
This is a PX7 special. 1/3 of the triple X. You take it away, you force him on something else, which I think they were expected to come through because a Tigreal and a Vexana, ooh, that's a lot of CC.
Hear me out, FCon, good mid laner choice. Aurora would be nice. I think we might see the ban, but we've seen this as Cillian a few times. We've seen it do great against the Fredrin, another big ranger, long distance mage. I think FCon, you find something that's backline, heavy backline.
I'm with ya, because so far, Fnatic Onic, they have good front line. They have good front to back. But who are you going to send to go catch PX7 if he does get his hands on a Sicilian. Does Fnatic ban it here?
It's possible.
Is it worth
could
it?
be. I mean, we've been building up the end game.
Because Eve is still open.
Eve is still open. That's
Which
another
one?
big backliner. But they need a mid laner too, so it's like we also want to look for counterplay. We want to look for these ideas.
And Prince on the Eve was a thing of beauty.
Yes.
Prince on the Farsa.
Where there is light.
Now,
They ban it.
there are also
Oh, Louis.
shadows.
ooh, call me crazy, right?
FCON's got to take Eve.
But I say, yeah, you gotta take this Eve
Payback.
while it's available. They're gonna take the Farza though, gonna lock in on a different side of artillery.
But that was also, we saw Super Prince on Farza yesterday too,
That's
which
right.
was disgusting. So either one.
He made the Mage Prodigy look like a prodigy. Like, you are the prodigy, I'm the monster. That's what happened yesterday. So what does Prince pick up now?
I mean, is the Eve still viable against
I mean,
Farza?
That's fighting fire with fire.
Oh yeah, you're both just long range. Whoever gets the better position in that extent.
It does set up a better box, or at least an equally sized box, because you also have a Tigreal
Yeah.
for FCON.
Yeah, and you also have a Cho, which still can be flexed to the XP lane. If they do that, technically they could pick up the Mathilda, put the Eve in there, you have a means to escape, and you have a means to engage, and I think that would be a good read, especially up against this composition.
A
Kirk,
flex like that could be vicious on
Kirk has played it, and what a read! Wheezy on point.
Mr. Wiesman.
Wheezy F, is that for Fnatic? You got that Faramis Matilda combo, dirty duo here. We've seen it just a couple of times, a handful of times in MPL Philippines, and boy oh boy, was it quite the combo. So what's left for Falcons here? They still need a hero for Benny.
Gold lane, I mean, against the Faramis, what? They could pick up something like the Claude and go, we've seen a little bit. It's not that great right now, but at least counters, you could pick up Nabir's Passion,
Or a
you know,
Melissa.
or Melissa to
So
stop the
Beatrix,
dive.
Claude,
Melissa are kind of I think that's the way we go.
yeah, I would say Natan, but I don't know, looks a little shaky here. I think that's a good read. Definitely something that can play for survivability. You have a very heavy dive-centric composition and sustainability
I've been
from
waiting for
Fnatic
so long.
Onyx. So as we are seeing that last pickup, Carry locked in.
I mean, it does deal with the tankiness of Fredrin, but that Cult Altar, that's what I'm seeing the lack of right now. But at least they have the joy to help deal with that.
All right, with the pick set in, let's throw it over to our casters, calling the action. It's Naisu and Ingan.
Thank you so much to the panel. Wheezy, great to have you with us. What is up, guys? I'm Naisu, joined here on the desk with Ingan, here to bring you the action. It's our first best of 5 ahead of us. How we doing, man?
Man, I'm doing great again. First best of 5 finally. I'm hoping this is gonna go all the way, and at the same time, looking at the lineup, this is what Royal Milky used in game number 1 yesterday. The Phobias up against NIP Flash started things out strong with 7-0-7, and they're gonna look to replicate what happened yesterday.
Well, we're gonna find out if it works out. I know we've got a crowd here, so IOI Convention Center, are you ready? It's a ticket to the top 4 in Axiata on the line. It's our first best of 5. Heading into the land of Dawn, will it be Fnatic Onyx Philippines or Falcons Esports? And you guys get to cheer a little bit longer while we wait to get to the game. But we saw it, man. We saw the compositions. Our panel broke it down. Man, you know what? This is that point in the tournament where everybody's hyped. Everybody wants to know the top 4 teams
Yeah.
they're going to be heading for it.
Whoever wins, again, will proceed to the top 4, and at the same time, looking at Fnatic Onyx Philippines, you know, this lineup is really rooted in the Filipino playstyle, the group ups. We even called it before the ultimate bonding experience. You have a Matilda paired up with a Faramis, and this time it's also King Kong on the Fredrin. So it's like a bit of a throwback with what Fnatic Onyx Philippines, the super family, is going to show up against a Falcon Esports.
Well, you can see it, you know, familiar faces, of course, out there too, and I think that's the thing, man. The environment changes a little bit here, Ingan, especially when we have a best of 5. We saw this, you know, already when we kind of made that switch where we were in best of 1s for a while, and then you finally see some of the teams obviously performing in the best of 3. Now, the fact that this is a best of 5 for Falcon Esports, they've showed great things, and I think a lot of people really were awakened in a way, like seeing the Falcon Esports. And we know the region itself, very successful, you know, throughout even the M series previously. But I feel like this is a big statement depending on how this game falls out. So here we go. Let's jump into the game here. It started off game number 1, the best of 5. ready to break this out. Again, as we get a look at the junglers, this is where it's really important. King Kong and Dax. We'll see if they can step up, especially Dax here. He's done amazing things, but again, this is against King Kong. The guy has been the king of the jungle so far. Before we break it down a little bit further, everybody watching with us right now, M6 Pass.
Yeah.
It's now available.
It's actually the perfect time.
This is the perfect time
to get the M6 Pass. While we head into a little bit of a troubleshooting, you can complete all active tasks during the event to reach level 75 for free. Get amazing rewards including Claude's Battle Emote, M6 Glory Avatar Border, Baksha's Battle Emote, and the new special skin, Baksha Dauntless Shield. You know what, Naisu? What's the best part?
Tell me.
It's all for free!
It's all for free. You can get that at level 75 for free.
But it's hard to get to level 75.
Hey man, you know what? That's why there's the support chest too, don't forget.
Yeah.
If you got the diamonds, might as well spend it, you know?
Speaking of support.
There's the support.
There's the support of Falcon Esports. I mean, man, even during the team lineup, the team entries, they were all so hyped. Because again, Falcon Esports has been exceeding a lot of expectations. If you're going to go back to all the talent predictions when it comes to the top 8, I rarely see Falcon Esports on the board. And right now, just looking at their track record, they won against Aurora, lost against Twisted Minds, won against SRG, BTK, and yesterday, NIP Flash with a sweep.
I think that's why I was saying, you know, it's just they've come into M6, again, as a region, you know that they have a specific play style. They love to be pretty aggressive, and maybe that's what's needed here because our panel was the ones talking about this, man. They were saying that, you know, this might be one of the most aggressive Philippine teams that we've seen, you know, in Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and Falcon Esports, that might be the answer to the problem that a lot of teams are having facing against, you know, FNOP is, can you match their aggression? But I think it's always that question is like, if you can match their aggression, can you keep it up throughout the entirety of a game? Not just game one though, but like an entire series. And I think that's really where the test comes for a lot of the teams that will face off against teams like Fnatic Onyx Philippines. I mean, you can almost say the same too for a team like Team Liquid ID, where last night, you know, they very decisive so far just through the matches that they've been through, and Falcon Esports has showed it. I think you really pointed this out too, just the fact that, you know, Royal Milk alone, you think about the XP lane and it's not, I mean, let's be real, the hero choices in the XP lane there's been some more variety in M6, but some people say, man, XP is a little bit boring, you know, but I would say players like Royal Milk, for example, and even Kirk. Kirk could be the same thing. Kirk popped off yesterday. He had like a deathless game on the Edith.
Even the Lord Steal.
Yeah.
Because forget that, he was getting targeted, getting bursted down, but when a Primal Wrath with the Edith was all he needed to get the Lord. And I do like the fact that you mentioned the XP lane, because looking at the first neutral objective, the Turtle, no one rotates to the gold lane.
Yeah.
The gold lane is now the dead lane. They leave them be, give them enough space and time. It's all about the rotations in the XP lane. Who's going to clear up first? Who's going to get to rotate first? Who's going to be the aggressor first? And with the two XP laners, Royal Milk up against Kirk, we could see, I mean, action right away, even before 2 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how they kind of approach that. I think that's a good point too with the gold lane, specifically where, you know, they've known that they've been left to their own kind of devices, and then they usually just duke it out 1v1 their own. We do have a quote here though, while we go ahead and wait for things to get settled, from Coach RC, of course. From RC, we've been wanting to face FNOP since the Swiss stage to test our team's strength against the MPL Philippines Season 14 champions. As a Filipino myself, I'm excited for the challenge of competing against a full Filipino team. We hope to give them a good fight and show our surprise pick. Of course, we're aware of the strengths, so we only have about 50% confidence in this matchup. See you guys on the stage. Would you take the 50% confidence?
I think it's more of them not underestimating their opponents. Again, I do agree that it was better for them, of course, if they were able to face up against Fnatic in the group stage. Because even the coach of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, Coach Why Not, he also mentioned that the Swiss stage was actually, it's like it exposes the teams. It makes you question if you're really good, because it's all best of ones. And for Coach RC, I know he's excited to go up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines to test their strength. Luckily for him, even if they lose a couple of games, there's still a chance for them to come back, because again, it's a best of 5 series. A lot of room for them to show the surprise picks they are bragging about.
I think the surprise picks they have been happening, you know, throughout M6 so far. Either way, though, we saw that video package yesterday alone where the lower bracket run, man. You know, if a team gets sent down to the lower bracket, we've seen this before where they make that, what they call it, the lower bracket buff, the lower bracket run, where they eventually get to the grand finals and then, you know, end up becoming champions there if they can. But I think either way, you know, you work with this. And here you go.
Okay.
Good luck with it. That's the support chest, I believe, right? Hey, good luck.
Good luck. Let's see.
What's he get?
I'm not sure. Okay, he's going
Actually,
for one more.
he's just spending it all. This is another way you guys can level up your M6 pass right now. He's going.
Going for the
Just
level
hit max.
75.
I would hit max.
Let him take his time. It adds to the suspense, okay? We still got around, how many is that more? Around 5, 6 draws?
5, 6 draws. He's got about 200 diamonds left.
Oh, 300 XP? Okay.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Level up that pass while you can. Yeah, man, I don't know. I think once we eventually get to this game, that's where you have to see. If Falcon Esports, if they get the advantage early on, I think we might actually see, because have we seen Fnatic Onyx Philippines really struggle? I mean, at all M6, if we think about it, you know, and a team to go into this and kind of say, you know, you do obviously respect a team that is, most people would say, tournament favorite now up to this point. You know, so you got to approach it with a certain kind of mindset, I feel like, and if that's 50% confidence, but also you're just kind of respecting on what the fact that Fnatic has done to all the teams they've played at this point, that's the best thing you can do.
I think it also goes the same way for Falcon Esports. Just looking back at who they faced up, who they brought down. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they can't also underestimate this emerging team in Falcon Esports. And going back to your major point a while ago, if a team like Falcon Esports can match up the intensity, the pace, the tempo of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, that's going to be put into question for game number 1. But the thing that I'd like to highlight also is what Leo has been saying.
What do you say?
That King Kong has been transitioning slowly to some sort of a utility jungler. I mean, for the first half of the respective MPL, we've been seeing King Kong use the Fannies, the Lings, the highly mechanical assassin players, but right now he's been resorting to a Suyu that has an Impure Rage for added sustain, and now the Fredrin, giving a lot of time for Super Friends and for Killer to shine up, stack up, and be the main course of their team. So it's going to be a question of, it's not going to be a question of if you can match Fnatic Onyx Philippines tempo. It's going to be about, oh, it is that.
I was gonna say, I'm waiting for you.
It is that nice too.
It is that. Here's the thing.
No, but the thing is it going to be a high fast-paced tempo that you're going to be matched up with? But looking at this right now, it's a Fredrin. We all know the Fredrin has sustainability. It's more sustained, more controlled. So you don't know what type of aggression Fnatic Onyx Philippines will be releasing now.
If it's anyone, man, it's King Kong that's going to be the aggressive Fredrin. You know, like, he might be able to go ahead and pull that off if that's the plan. Really, for a lot of people that have been watching up to this point, especially Swiss Stage, you know, Fredrin, you automatically think of MOBA Zane, of course, found success with it and made it work. But this time that it's going to be in the hands of King Kong, and I think we are going to be getting a glimpse at King Kong here, is his playstyle and how he likes to go ahead and utilize even these utility junglers. You know, just looking at here, whether it's the Joy, whether it's this Fredrin, whether it's the Suyo, he has a certain playstyle. And I think that aggression, but it's also what a lot of people would call it, is just this kind of calculated aggression that teams haven't been able to tame him. You haven't been able to tame this guy in the jungle just yet. And I feel like every single time a team does approach FNOP, that's one thing on that box of the multiple boxes that they have to check off.
Yeah, and not to mention Super Friends, apart from King Kong, has also been popping off. Right now, for the side of Falcon, PX7 has the Farsa, but yesterday it was actually Super Friends who first used the Farsa, popped off with a Feathered Airstrike, became a menace up against their opponent's SRG for this specific game. And just looking at King Kong with the Joy, and how will the question is, how will you tame the beast in his own jungle?
I don't know, man. You got to be able to tame it. No, go with the max.
Okay, he's going with the max. He's
43.
going with the nice Sue style.
Okay, 20. We're doing
20.
half. How much XP is this? We got to look really
Oh, it's
closely.
Stellar.
It's Stellar. Hey, what's that? 5,000 XP?
I can't do quick math, bro. let's ask Stellar.
Good luck, Stellar. Last one.
Last one, go.
Oh, Danny got 7,000 XP. Hey, we're going back to the game. Congratulations for all the XP. And now we can catch back up. Again, only a minute into this. So nothing too crazy just yet. I'm not sure also if we got a glimpse at the emblems, but maybe we get a picture at that. We can see them here. King Kong did go Concussive Blast with the Fredrin. He is going to be up against Dax running that Temporal Rain. This is the typical thing we've seen from the Joys here. But also with this, again, it's Royal Milk. I think if anything for FNOP to deal with, it's not letting Royal Milk have that kind of similar experience he had on the Phoveus yesterday, where he was just had a massive game in his favor.
Yeah, again, he started out strong with a 707, looking at the emblem set. Okay, so King Kong really go. Oh, Dax! Forced it down Brusco. I was just busy looking at the emblems. And Dax, it all happened in a flash. Took down the Bruiser with one electrifying beats.
That's how fast it can happen, especially with a Joy across from you. So now Turtle's up. FNOP's going to start this up. They do have the advantage, and it's quickly going to go down. So they are going to just trade this out. King Kong will secure that. But look at the moves here from Falcon Esports. Dax trying to take the purple. Might get cut off here, not able to go and secure it.
Oh, here comes Kelra, and the kick also getting gacked up by 4. And that's the trade Fnatic Onyx Philippines went with. They got the turtle plus a shutdown onto Dax.
So they get that, they make it work. Now possibly looking for more. Royal Milk also here in the mid lane, but holding it down once again. Objective secured for FNOP, and that's what they're probably going to focus on the most. That's why they also have the Fredrin. And just the amount of pure utility they have, man. That's, I think, one of the biggest obstacles in this game one that they have to overcome. Here we go again. Now taking a look at the emblems. Look at all the quantum charges here for FNOP. Of course, plus the 2 concussive blasts to help with that clear speed, but tanky enough to sustain a lot of the damage. We'll see if it works out. Kid X.
Implosion, Sacred Hammer gonna connect with Super Prince, making sure Kirk is safe with the Nether Realm, but that's one major resource expended by Fnatic Onyx Philippines. So far, Kid X still a good catch.
This is what I was saying, though. It's all about getting through that utility. I mean, we're talking about a Matilda and a Feramis. A combination that, you know, you got to have a lot of things to throw at that, just the utility alone to go and overcome it. And then on top of this is withstanding these setups from Kirk. I mean, a lot of times lately we've seen Cho just going in the roam, you know, and playing that. Here we go.
This is the aggression we were all talking about Fnatic Onyx Philippines zoning out once again. Kid X now gonna transition onto the top lane, gonna try and get down energy shields, zoning out Benny, but here comes PX7 though with the Wings by Wings.
We're gonna get some extra gold here for Kelra, working on that turret, nearly half down now. Turtle's gonna be up shortly here. So we'll see how they rotate through this. Royal Milk still holding down the bottom side alongside Kirk. They'll go ahead and just duke it out a little bit as the rest of the team gets in position. I'm wondering, does Falcon Esports actually want to contest this, or do they let it go? They might have to rely on Kid X setup potential. He's got the implosion ready as well as the flicker. There they go.
Okay, here comes the Shadow Stampede, but Royal Milk goes in with the Infernal Pursuit. Implosion gonna connect, paired up with the Feathered Airstrike, but Super Prince once again with the Nether Realm. Dax going in from the back line with the electrifying beast, gonna bring down King Kong, but Royal Milk once more gets 2, a double with the Infernal Pursuit. No, make it 3. Kirk answers with a kick. Kelra gonna feed him off. Double also for Kelra. But Falcon Esports, they won that trade. They got 4 kills plus this turtle.
It's looking like Royal Milk again gets the triple kill. All that under the tier 1 turret too. A great fight from Falcon Esports, and that'll also get them a turtle. So they've got that fight in them. And Fnatic Onyx now has to adjust from that. You know, it was a great initiation at the start, and they responded well, but then they just get collapsed out, and that's what the Phoveus does.
Yeah.
He allows you to just go ahead and get the airtime with the Infernal Pursuit and just dunk on people, turret or not. And so Kelra nearly getting that tier 1 turret up on the top side. He's going to be fine. Guiding Winds out. Dax will get his first item locked in now. Starlium Scythe. Glowing Wand also for PX7. Some of these first items already coming into play.
Okay.
Mid lane though.
Energy Eruption. Gonna try and poke down Kid X, so he doesn't have the health to zone out the members of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And looking at the previous clash, apart from what Royal Milk did, we have to commend again the mid duo of Kid X and PX7, but we have to commend Brusco because he goes in with the Guiding Wind. Woo! And now saves Kelra. That was 2 objectives, resources expended by Falcon Esports. On the other hand, Royal Milk here trying to zone out Super Prince Kirk. Well, we see a kick and it connects.
There's the kick. They're going to find the target. Kid X out of the picture.
And now their next target is Royal Milk Super Prince. Clutch NetherRealm once again to out-sustain the damage of Falcon Esports. And this time, no trade for Falcon.
You see the amount of utility that we're talking about. Oh, Benny could be in trouble.
Oh, use up the red 3, still has the Purify, but here comes that Startling Eagle, bringing King Kong with him. And bang, bang, boom, Benny goes down.
Benny nowhere to run. Not going to be able to get away from that. Again, this pressure that is put on with the utility, whether it's a Guiding Wind, whether it's a NetherRealm, it's so much mobility that FNOP wants to play around with, that Falcon Esports is going to have to adjust from it. But still, you have to take a look. Jungle's doing fine. Dax is there. PX7 will go ahead and clear out the wave with the Feathered Airstrike, and now Turtle up. Last one in the game. 1 for 1 for both teams. Still, Falcon Esports can choose to fight this. They're going to keep Benny up on that top side, possibly trading if they can. Royal Milk will go ahead and just hold this front side. Uh-oh. Hold on. They got to watch out, though. Kirk on the hunt for this, too. Still, this could be a full-on fight. 5 versus 4 here. They're going to force Kid X back. Dax might try to jump in. Gets... Oh, no. He's in trouble.
Oh, the kick flicker combination from Kirk to take down Dax. And now they're going to get a turtle, but Benny answers back with a turret top takedown. Now, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're in a roll, in full control. King Kong used up his retribution to force PX7 to use the flicker and wings by wings. Fnatic Onyx Philippines holding to a 1.7k gold lead.
Good push from Benny. At least they got something out of it, but Fnatic getting a whole lot in this. They're going to drag Kid X.
Shadow Stampede, forced to use the Sacred Hammer for Kid X to walk away. And now the thing is, the thing that's happening right now, Falcon Esports, although they were able to get previous trades during the first 4 or 5 minutes, it wasn't the proper target. I mean, looking at the composition of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're going to feed all the resources to Kelra because he's going to be the main win condition of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And if you keep him alive, even if Brusco falls down, King Kong falls down, Kirk falls down, it doesn't matter as long as the gold standard is alive for Fnatic Onyx.
And that's what I'm wondering for Falcon Esports, just with everything that they have available, going against even the 3 Purifies alone, and then we've all seen it before, how Kelra positions himself. The reason why he is called the gold standard is something that they want to be able to go and solve. And looking at the items, you know, they are falling behind in the gold lane here. King Kong, tanky enough, confident enough to go and just fight for this purple buff. Might force out, the red trees goes in. Gonna be fine though, they do kind of disengage, keeping Kid X at bay here. Not sure if Falcon Esports actually wants to take a fight. They're just kind of slowly whittled down. Even with the Ghost Bursters alone, the turret finally falls. Kelra working on it. Now for the tier 2. The focus here, they might force a fight. Kelra, the damage!
One more! So Kelra gets a kill onto Benny. The next target is Royal Milk Infernal Pursuit. He's going to bring that one with him, but Kelra says, I'm going to take 2 and bring them down. Fnatic Onyx Philippines transitions to the middle lane.
Again, Kelra now under the turret. The tier 2 is in trouble. PX7 is gone.
The aggression of the Super Family, I mean, all throughout the game. They're grouping up, finding kills. Even if you look at the lineup, Falcon Esports, they have a good counter initiation with Kid X with the implosion, but the problem is, he's having a hard time setting because Kelra has proper targeting. The main damage dealers of Falcon Esports are falling apart even before Kid X has an opportunity to cast his ultimate.
My goodness, the amount of damage that Kelra has right now, as we saw just from that glimpse, as Lord is secured now for FNOP. You know, what is he at? Haas Claws, he's got the Berserker's Fury, he's just got the Rose Gold Meteor Dog, he's got, you know, Malefic Gun too. He's got all the space in the world to work with. And so with this, Falcon Esports falling further behind in this game 1, they're going to have to go ahead and get ready for a defense against this Lord push. You still have that wave pushing up top alongside Kirk into that tier 2 as they get ready. They might have to pull a miracle play out here with Kid X. If they can get things set up, King Kong on this side of the jungle.
Okay, Dax still gets his purple buff. And here comes the force. Fnatic Onyx Philippines will take down Royal Milk once again. They have a Lord marching in the mid lane. You know, looking at the game, it's not a good game to be a Farser right now because the dive composition of Fnatic Onyx Philippines is just too much. I mean, you have Cho, you have Matilda, even King Kong has been diving for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, and now they're sieging in with the Lord. PX7 casts his Feathered Airstrike, but has to cancel it right away because of the threat Fnatic Onyx Philippines has.
Looking to close the game out, still with the Lord marching in. Falcon Esports has to go ahead and defend. They're getting whittled down. They will take care of the Lord, though, so that might be all they get. FNOP still waiting for the rest of the waves to push in. They want the rest of the base turrets. But now in full force, Falcon Esports. Can they hold on to their base? The shields are gonna pop. Kelra just taking a couple shots there. Look at the damage on Royal Milk alone. And there they go, still trying to end it here.
Oh, the implosion is their last effort, but Super Friends once again save the Super Family with the Nether Realm. But here comes the counterattack coming in from Falcon Esports, gonna bring down King Kong. One member down for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, but they're gonna transition up top and try to bring down another target like a Kelra! Even on the face of 4 members of the Falcons!
He's going dead!
FaZe wants to go for more! Gets the double, Kurt gets the kick, feeds Kill with the triple! Is this gonna be a main? The Kelra wins it for Fnatic!
The gold standard will go in with a cleanup and a maniac. 11:40 a game for Fnatic Onyx Philippines to start the best of 5. Can the Falcons rise higher than this? That is the question, because what a game, what a performance from FNOP.
The Super Family again showing, extending their dominance even up against Falcon Esports. Kelra picks up a Maniac and they have a comfortable lead in this best of 5 series with a 1-0.
Ooh, again, amazing performance. I know our panel wants to go ahead and break this down a little further. What do you guys think about game 1?
From where we come from, they call that a lightning round. In just 11 minutes and 40 seconds, Fnatic Onyx Philippines walks away with the dub. Given this is a best of 5, what a way to set the tone. Gentlemen, Wheezy, it's your first time on the M6 stage. How's that for you?
Explosive, right? I mean, I kind of expected the Mathilda to come out there, but I didn't expect the Faramis to be alongside it. But having the double support, it seems like the mission was protect the president, trust in Kelra, and he got the job done.
Yeah, you know, you think it's hard to kill Kelra, right? It's already very tough, but you add a Mathilda that stands behind him nonstop, you add a Colt Alter, and it is literally impossible at this point. I don't know how you break through that right there. Kelra wasn't even in Protect the President mode. He was in King, I'm gonna hold the front line mode. I mean, he was leading the attack half of those fights.
Homie was straight up Rob Stark, King of the North. Let's go ahead and check out the stats here.
Now, FCON taking a page out of FNOP's book and banning out the Granger, and now this time Fnatic Onyx have that choice between the Suyo or the Bruno, but I don't think they're going to ban either, man. I think they're willing to throw the trade out. They are comfortable enough to be like, fine, pick which one do you want, man?
Exactly.
Because we're going to get 2 powers back. Hilda's still open. Cho's still open. So many options, and they ban out the Hylos. So now FCON is in the sticky situation once again. This is what FCON was supposed to do last game.
Yep, and FNOP made it happen from blue, red this time. They did it blue, now it's in red. They go, all right. They get the Bruno, and now FNOP can go Suyo X, Suyo Hilda.
Suyo Hilda, Suyo whatever, honestly.
But it puts Falcon in a good situation, right? Like we said, Vinny's definitely comfortable on this Bruno, but Fnatic Onyx not going to waste any time. 2 heavy hitters, the Cho and the Joy.
And the Joy has been known to do very well against the Suyo. It can win out in the 1v1s. We've seen so many junglers win out against the Suyo. It's one of the few junglers right now who can go to like toe-to-toe in terms of just 1v1. So now FCON has to think maybe they don't pick the Suyo. Maybe they go for something like the Alpha. Bovius again. This one looks a little better against the Joy and the Cho.
Yep.
So maybe it's not complete comfort, but at least it looks good.
So in the first phase alone, I can say that Falcon Esports are again hedging on Royal Milk. A lot of their big wins in Swiss, and even in the opening day of knockout, was off of Royal Milk popping off. So far, it's looking like Falcon Esports have that, at least in the first phase. The Monster Mage picks up the Farsa once more. I like this against the Phobius.
Well, we have to see what's going to be the response in the gold lane, though, right? I mean, we see the Bruno picked up from Binny. There's been a couple of different marksmen that have rose to the occasion. With the Granger being off the table, you still have the Moskov. You still have the Natan.
The Layla.
Doing really good. The Layla.
We saw it from Keller before against the Bruno.
That's right.
Your team is banned.
I'm just saying, we can't count Kelra out.
No.
I'm not even worried about his gold pick because it doesn't really feel like it matters that much. Like, he'll make ends meet with whatever you give him.
Exactly. Now, how hilarious would it be, but just as well, very justified, that Falcon bans the Bea and the Layla. And then they allow the fair pick of the Moskov.
You know, it'd be funny to see Fnatic Onyx pick up the glue. You know, especially, you could technically put it in the XP lane up against the Phobius and
That's
just
right.
let the Cho
does well against it.
run the roam position. And honestly, it'd be a really good pickup here considering the Cho's single target. Well, I guess not single target CC, but it's not as easily able to control majority of the map. So I think that would be an excellent pickup.
Now, if that happens, I don't think I'd like to see the Layla, because there's nobody protecting you. That's two dive type of frontliners, and Kelra is left alone. Kelra's good, but not, no peel good.
I'm on the mind of FCon jungle right now, and Alpha's gone. Suyo is open, but I think FNOP wants them to go Suyo.
They'd rather
I'm
him
almost
Suyo.
looking last, slot 5, they go for maybe an assassin here. Maybe it's time to bring out something like that, the Haya, something along those lines. We know they have that type of jungler in their kit, and it could be troublesome for the Farza and the rest of the team.
But the stats say Suyo has a better score over Joy. Is
I haven't
Fnatic
seen the 1v1.
exactly? Is Fnatic Onyx the one to say, you know what? You don't know the beast. You don't know the Sigma jungler. You haven't seen him mewing, looks maxing, Ohio Phantom Tax. You haven't. So maybe they'll allow that, and that's exactly what they're saying here.
I mean, they can go for it, and it will work. I mean, it can work. It's pretty much whoever gets the first few kills, right? From what we've seen, we saw yesterday, we saw Joy win out sometimes. We saw the Suyo win out. Whoever scales a bit quicker is going to win out.
Yeah, right now you are seeing that Claude picked up. It's going to have a little bit of that survivability working inside of Kelra's favor. I mean, he was already hard to kill before, right? But now it's going to be even more challenging. Not to mention, he should be able to soak in to the more tankier composition with that Phobius and that Tig on the other side.
And there's the Suyo. Confirmed. You still need a mid laner. What does PX7 pick up here? His Vex is open.
Vex is open.
Eve is open
Eve
too.
is still open. We saw the Eve Tig from FNOP yesterday, and it did wonderful together. They could go for something like a Root. Oh no, they still need a mid. Vex.
Your team is picked.
Oh,
They go for the Pharomines this time. But against the Claude, against the Farza, against the Joy, it's a little scary. They're picking that into multiple counters.
well, they can go the glue. I would have said Vexana just for the fact if you could deny the glue from Fnatic
Yeah, but
Onyx.
glue gets hard countered.
You're gonna
by
get
the
blown
Pharomines.
up.
Yeah, you're gonna get blown up. Pharomines destroy.
Oh, true.
Glue.
That is
Yeah.
true.
Priestess of Primal
Keep it
Lightning,
simple.
the
Put
hunter
Kirk
of
on
evil
the
gods.
Edith.
Did you see
That's
Kirk
the
last night?
signature.
Did you see
Monstrous.
Kirk last night?
He did not. I'm just kidding.
Monster.
All right, y'all know he didn't die. So, with that said, let's throw it over to our casters. Calling game number 2. Nice doing, Ian. Let's go.
Hey, you know who saw Kirk last night? We did. And everybody else saw Kirk's performance, but also Phobius and Benny's Bruno this time around, man. I gotta say, it was an electrifying game 1, but this draft this time for Falcon Esports, is it gonna be enough to take them into the series and even it out 1-1 again?
You know, I do have to agree with Trex, man. You picked up the Faramis up against the Farsa and the Claude, natural counters of the Faramis. They're just going to burn through the Netherrealm, but let's still see how Falcon will respond to Fnatic Onyx.
They've got to respond. They both have comfort picks leading into this game. And really, when it comes down to it, you got to be able to contain the lightning that is Fnatic Onyx Philippines. We'll see if Falcon can soar high. Game number 2, jumping to the land of Dawn. It breaks down to this, Dax and King Kong in the jungle. This time Dax, also a pick that he loves to take into the games. We'll see how he answers mid lane. It gets a lot of action early on, especially when we see the Cho in play. And this time they'll try to secure the buffs and the early rotations. But Ingon, anything sticking out so far emblem-wise for you when we get a preview of it?
Not so much. It's just that Dax, again, resulted to the Impure Rage, so you know that he wants to go for the sustain. Not so much about the attack, but looking at Kelra, unfazed, unbothered. Quantum Charge, Master Assassin.
Yeah.
He wants to go aggressive in the gold lane.
This is what I love about Kirk, too. Kirk loves the Warcry emblem on the Edith, and there's a reason why he gets so many kills when he does pick it. Such a comfort pick for him, and we've even seen him go to the extent of just taking Lords alone. So, again, something that Falcon Esports wants to go ahead and keep in consideration. A lot of the early poking going back and forth. Brusco loves to be pretty aggressive on the Cho. A King Kong, too, on this side of the jungle.
Oh, Kirk, okay. Earth Shatter Flicker combination. Here comes King Kong. Might be able to take down Dax. Super Friends once again shining for the Super family. They want to extend their lead by trying to go for Royal Milk. But again, Brusco will disengage. That was a huge response coming in from Super Friends.
Big response, PX7 could be in trouble. Brusco taking a couple of shots, 1 kick, 2 kicks, gone. Super Friends will pick up the kill.
The aggression of the mid-roam combination paired up with King Kong's fast farming. This was actually what the panel has been saying. In terms of statistic, Suyo has a better win rate compared to Joy, but again, Trek said it's all going to boil down to who's going to farm up faster. And so far, King Kong is 1 level ahead of Dax.
I'm wondering how this matchup will play a part. You know, we saw this answer already. Benny, in trouble! The feathered airstrike finds the mark, and now the fight for the turtle's gonna break out.
Infernal Pursuit, they're gonna try and work on Kirk. Kirk pops his ultimate, but gets pulled up and hit with the Queller. A trade for Falcon Esports. And now they're gonna transition to the turtle. Let's see how Brusco and Super Friends will react.
They're just gonna give this up. Looks like Falcon Esports will get the objective. They secure the turtle. Meanwhile, though, leave it up to FNOP to find something else where a ton of gold go in the hands of Kelra here as he pushed in. Still, of course, working on that first item. Did get the level 2 boots, though, to help with some of the trades against the Bruno, so he's got that little extra physical defense to go ahead and deal with that, because this is a matchup that, yeah, maybe some people wouldn't like to play in the Bruno. I mean, Bruno, obviously, just massive win rate right now, pick rate as well. The Claude, so much, not so much so. You know, it's specific gold laners and players that really like to utilize this, and Kelra being one of them. Actually, we just see a lot of the gold laners from the Philippines like to go for the Claude. And it's always something they can take into consideration later in the game where they split push on the map.
Yeah, I think that's why Fnatic Onyx Philippines early rotated up top, because we've been talking about this a while ago that they normally don't engage in the gold lane, but in this case, since the opposing team has the Bruno and Keller has an unfavorable hero in this claw, they have to work on the gold lane. But right now, Royal Mick with the Infernal Pursuit.
They're gonna go in. Kirk, a little bit of health still left. Will flicker on out defensively. So going to be just fine. Now still the fight. Going to disengage both sides, but some battle spells, ultimates used in that exchange. There's the kick, though.
And the Feathered Airstrike. PX7, though, with the Nether Realm to try and save Kid X. Brusco forced to use the Flicker. So that was still a good initiation, counter initiation for Falcon Esports. They did, however, lose their Nether Realm with this incoming turtle.
Part of this, again, too, is just to be able to contain, you know, allowing your junglers to get the buffs. Now look at King Kong. He can actually go in. Looks like it was taken, so Dax, no purple buff for him.
Yeah. You were just about to say that the junglers need to get their buffs, and King Kong already stole one. 1.2k gold lead for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, but still Falcon Esports still putting on, trying to control the higher ground in Turtle Pit. They want to go for the neutral objectives as much as possible to try and delay Fnatic Onyx Philippines' fast rotation. This is how you keep up with the tempo of Fnatic. If you can't go for kills, go for those objectives.
They're going to go for it. Feathered Airstrike. There's the kick.
Okay, paired up with the Feathered Airstrike. A mega kill coming in from Super Friends, but they're going to answer back by taking down Brusco as well. They have full control over this turtle, but King Kong will make it in time.
I'm not sure if he's going to get there in time. Dax will get the turtle.
And the Primal Wrath coming in from Kirk, but PX7 goes in with the Nether Realm. Look at King Kong with Electrify. He's going to take down one more, make it 2. No trade for Falcon. They did, however, get the turtle, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines will transition in the middle lane.
Benny making his way alongside Dax. They will hold on to the turret. Benny taking a couple shots, but it's Kelra now taking that, but he's going to be fine. And meanwhile, down to the bottom side, King Kong just pushing in. There's the kick.
Oh, and the Feathered Airstriker reached Kid X, forcing him to use the Sacred Hammer to evade. And again, how many times have we seen King Kong? Actually, we don't see it because it's always an off-cam kill on the bottom lane, Naisu.
He's everywhere and anywhere that he needs to be. And it just seems like FNOP continuing on. Now, Benny could be in trouble.
Okay, there's still no Jeet Kune Do. Okay, it connected, but Benny, okay, we know that Benny is one of the best Bruno players, not just in a specific region, but actually in the whole M6. And now he has to step up, especially when it reached the 16-minute mark where Bruno is really activated, can go for a potential comeback up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. But in order to do that, the rest of the members from Falcon need to step up and try to extend the game to that mark.
This is what FNOP likes to do. They like to play on all fronts, all lanes. You know, Feathered Airstrike just to go ahead, get that limit test in on Royal Milk. Does get brought down under half health, but he's going to be fine. Essentially, it's Falcon Esports to go ahead and adjust, you know, side of the lanes, top side too, maintain what they can. And like you mentioned, Benny, he needs to get to the point where, you know, he has the space to work with. He can actually go ahead and utilize the setup from Kid X, hopefully later on, and they can even rely on Royal Milk to stay that front side again.
They're gonna easily burst down Kid X right away. Not even a single reaction from Falcon Esports. Now gonna transition up top. They're gonna gank up on Benny.
Benny in trouble. Sliding tackle in. Brusco, one hit away, won't get it. Still alive, and they pick up a kill now on Benny.
Oh, that was a quick response for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They know that their power spike is now Super Friends with the Feathered Airstrike paired up with the Flicker. Now Kurt goes in with the Earthshatter PX7 with the Nether Realm, but it's not gonna out-sustain the damage. Kelra goes in with a Blazing Duet. That's gonna be a double kill for King Kong. And just like that, in your words, Naisu, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're just too damn good.
Right now, they are charged up and ready to go. They'll get this turtle as well. It is still 2-1 in terms of turtles, but man, every fight that's going right now, it's FNOP that comes out on top of it. They have to be able to take down Super Friends. I mean, we've seen the utilization of the Flicker defensively, aggressively, and everything. So Falcon Esports, they want to be able to lock someone down, but who do they get? Because even when you think they're actually going to be able to kind of withstand a forced fight, it's either Kirk or it's Brusco. Every time that Flicker is available to Brusco, he's going in, trying to set up a kick here. Now at this point, they'll have to respond. Falcon Esports trying to find up what they can. And when you're looking at the damage, the amount of damage that's being done here, they just need more time to farm up. The fact that they have this fairness in their favor, it's not the same amount of damage burst that comes out from Super Friends.
You know, at this point, Super Friends is really trying to force PX7 to use the Nether Realm right away before they fully commit, but here comes the play. Oh, Kikondo plus Flicker combination, gonna bring down Royal Milk. Infernal Pursuit's not gonna be enough now again, gonna transition onto Dax. Will they overcommit though? They don't have minions, and under the turret, they might go for the discipline route and just walk away.
Falcon at this point, trying to get what they can across the map. It's probably going to be this tier 1, but they get the information that you guys might want to back off from that as the rotation comes through from Fnatic Onyx PH, and this is what they like to do. Dax in trouble.
Kelra?
Still going to be fine. Kelra won't dive into that, but they will work on the tier 2 turret now. PX7 joining him up. Not going to go down just yet, but Super Friends.
Another Air Strike, going to connect onto 2, forcing PX7 and Dax to walk away. Zoning them out, Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They're going to have minions under the middle lane. Are they going to commit the mid push? Because right now they have a 7.3k gold lead. At this point, you're free to do anything.
Yeah, when you have this kind of lead, it's really... You have to be very careful on how you approach some of these fights. Even into this first Lord, if Falcon Esports approaches it and gets out of place, out of position, I would say even if Kid X gets that implosion set up, again, mind you, they've got a couple of things to work out. There's the kick from Brusco.
Plus the Feathered Airstrike forcing PX7 to use the Nether Realm right away. Can't go onto the back line. Whoa! Okay, manages to get an implosion, but Brusco picks up the kill. Royal Milk has to flicker away. Here comes the Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Kirk with a Primal Wrath, but they're going to answer right back and take down one Fnatic member down.
Oh, Super Friends.
That's 2 kills for Fnatic Onyx Philippines in exchange for Kirk.
He's keeping Dax there. Dax gonna go ahead and regen, but King Kong will jump in. Super Friends waiting patiently, relying on Benny to come help him out. He wants to clear that way. Oh, there's the Feathered Airstrike. They're gonna cancel it out so he doesn't get the one last in, and Super Friends will back off, but they bought themselves enough time to secure the Lord for FNOP. King Kong waits a little bit longer, and there you go. Objective secured.
Fortunately for Falcon Esports, you know, the Faram is actually scared off Super Friends' Farsa. That was one more hit to Dax with a Feathered Airstrike. So Falcon Esports, they did not lose any bodies, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they got the Lord uncontested, and now they're going to try and make sure the minions are, the minion waves are managed. They're trying to take down all inhibitor turrets as much as possible with a 9.2k gold lead.
Again, it's a massive lead for them, so Falcon Esports backs against the wall. we saw a preview of the team fight potential. Even if an implosion is set up, they just don't have enough firepower right now. So this main idea might be to get a pick here. King Kong, though, elusive as he is on the Joy, will be able to just freely get away. Still waiting for that Lord to push in. So Falcon wants to stay in this game with this kind of deficit is they've got to be able to pull the Holy defense off. A miracle play, if you will. They try to hold on at the tier 2 in the mid. Kirk will jump in, gets the tackle out. Feathered airstrike drop down, and the shields are going to be popping. There's Brusco once again as a threat, looking for the kick. They just get a couple shots in the base turrets as King Kong approaches with that bottom wave. But right now, Falcon Esports holding in. This might be the moment, though, as this next powered-up wave will push into the base.
Okay, Brusco has the conceal. He does have the flicker. But I think Fnatic Onyx Philippines are not going to overcommit because Falcon Esports made quick work of the mid lane minions and now going to transition onto the top and to the bottom. Fnatic Onyx Philippines trying to play as disciplined as possible. They can't find the proper angle to penetrate the defense, to penetrate the front line and get to Benny.
Still, give it up to Falcon Esports, even despite being down this much. Hold on to their base turrets, even if it's just barely in the mid lane. Looking at the items, you can see the glaring difference between the gold laners. You know, nearly 3,000 gold difference. And they're able to take a risk because of the fact that Kelra has these items now in the mid lane.
Kid X targets Kirk onto the back line, gonna get ganked up by 5 Super to the rescue. The Feathered Airstrike gonna take down Kirk. Once again, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, King Kong with the Electrifying Beach, trying to go for the back line, but PX7 with a clutch Nether Realm, and all the while, Kelra just worked on the top lane inhibitor turret, executed flawlessly by Fnatic, but a heads-up play for Kid X for Falcon Esports.
Took them a little bit longer, but they got the 2 base turrets down off of that Lord take. And again, Kelra now picking up the Malefic Roar. As we were saying, the spark difference between the gold laner damage is massive. And so we're looking at another 5+ minutes, really, for Falcon Esports, possibly to get back in fighting form. They might have to go ahead and give up even the next Lord at this point, unless they can somehow get a pick off. And I feel like that's what they've been trying to do, but it just hasn't worked. Because most of the times you have people like, you know, these heroes like the Joy that are just scouting things out, and King Kong can easily get away unless he's locked down properly. Picks up the Divine Glaive himself, so the amount of magic damage being utilized here between him and Super Prince, and even to an extent, Kirk is a massive.
Yeah.
The Lord will be started up. Still looking to make a play up there on the top, trying to get that tier 1 down. Quick work on this Lord take.
Okay, an uncontested Lord for Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Falcon Esports. They're no longer looking for a trade. I think with their current composition, they can, however, try and clear this, especially if no one gets picked off, and Kid X makes another miracle implosion play, so it's still possible for Falcon Esports to try and turn things around and force the game to the 16-17 minute mark when Benny is going to be activated for their side.
Benny's positioning is what's crucial here. You can still play around the fact that you have a Nether Realm to help you. He's got a little bit of defensive, picks up the Rose Gold Meteor, so he's got that BOD also for Dax on this, possibly the last defense. We'll see how they play apart. FNOP takes the last base turret in, and now walking in slowly with the Lord up front. Taking a couple shots, they still respect the damage that can come out. Benny on the front side, gonna get checked, but they actually defend, even despite the 13K lead right now for FNOP. Not sure if they actually go in further. It looks like they do really want to just be disciplined here because of the fact that they have to respect how much utility is actually there for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, again, they have the Nether Realm, and Kid X can go in anytime with the implosion. So Fnatic Onyx Philippines, even if they have this huge lead, 12.9k, even if they had the Lord, even if they have damage coming in from Kelra, the utility, the PX7 alone with the Nether Realm is going to be enough for Falcon Esports to out-sustain 2 to 3 seconds worth of damage coming in from Fnatic Onyx Philippines and eventually enable Benny to just wreak havoc up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Not to mention, he did, however, pick up the Rose Gold Meteor, as you mentioned, and he does have his Purify. So in terms of positioning, when it comes to those clashes, it's going to be also hard for Fnatic Onyx Philippines to lock down on Benny.
Sort of surprised, you know, with FNOP, even with the lead that they have, based off even what we saw in Game 1, how kind of slow they're taking that approach into the base. And part of it really is just because, for example, if one person goes down from FNOP and they overextend into a base push, that's a whole lot of gold going to whoever gets that kill from Falcon Esports. And if it's Benny, obviously he's pretty much there. I mean, he does have the itemization that he needs, still working on the last one. But you can already see it. You know, when they get a preview of the damage, when they're defending, it's there. And a Netherrealm alone is enough. No matter how behind PX7 was, for example, Netherrealm is enough utility and enough value to actually turn base defenses, where we've seen this even in previous competitive games for MLBB before, where a Netherrealm, a clutch timing on it, can keep you into the game. So it's FNOP practicing that disciplined approach. You're still waiting for that Lord to come up. Not really going to be able to find anything from this, so rather just kind of out of stalemate until Falcon Esports gets in that defense mode again.
Yeah, Fnatic Onyx Philippines gonna do this by the book. Gonna try and get an uncontested Lord, but looking at the position of the rest of the members of Fnatic Onyx Philippines, if someone for Falcon Esports tried to get information, get vision, for sure Fnatic Onyx Philippines won't be afraid to try and dive down and get a burst.
Well, Lord's up here now, so Falcon will just let it get taken. They know that even if they approach towards this, it's going to be gone in an instant, as it is. Another Lord now in the hands of FNOP. This is most likely the one that could end the game. So have they bought enough time earlier on? We did say, you know, Falcon Esports needs about 5 minutes. They got the 5 minutes. They made that work. That was one of the boxes they had to check. Now can they make this a team fight, a defense to possibly turn the game in its favor? Again, they have, what, no turrets down. So they have to win a base defense and possibly swing towards the base of FNOP. And as they wait for that Lord to approach, FNOP will deal with the waves, managing them up. And this is one of the things, you know, Dax himself has good damage on the Suyo, but he's nearly just got to wait for Kid X. If Kid X lands this implosion, it's going to be great, but already Kid X in trouble.
They got spotted out and bursted down. Kid X Immortality will be popped. Whoop. That's one member down for Falcon Esports, but Kelra actually is not going to mind Kid X anymore. They want to go for the tower push.
Without Kid X, though, can they even win this fight here? They're going to break out.
Okay, they're going to zone out the members of Falcon Esports with a feathered airstrike. They're going to log onto the base and win game number 2 for Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
And off a questionable positioning, punishing the positioning mistake, man. We don't even get to see Falcon Esports go for the base defense that they were building up to and they bought time for, as FNOP will punish any mistake they see. Now at 2-0, match point for this series. Again, going back to the drawing board here for Falcon Esports.
Yo, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, even though they're hyped up, exciting team, they're still not afraid to showcase their discipline, their macro gameplay, and their patience up against a team like Falcon Esports. That game was executed to perfection by the whole squad of the Super Family.
Man, I'm just not sure the call there. You know, with Kid X, that was crucial. I was saying, you know, we need this implosion to see the tide turn possibly in the fight, but hey, maybe the panel can make sense of that. Panel, take it away. What did you guys think about this one?
Thanks, Jose and Jose. A little longer in the tank this one went. 17 minutes and 48, still the win for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And with that, we are at match point. Gentlemen, it seems like Fnatic Onyx are also capable of swinging it over and giving Super Friends and King Kong a little bit of spotlight.
Yeah, this one wasn't really the age of Kelra, but yeah, again, Super Friends and King Kong combination. Just hard to match up with. You have the Joy, right? Super mobile, able to get to the objectives, and you know, we kind of talked about it briefly while the game was going on. The farm rotation from King Kong. He's able to farm very effectively with this Joy, take the neutral objectives, and also be aggressive. I think he got that first kill on Dax. Hear that orange buff?
Yeah, I think that's the big key, is he wasn't only a my job is to get the objectives type of jungler this time around. He was aggressive.
How does the team cope in high-pressure situation? The young man answers, during scrims, we always train without pressure. If a teammate misses his spell, we try to make him laugh instead. Now he was asked, who misses his spells the most? Maybe it's him and the PX7, the mid-roam.
Well, they know how to have fun, right? And sometimes that definitely is what matters. But right now, facing a 2-0 deficit in a best-of-5, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. And this is going to be challenging for them to come back. Hopefully, they can find that way, because we know Fnatic Onyx, when there's a path, they find it.
Imagine trying to laugh off a 2-0 deficit. Imagine trying to laugh off going single-digit kills against Fnatic Onyx back-to-back in game 1 and 2. How does Falcon Esports shake off the nerves? How do they reset? How do they do the almost impossible? Because I'll tell you now, in about 3 or 4 months, I haven't seen a team make Fnatic, Onyx, PH sweat the way the likes of Aurora and I'll tell you now, RRQ and SPS, those teams, they got one over Fnatic, Onyx. Can FCON do the same here? This is the one chance that they got. Match point. Game 3, FCON on the play. Banning out the Lo Yi and the Cho. FNOP taking out the Fanny and the Zhu Xin. Everything about the same except for that Cho.
Yeah, I mean, the Cho's a decent band, and we're back to this Granger, we're back to this trade-up. FCON, you know, the most important thing here is it's not just the gameplay, right? We're seeing that very clearly. It is the draft majorly. Coach Why Not versus Neo Chao. I mean, it is something that has to change for FCON. We need to lose the idea of comfortability. We need to lose the idea of this has to be picked. We need to be ready to counter at all cost, at all odds, and the players need to be able to play whatever the coach wants to give them.
Yeah, they're facing a double-edged sword yet again, right? First in the draft, last time we asked, do they pick the Bruno, do they pick the Suyo? Right now, you are seeing both available as the Hylos will be banned out. Last time they picked the Bruno, and it didn't work in their favor. Do they go the Suyo this time around? No, they go the Bruno again.
I don't think the Bruno's bad. The Bruno was not a bad first pick. FNOP, if they go for this Joy again, if they go for the same thing we saw last time, what was it, Joy?
I want to see the Fred.
Cho? I want to see the Fred. It is the counter to the Joy right now. It's not Suyo. Joy wins out in that rock, paper, scissors. We already saw it last time. And if you doubt what I'm saying, FNOP pulled the Fred out against Joy in game 1. So take a page out of their book and do what they did to you.
All of the supporting documents to prove Traxxas theory is in this series. So all you gotta do is scrub back about an hour and a half and you'll see it all. Now, Fnatic Onyx, they open up with the Joy and instead of the Cho, they get the Khalid.
Which we know very much this could be a Roam Khalid if they want it. It could be
a Brusco special.
Yeah, it's a Brusco special. Some spice in the land of Dawn.
Yeah, and they can definitely flex it like you mentioned, especially with that Hylos being out. One of the only heroes that can really match up with the pace of that Khalid. Now, there's still a lot of mid laners
on the case
up for grabs. You are going to go ahead and see the Fredrin locked in, a Trex prediction at its finest.
Coach Trex. Okay. It wasn't a prediction. It was an order.
It was an order. It was, listen, guys, I'm losing faith in you. And there's another page out of the draft 1 book, game 1 draft book. We pick up the Matilda. Gives Benny some opportunity to dance around here. Now, last time we saw it as a last-minute flex, but still, we're looking very similar to FNOP's game 1 draft on the side of FCON.
As good as this is as a development, right? You take a draft and you make it as close to the winning formula. You're doing it against a team who did that.
Hey, man.
Imitation is the highest form of flattery, but not like this. What are you trying to get the Faramis and then like an XP lane substitution for that Cho?
Maybe they should have took the Cho in the beginning and then did the swap and literally just copy and paste, you know?
Now the question is, do we pick up our mid laner here, right? I mean, last pick on the board for the first half. You could go in for the Farzeg, and there is a Mathilda though, could be a little bit of a challenge. They're gonna go in for the Vexana instead.
All right, this is another hero that I think Super Prince is comfortable with, but we haven't seen him shine as much as compared to, you know, his MVP winning Farsa, his Lu Yi, even his Valentina. So I'd like to see how he works with the Vex.
And it just goes in so cleanly to the way that FNOP draft. They're always looking for the counter play. They're never scared to put, okay, this time we're going to slot Mage in our 3rd pick. This time we're going to slot this in our 3rd pick. They know, okay, you got Fredrin. We're going to bring out the Vexana. It does great at countering it in the Lord Pit. It does great at dropping the Eternal Guardian. Faramy's banned. Second phase band's going quick. And this time Falcon's like, listen, we're going to take out the Layla.
Look at that.
And the Beatrix.
Tit for tat. These coaches not wasting any time. Coach, why not? The Kimi Mutombo, no. Just says
I'm not going out like
this. You cannot do what we did to you game 1. And of course, Coach Neo Chao respecting the hard counter. Counter said it himself. Yes, it is a hard counter. If I pick up the Layla against the Bruno, them balls ain't touching me.
Now, do you match mobility with mobility, right? With the Khalid and the Joy, do you go in for something like the Hilda?
It's open, oddly enough.
Hilda against the Joy works well. I think FCON could pick it up, honestly.
So that's 2 hard counters. The Fred and the Hilda. There's another hero I think that is open, but you can't pick anymore to counter the Joy. It's the Beleric. You just get in there, you stand, stop dancing.
Yeah, stop dancing. Stop. Wait a minute.
Wait. All right. We are looking for an XP laner. There you go, Royal Milk's fave. And what's going in mid? What else is left?
Aurora, Yves, is Louis still? Nope.
It's not enough burst though. If you pick any of these heroes, that's not enough
Yeah,
burst.
just go for a nice back line, honestly. I think Yves would work. Could go for the Farza again.
It's not the right kind of damage.
It's going to be challenging because of the mobility aspect. I was going to say Farza would work better than the Eve, just due to the wings by wings to be able to get a little bit further out to safety. Maybe pair it up with the flicker as well.
And the damage profile, very important in this current meta game. If you picked anything else like a utility, mage, and mid, FCon would not be going fast enough, not even close, to catch up to the tempo that FNOP will be going in with.
It's make it or break it. Facing match point for Falcons. And you are going to see that last pick on the way.
Oh,
Holy.
Always ready to counter. Always. FNOP doesn't care if it's meta or not. We're counter playing.
It's Falcon we're asking for to bring new flavor, but now Fnatic Onyx evolving the metagame once more before our very eyes. Yu Zhong showing up here. Game 3. Let's throw over to our casters, Ingan and Naisu.
You know, Yu Zhong had to come out because he's seeing all the other Prime skins coming out to play in M6, and he's like, you can't forget about me, Ingan. They pull out the Yu Zhong pick. What do you think about it? You think this is a closer? It's match point right now for
I think
FNOP.
it could be a closer, a good counter pick coming in from the composition of Falcon Esports and in the hands of someone like Kirk, easily activated. You know he's going to disrupt the formation of Falcon Esports, specifically when the Feathered Airstrike has been casted. So it's going to be hard-fought battle for Falcon and going up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Right now, FNOP is saying, what's a Falcon to a Dragon? We'll see if it plays its part this time around. Game 3, it's match point right now for FNOP. Can Falcon Esports soar higher and stay in the series by taking a game against Fnatic Onyx Philippines? And this time around, a little bit different in the jungle, of course. Dax this time gets the Fredrin. It's such an interesting change of pace that we've seen throughout the M6, even from Swiss stage to now, and just the meta in general. And again, make sure you guys grab your M6 pass. It's now available. Oh, mid lane, PX7, oh, in trouble, one hit away. Brusco will be fine though.
Okay, this is the aggression actually that we expected for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. I mean, you have the signature Brusco Khalid. Khalid activated early on in the early game. Main objective is to really try and go for the mid control and eventually go for the delay in the jungle rotation. And so far, Brusco has been doing a good job going for those pokes, going for those engages. And we'll see if Brusco can keep it up against Falcon Esports.
Part of this too, obviously, is, you know, I like that Falcon Esports has utility on their side now. You know, you still give Royal Milk the hero that he's performed probably the best on, even Benny to that matter, but still you can play around this Matilda pick. Helping Dax have a little more mobility on this Fredrin is going to be great. They're setting things up for the first objective, poking down Brusco a little bit here, but King Kong is there to go ahead, and the Quicksand Guard. Super Prince though will have to burn the flicker already, so pretty proactive early game for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, that was well worth it. Again, just the guiding wind. You already burned out Super Prince's flicker. And you know that in terms of mobility, Vexana, although he has the Deathly Grasp, mobility-wise, he's not up to par compared to PX7's Sparsa. So that's a good resource burned for the side of Falcon Esports. But again, here is the problem. Kirk with a Yu Zhong already level 4. If PX7 decides to go for the Feathered Airstrike, but on the other hand, no Dax, going right after Brusco.
Brusco going to be in trouble. Flickers out, heals up, Quicksand Guard. Will go down though, but the fight's still going to break out as Dax falls next. And it's Kirk taking some more with the shots and gets the double. It's a reminder the Yu Zhong still works in the meta, and that's going to be a turtle as well for FNOP.
If you're speaking about proactiveness, Kirk was proactive in that clash. Jumped in, plus the Petrify, gonna take it down too, even though Royal Mid got the vengeance. But King Kong though, forcing Kid X to flicker out, but catches him off guard with electrifying beats and brings him down once more, extending the lead of Fnatic to 1.3k.
And Brusco just given the vision available to King Kong to see if they actually want to make a play from this. Dax has to be careful because of just the difference in speed from the jungling that can happen here. Mid lane, they do get that flicker out now from PX7. Feathered Airstrike to help clear things out. The Super Prince will keep him under the turret. But you can see this, again, Dax is falling behind slightly against King Kong, now sitting at level 7.
Yeah, and apart from the discrepancy in the two junglers, we saw what could happen when it comes to the mid lane matchup. PX7 cast the Feathered Airstrike. Super Friend's not going to go out of the vicinity of the Feathered Airstrike. Just going to go in and cast the Destiny Grasp to disrupt the Feathered Airstrike. That's more than enough. And not to mention, Kirk also has the usual with the Petrify. So there's a lot that PX7 needs to worry about when it comes to casting his Feathered Airstrike.
Again, this poke battle here in the XP lane. Kirk's biggest threat, too, is obviously, like we've seen in past M series, where Yuzong was just picked up so much in the XP lane. Whoa! Super Prince.
Okay. Raging Sandstorm. Okay, they're not going to commit the Flicker, though. But Brusco just managing to zone out. King Kong goes in with an electrifying beat and burst it down. PX7. Dax with the Energy Eruption.
King Kong going to be able to just get away. This Joy is so slippery to catch. Energy Eruption or not. A whole lot of ultimates just kind of thrown out there, too. PX7 going down, didn't have the Flicker available, and yes, the Wings by Wings has only helped you so much. So now as they get us situated, some more extra gold. First items being locked in too for FNOP. Starlium Scythe now for King Kong. I'm surprised, you know, he's been doing so much damage already. What more? And now with the Starlium Scythe in hand, and leading into this Corrosive Scythe still for Kelra. He's been just farming up, doing his thing. They'll go ahead and get in position now. Turtle's up. Kirk made his way to that gold lane as they get ready to just let Kelra push bottom side. So we'll see Falcon Esports. How do they deal with the fight?
Okay, Raging Sandstorm paired up with the Black Dragon for him. Kirk also has the Petrify. Falcon Esports to retreat, but PX7 has the Feathered Airstrike. Spirit of Destruction will also connect. Going to take down Brusco in the hands of Benny. Here comes the Terrify coming in from Super Friends. Going to bring down one more. Kirk is going to fall down, and this is the response of Falcon Esports.
Great response, and they also get the turtle. That's exactly what Falcon Esports needed. Good item picks up. They are going to trade that tier 1 turret, but this is a good shift that Falcon Esports needed. They had to get some momentum and take care of the gold deficit getting too out of hand. King Kong still going to go ahead and put pressure in the jungle, though. So Falcon Esports, how do they adjust from everything that just happened here? They showed that they can still fight, utilizing the utility that they have, and even down to the firing power with a Farsa if the positioning is there.
Okay. They might be able to solve the problem right away. Kid X was the reason why they got saved, and now PX7 with a Feathered Airstrike to bring down Brusco. And Royal Milk wants to go for more. Infernal Pursuit trying to catch up onto King Kong. Volley Shot Worldy is going to connect, and Fnatic Onyx Philippines will disengage.
You're seeing it happen, you know, in these team fights and these skirmishes. Falcon Esports' lineup allows them to just go ahead and fight it out if they have to. Kirk now joined the fight into the mid lane. They get the Vengeance out. Kirk could be in trouble. Okay. Still going to be fine. Get some of the healing back with that Shires, and so he goes and disengages.
Okay, that's a win for Falcon Esports. Although Royal Milk popped his Vengeance, they also popped Kirk's Petrify and paired up with ultimates casted by Fnatic Onyx Philippines. But all the while, Kelra, the gold standard, is just really making quick work of the turrets. He did get the turret down bottom during that turtle fight wherein Falcon Esports won that trade. And right now he got one on top, and King Kong goes in onto Dax.
They're going for Dax. Dax, quarter of the health. Oh, the Spirit of Destruction lands, and here comes Kelra, picking up the kill right on the mark. And now PX7 whittled away. 1 HP will survive. And Kid X now caught under the turret. They go in.
Here comes the internal guard, but Royal Milk wants to go for Kelra. He's not going to be able to catch him, and Kirk blocks his path. Brusco and Super Friends, will they re-engage? Kirk has to jump away. And again, the gold standard. When you thought he was just going to go for the turret push, he went for more. He took down Dax.
So what you always got to watch out for is where is Kelra going to show up. I mean, this Moskov alone plays that part. You know, push down one of the lanes and then just join the fight. But right on the mark that time, the fight, though, for the turtle. Falcon Esports looking to take the last turtle of the game. Brusco jumping in.
Okay, they're going to commit the Raging Sandstorm, but all the way to the backline. Kid X trying to work on King Kong. Spirit of Destruction will miss. The Feathered Airstrike is there, but they're going to get a kill onto Benny as Dax gets the turtle. They want to go for more. Falcon Esports on the attack. Killer just dishing out the damage. Super Friends with the Infernal Pursuit to bring down Super Friends. And that's a trade Falcons was willing to take a kill onto 2 plus the turtle.
Even if they lost to Benny, it's fine. Falcon Esports will fight and fight and fight. They know they're facing that match point against FNOP, and this is what they have to do. Kelra could be in trouble this time. Guiding a win, circling eel combo, and Kelra is gone.
Finally, a shutdown onto Kelra, a much-needed pickoff for Falcon Esports. Really trying to enable PX7 and Benny, and Falcon Esports unfazed by the lead that Fnatic Onyx Philippines had in the early phases of the game. Just looking at the lead, it's down to 700, Naisu.
In the 3 games we have now, this is the best that we've seen Falcon Esports, and maybe this is what they needed. Maybe this amount of mobility and firepower is what they needed to bring Benny online. Look at the damage though, King Kong will be able to get that circling eagle out, but mid lane.
Committing a lot onto Royal Milk. The counterattack is there, plus the vengeance. He's gonna fall down in the hands of Brusco. Here comes PX7, feathered airstrike, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they went out of the vicinity of that ultimate. No trade for Falcon Esports.
No trade right now. They're gonna get in position. They still have plenty of time before that Lord does come up, about 30 seconds or so. That's why there's so much focus here in the mid lane. They might still look for more. King Kong popping the electrifying beats. Will have the backup before the next fight. But these tier 1 turrets in the mid lane, obviously very important before that first Lord breaks out. But right now, it's just kind of maintaining things. Good item pickup here for Benny, finally getting that Malefic Gun. So now he's got the 3. He's got the Haas Claws, he's got Berserker's Fury, Malefic Gun. He is where he needs to be on the Bruno. Has farmed up quite a bit, sitting at the top of the gold ranking here too for Benny. So he is online. As long as he is safe, and he's got not only the sliding tackle, but he's got a flicker plus Kid X on the Matilda. His positioning should be on point. Super Fritz!
Super Fritz has to walk away now. Falcon Esports gonna set their eyes on this Lord. That was a good rotation for them to clear out the top lane so they can focus on this major objective. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, King Kong looking for the proper angle. He's gonna hide in that brush.
Gonna get in position. Kelra might make his way down too. They know Falcon Esports wants to take this with the Fredrin. They have the utility. They're gonna go.
Here comes the Black Dragon form, Raging Sandstorm combination to zone out. Falcon Esports, the Spirit of Destruction will connect. Dax gets the Lord, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines wants to go for the kills. Royal Milk will get 2. And now Falcon Esports, the response that you want from them. They're bringing everything they have to bring down Fnatic, and only King Kong is left.
And the Falcons find their flight. And they'll just go down, taking the tier 2 in the mid lane. They might look for more. Working on the base turret, they're gonna get the shields down. And FNOP a couple seconds away, but they lose a base turret. And now they have to defend against this Lord push.
That was a huge, huge play. Falcon Esports, not just the micro, all the way from clearing the top lane so they don't have to worry about the Kelra split push. And down to Kid X is trying to save everyone with the guiding wind and the counterattack. Dax, his priority was to go for the Lord, and he got it. But they went for more. They went for 4 bodies. A huge, huge play coming in from Royal Milk, also to zone out the members of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Lord sieging in the bottom lane.
Sieging on in. They're going to wait for that to go down. They'll walk in with it. FNOP. They'll have to be on the defense. Feathered airstrike going to be used. Brusco looking for an angle.
King Kong got caught with an energy eruption. Brought down by Dax. They still have the Lord, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines going to make quick work of that. They have minions up top. Now they set their eyes on this inhibitor turret. Will they be able to take down everything Fnatic Onyx Philippines has? Royal Milk goes for the zone. Here comes the circling eagle. Benny left alone to dish out the damage. Fnatic Onyx Philippines has to walk away, but Falcon Esports says, we will make the gods bleed.
And we get another game. It's not going to be a sweep. Falcon Esports finding a second win here in the series. Exactly what they needed. This side of the stadium standing up, cheering for them. A great test for FNOP, and it's Falcon Esports that does it. We're at 1-2 right now for Falcon Esports. FNOP has to make some adjustments. I mean, that was a quick game, man. That was 11-44 for Falcon Esports. Great performance. They made adjustments throughout the draft. They played with the utility that they had, even for Kid X.
Here, but my thing is now that we have this dynamic between jungle, if they leave it all open, FNOP, do you think they would first pick Joy with Fredrin gone?
I think it would be a good read. Honestly, without that Fredrin, it's going to put a hole in the draft for Falcon Esports and maybe a little bit of a challenge, as we are seeing the bans completed and the Joy is still walking.
So the thick plottings. Do we Joy?
Or do we Bruno?
Bruno?
You don't Blue Yo.
Do you Hilda?
You maybe Hilda.
Because you can
let
run
the other team choose.
Because you'll end up with one or the other, but you run the risk of Joy Bruno for Falcon.
Looks like they're wondering the same thing right now.
Ooh, Fnatic Onyx taking their time.
Hey, something else is still walking on the table. It may not come first, but it's been very impactful. The Farza is still on the board, and it is won on every single side it's been on in this series.
Oh. So they go for the Cho. They leave it in FCON's. If I'm FCON right now, I think I go for the Joy.
Joy Bruno?
I think Joy Bruno would be solid. It's very strong up front. Joy Bruno could be solid, honestly. There it is. Joy
All right.
Bruno.
So Farsa here, would you right now put it into this phase? Because I wouldn't agree Farsa first 1 or 2, you know what I mean? But I would first phase.
I would first phase it. I think it would be, because if not, then Falcons is going to pick it up, right? You're kind of forced into a situation.
Isn't that damage overload though? Isn't that a little too much soft?
I think at this point, FCON needs some sort of front line before they're all cut off.
Before you commit to that kind of artillery, right?
Do they pick up the Hilda here on FNOP? Hilda jungle? Maybe just go for the Alpha?
It's either the Hilda or Khalid first.
Mortal one chose me to vanquish the
Your team
shadows
is
that
picking.
plague.
Oh, Granger. We haven't seen the Granger. Granger's been getting banned.
It has.
Now that it's through, it's the clear answer to the Bruno. Which, by the way,
Counter-engage.
it's been catching up, by the way. The stats are so close. The stats are neck and neck for Bruno and Granger here.
And it really helps support the Suyo and some of the things he's have. Like, it just adds a bit more damage where he needs it. The Granger's a little harder to catch, I think, than the Bruno. There goes your Hilda pick, though. So I think overall, both drafts very solid. We finally see both coaches, I feel like, are on an even playing field going head-to-head here.
Well, there's 2 flex picks available right now, right? I mean, you have the Hilda on the side of Falcon. Could be the Roam, could be the XP.
Got the
Same
Cho.
with the Cho as well. So right now, I think it's going tit for tat. They're trying to figure out who has the edge against the other. I mean, right now, Roams are still available to be grabbed from both sides.
Current stats on the Bruno Granger matchup, 7-6 with 1 game lead for Bruno. Thanks, Manny.
I love that. I mean, because in the beginning it was all Bruno, but now that we're getting to the knockout stage, we're seeing the gold laner shine, and we're actually seeing that it's a legitimate counterplay, right?
Put it into the hands of the likes of the gold standard, the untouchable Aaron Shiki. It's definitely possible.
All right, hear me out here.
Your
Tigreal.
team is banning.
Nope, wait, did he just get banned? Okay,
It's-
he's banned. I was about to say,
Never mind.
walking for a second. I thought
Recall.
there would have been a chance, but a good read from Fnatic Onic. I mean, especially with that show, with not as much Group CC, the TIG would have been excellent here, and I think that's a good read to be able to take that off the board. Now, yet to see the mages picked up. What are we thinking?
Farsa is still out there. Eve is still out there. Vixana, oh, Eve is not there anymore. Vixana is still out there, so is that the possible trade? Is there room?
Oksana, yes. My eyes are on this Matilda still.
She's out.
Oh, she's banned. Man, it's been a long.
Is there room for an Aurora? Because I was expecting the Louis to get taken out here too.
What
Aurora
about
on FNOP side? Or on FCON side?
Either way.
I think it works better on FCON side to deal with the fighter jungle and the Cho and everything. Joy's a little harder to hit with an Aurora.
you know who I'd like to see? I don't. It might not happen, but the Ruby for Fnatic Onic.
Ruby Rome.
Yeah,
It works good with FCON too, honestly. You deal with the Cho and you deal with the Suyo.
Yeah, was brought out yesterday by RRQ Hoshi into the hands of Enoch.
Against the Cho, against those types of picks.
Hard
so,
stoppers, yeah. Even the Joy will have to think twice about dashing through.
Yeah.
She get yeeted in. Yeet.
You ever been yeeted in, Weezy?
I can't say that I have.
It sucks. No fun.
No good, no bueno. All right, there's the Khalid banned out, respecting Kid X's potential. And there's the Kid X pick, the Gatot. He was running out of choices, folks.
Yeah,
But luckily, all of Falcon's players all have played at least 5 heroes throughout the run in M6, so they got deep pockets.
All right, now we put the ball in Fnatic Onyx court to decide, is this going to be a Cho in the XP lane, or will this be a Cho roam?
I think they could Barza here again, honestly. It's the one. It's like I like the Vex, I like the Aurora, but the problem is you have little escape from this Hilda and from this Joy.
Yeah.
But at least with the Farza, you have your wings by wings. You have
You can purify.
You can purify.
You can flicker.
You have a lot of maneuverability at least.
I'm with you. Also, we do not know exactly what Brusco's playing. So finally, we're going to get a reveal here. Which one?
This is the Emperor's
A
order.
pocket pick? Is this a Nakai?
No!
Okay.
Still up in the air, though. We've seen a good chunk of XP Akai in the past quarter of MLBB Esports.
It could definitely be either one right now. And the same goes for the Gatot and the Hilda.
Oh, it's more likely Hilda XP.
Or like, so do you like the Kai over? I think the Cho's better EXP against Hilda because at least you keep up in rotations.
Correct.
This makes it difficult to put in the Farza, though, because there's a way to get back to the Farza with the Cho, with
And
the
to
Akai.
steal it.
And to steal it with the Valentina, with the IMU. That's a really good read from Fnatic to lock in that Valentina last minute. And now all eyes are on Falcon Esports. Keep in mind, if they pull off this game, they will tie up this series. A battle to earn top 4 and have a seat in Oxiana.
And that means we go all the way. This rivalry will not go down so quickly. The closer for Falcon. There it is, Coach T, the Aurora.
I like it. I mean, I think it's solid. I think it helps answer something. The real spice here, though, is that Akai. How is it going to work out?
Back-to-back, game-to-game, FNOP bring out a spicy pick. Let's throw those our casters to call this match.
Game number 4 ahead of us here at Falcon Esports after getting the last one. Can they do it again to bring it down to 1 game? What is up, guys? Again, I'm Nice2, and this is Ingon. Ingon, some interesting picks here. We saw the Yuzong earlier last game, but now also the Akai comes to play.
Yeah, Akai onto the hands of Kirk, so it's gonna be interesting how he's gonna fare up against Royal Milk's Hilda. But in terms of clear speed, I mean, paired up with a concussive blast, then you get the Molten Essence. It's gonna be okay, and then you're gonna have a huge advantage when it comes to those AoE control.
AoE control or not, again, up for Falcon Esports to gain the flight in the series, jumping into the land of Dawn. Will it be Falcon Esports taking it to a Game 5, taking it all the way against the Super Fam FNOP? Or will this be the end of the series? FNOP looking to close it out, still at match point. Dax and King Kong again in the jungle, and yeah, it's Brusco on the Akai in that roam. Kirk went in, took the Cho, parked it in the XP lane. So now we get to see this kind of difference work here this time around. But I think, you know, Falcon Esports, man, they have a lot of great picks to deal with this. Even looking at the emblems locked in here, quite a bit already. Royal Milk taking some damage, a little bit too much.
Even popping the Revitalize, but King Kong might actually be able to take him down. Here comes Super Friends, but Shadow Strike also. One more hit, and King Kong gets it. First blood kill onto Fnatic.
First blood going to the hands of King Kong, helping build in that momentum. Surprised, you know, that even with the Revitalize, Royal Milk just wasn't able to kind of withstand that. And that's what I was going to say. You know, the heroes that they have, mind you, they have the double Revitalize sustainability composition here to help them out. Kelra, too. I mean, we saw his phenomenal performance on this Granger alone just yesterday. So still, it's going to be that gold lane matchup. And I have to agree with what Trex mentioned earlier. You know, at this point in the knockouts, you're really seeing these gold laners come into play in these, you know, longer series now, where they are that crucial part where, yeah, sometimes they're left to their own devices in the lane, but then they end up going 1v1 themselves. But later on, these picks specifically, obviously can turn the tides of these early on fights.
Yeah.
So now, Turtle's up. Positioning going to be crucial. You can already see it too. You have Super Friends taking some shots here. PX7 though. Uh-oh. Whoa!
Whoa! A crucial kill for Royal Milk onto King Kong off cam. And now trying to work on Kirk. A no retribution holder for Fnatic Onyx Philippines as Dax picks up his purple buff.
Oh!
But they answer right back with a takedown onto Kid X as Falcon Esports will try and get the objective away from Fnatic.
They might try to stall this, but I think it's going to be too late with the Joy. The electrifying beat's going to be too much as Dax will secure the objective. Good response again from Falcon Esports. Able to pick up King Kong, you know, it's surprisingly, we didn't get to see it all happen, but PX7 was there. The flicker was gone too, so great usage again with this Aurora pick. They'll kind of settle back into the lanes here at this point. But that's the thing, you know, this Hilda XP has been a nuisance for a lot of teams going against it. Oh, Benny going to go ahead and block a lot of shots. Calra going to be fine, just trying to delay what he can. He is a little bit behind Benny, though, for now.
Yeah. So right now, the play for Falcon Esports is to really just be aggressive in the mid lane, especially for Royal Milk onto the bottom lane and try to keep Fnatic Onyx Philippines preoccupied. Don't mind Benny once again. Give him the power spike later on that he needs to try and outplay Fnatic Onyx Philippines. And so far, Royal Milk has been doing that. A solo kill onto King Kong. And the best part is, Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they're not as aggressive compared to what we've seen in game number 1, game number 2, wherein they're trying to control the pace against their opponents.
Maybe they don't have to be too aggressive. I mean, part of this too is because of Super Prince, you know, what ultimates is he going to take for this? Takes the Frigid Glacier. Oh, there's a lockdown, but again, the passive still there. Takes a shot too with the Queller. So King Kong just kind of shooting off from far range. And like I said, this part of this is, I'm wondering how the Sakai roam is going to work here for Brusco, especially when he's trying to utilize the lockdown with a heavy spin, and how this all plays apart. King Kong taking a couple shots. Kirk, though, goes with the kick. Might just disengage. Does get the ultimate out. Kirk going to be in trouble as Royal Milk will get the kill.
Ultimate sacrifice for Kirk to save King Kong from harm's way. Again, that was still a good initiation for Falcon Esports, but could be bad or worse for Fnatic Onyx Philippines if King Kong got picked off once again. Now, they're giving a lot of space for Benny onto the top lane. Now they want to go for the counter engage onto Royal Milk, forcing his Revitalize.
This is why they have to buy time. Brusco gets the Revitalize out. They still have one more. Now the Turtle's up. Falcon Esports will go ahead and get in position. Kid X holding down the front side. Kirk taking a couple shots at King Kong, trying to get a range here, but he's going to be zoned out quite a bit from Falcon.
Royal Milk and Kirk and Kid X just trying to zone out. Here comes Brusco with a heavy spin. Caught Dax off guard there, but still Dax gets the turtle. Here comes the counter engage once again from Falcon Esports, going to bring down 3 more. Kid X goes in with the AOG and takes down 4 members of Fnatic Onyx.
PX7 is online with the triple on this Aurora. Great usage of the Frigid Glacier, and look at that, they're going to get a tier 1 as well. Talk about momentum for Falcon Esports.
Falcon Esports, 3.3k gold lead. Their lineup actually is good for those counter engages, but looking at the instant replay, they're the aggressors. Even though Brusco had a good pin down onto the backline, they set their eyes on the proper targets, which are the damage dealers. Dax focusing on the turtle, he got it, and at the same time, they had the kit to go for more and overextend because Kid X saved his AOG for the perfect moment where Fnatic Onyx was trying to escape.
And see, that's what I was saying about the lineup that Falcon Esports has. They have so many options to zone out with a front line, but even their back line protection is actually going to be pretty good just because you also throw in Aurora to the mix. So now they're going to be focusing a couple shots on Royal Milk, but he's tanky enough to just deal with it. This is a huge lead already early on. 4,000 gold for Falcon Esports. So now FNOP in a position that they don't find themselves in often. They don't usually have this kind of gap to work against. So the adjustments on how they approach the next portion of this game is going to be crucial for them. I mean, even for Kelra, it's a little bit harder for him to actually move around, even when the flicker is gone, because of how much threat there is from Falcon Esports, whether that's the Hilda, whether that's the jump from the Avatar of the Guardian with Kid X, or even just getting frozen down from PX7. And as they picked up those big kills, you know, these are big item power spikes already for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, Killer just only has the Hunter Strike compared to Benny. Has Claws, Berserker's Fury, going to work up to try and get that Malefic Gun right away and activate his late game power spike later on. 4.4k gold lead for Falcon Esports, and they're getting good ground coverage, not even letting Fnatic Onyx Philippines get a sniff off that turtle.
3 for 3 now for Falcon Esports. Objectives all secured. Once again, momentum in their favor. They're going to play a part. They're all over the jungle. There's a kick from Kirk into the turret.
This might be a good engage for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They're going to take down Royal Milk, forcing Kid X also to use their Revitalize. Kelra, that's Sonata connecting. Damage not going to be enough. PX7 used the Frigid Glacier to try and walk away. Now Fnatic Onyx Philippines slowly finding the favorable trades.
They'll find one pickoff, but they still have so much ground to cover here for FNOP. As Falcon Esports willing to go ahead, you know, if they lose Royal Milk, it's not that big of a deal if it's Kid X as well, and PX7, you know, quite sustainable himself just by the fact that he has also got the passive and can work with that. So even if he uses the Frigid Glacier, it's not the end of the world here for Falcon Esports in the fights. Brusco picking up a crucial defensive item. First one finally locked in. Athena's shield dealing with so much magic damage being thrown at them. So the fact too that the tier 1 turn in the mid lane is already gone for FNOP at this point in the game, it puts them in the situation where they're kind of clumped together and they can't overextend. And Benny picking up a Malefic Gun. There's the lockdown on Royal Milk. He's gonna just take so many hits and will get shot down.
Dax trying to go for the answer. Here comes the Electrifying Beast, gonna take down Super Prince. And that's a good, better trade for Falcon Esports as Benny works on the top lane turret. And we were asking this question even during the start of the broadcast, is how do you tame the beast? How do you tame King Kong? It's easy. Take down a mid lane turret, expose his jungle, and take away the buffs of Suyo.
That seems to be the answer right now, as Falcon Esports takes the tier 2 in the mid lane already, setting themselves up for a easy take on the Lord, unless FNOP, despite being down 6,000 gold, actually want to contest this. Knowing them, they might get in position for it. They're going to go ahead and grab what they can, but you answered it here, Ingon. You stop King Kong by just taking parts of the jungle, and it looks like right now they're going to go for even more here. King Kong's still on the top side. Kirk can't find an angle, and Super Prince going to dodge the Avatar of the Guardian.
Okay, they're going to overcommit and try to force Fnatic on the Philippines to back away as they work on also on the bottom lane turret as they get the Lord. No trade whatsoever for Fnatic on the Philippines. They do, however, get the top lane turret, and just look at the damage coming in from Benny. He already has the Malefic gun, so in terms of range, you can expect Benny to just go crazy.
It looks like Falcon Esports wants to do in Game 4 what happened to them in Game 1. Massive lead right now, very one-sided, and Lord getting ready to march down the mid lane as Fnatic on Philippines gets ready for a defense. Again, what kind of tools do they have here? Super Prince, he's been holding on to the Avatar of the Guardian the most of the time, so we'll see what ultimates he takes for this one. He holds up on the front side, Kid X to stay up front. Lord gonna make its way. They still have the shields. They're gonna force a fight here. Shield's gonna pop. Dax now, is he gonna jump into the base? They deal with the Lord, it's gone. Oh. But you can see it, Benny online. Just a couple shots will bring them down to half health even.
Oh, good play coming in. Kalra shuts down Benny. There was a close call for Fnatic Onyx Philippines because Super Prince almost got bursted down to try and get the AOG away from Kid X. And now Kalra has been activated. A crucial shutdown onto Benny.
A good pickoff, but still, FNOP has so much work to do. Successfully defending that one is not enough to turn the tide in this game just yet, as Falcon Esports still holds on to a comfortable lead. And I mean, Dax, there's been no answer for Dax. Dax has just been freely taking the jungle. Looks like they want to go for the mid lane though.
Okay, they commit the Frigid Glacier for some AOG. It's all gonna miss, and they're gonna try and take down Kirk. Electrifying beast, but Bro's got from the back with a heavy spin. Gonna catch up onto Royal Milk.
Still going, they're gonna disengage. Super Prince holding on to the Avatar of the Guardian still. King Kong gonna work on the purple buff and Kid X and the rest. Oh, the shots from King Kong! The Queller finds the mark.
Even with the Revitalize, they're able to answer right back. And Falcon Esports heads up play. They're gonna try and take away the orange buff of King Kong. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Dax trying to zone out King Kong, and Falcon Esports still clinging and holding on to a 6.2k gold lead.
Royal Milk's gonna be that guy. You know, he's probably gonna die the most, obviously, through this, because he's that front line. He gives so much information to Falcon Esports in some of these skirmishes and some of these fights. Little by little, Fnatic Onyx will try to crawl back into this game, but they have so much they still have to do. Even looking at the items, you can see the gaps between the lanes here. And yes, at some point, Kalra might get the itemization he needs, but he doesn't have it just yet. Still working on the BOD. Down a little bit against Benny as they get in position now for this Lord take. Crucial in positioning. If there's any time for Kirk also to find the kick, this is going to be the one. Positioning there, Royal Milk scouting things out, be able to find one, and now they have to reset. Again, the great thing that FNOP was able to hold on to the base turrets off that massive push in from Falcon Esports. But the Lord's going to start up, and the front line is going to be set up. They might just have to give the Lord away, as Falcon Esports will get the Lord and get ready to march towards the base again of Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
Flawless execution for Falcon Esports. Now they have the advantage to siege in and get down inhibitor turrets for their side as they once again take away the buffs of Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Looking at the itemization, no defensive items for Kalra. He does, however, have the Festival of Blood and the Pure Rage for added sustain, but the problem is if he gets picked off or get knocked up, it's an easy kill for Falcon Esports.
This is crucial too. Genius One locked in now. Over here on the side of Falcon Esports. In a base defense against an Aurora too, and then Dax just going to the back line. It's going to be so difficult for the positioning here. You got to have to keep an eye on Kalra. See if they can actually give him the space he needs to move around this. All waves pushing in perfectly from Falcon Esports as they get ready to take down the base turrets of FNOP. Mid already down, bottom next. Electrifying beats popped, and they're trying to hold it together. KidX taking some damage. Lord's gonna be worked on. Now they make their way towards the last turret of the base, but right now FNOP still in it.
Oh, Falcon Esports, they still have enhanced minions into the middle lane, and on the top, will they go for the engage? They have a 9k gold lead here. They still have a lot of utilities. Again, AOG and also the Frigid Glacier. They popped the Revitalize for added HP coming in for this potential clash. Look at it, that's not, it's gonna hurt though. KidX goes in with the AOG.
AOG, KidX gotta get back. Already utilizing both Revitalizes. A couple shots coming in. They're gonna go in with a disengage, and Dax will run on out. Even with a conceal use, they won't follow any more. Again, Falcon Esports, job accomplished. All base turrets of FNOP down.
All base turrets, no casualties, extending their lead once again, trying to take away all the buffs the Fnatic Onyx Philippines can have. However, King Kong is going to be able to take this purple buff, and looking at the items, the decision of Gelra to not go for any defensive once again, it's pretty evident that they have trouble trying to go for Kelra, but is the damage going to be enough though? We've seen the Death Sonata connecting 2 times. It's quite painful for Falcon Esports, but again, they have double Revitalize, they have frontliners, beefy ones that can out-sustain the damage coming in from the gold standard.
This is really where they're so exposed here. Kirk even getting out of that jungle. And again, Kelra, he only has that flicker available. Working, there's the Rose Gold Meteor, so he's got that. But you can see this, you know, positioning so crucial for him, because one mistake, and if he gets cut off with an Avatar of the Guardian from Falcon Esports, it's going to be really difficult to get away, and he's going to have to rely on the peel from the rest of the lineup here. So it's just a standoff. 15 seconds away from that Lord. We'll see if Falcon Esports just gets another one, but a couple shots here, maintaining these waves, pushing in. Falcon will make their way for the objective. It might be better here, Egon, if, I don't know, if FNOP doesn't fight this, but they have the option to go into position. It looks like they'll do just that. Even with Super Friends still holding on to his own AOG. Benny Dud did just get the Wind of Nature, so has that extra defensive capabilities alongside the Purify. They'll start the Lord up here now. At this point in the game, at 16 minutes in, the Lord going to take a little bit longer to go ahead and burst down, even with this kind of itemization. But Royal Milk will still provide the vision. PX7 and KidX as well, trying to force back FNOP. It looks like they want to fight. KidX and T. Karas picked up. They don't want to commit just yet. It does go for a reset. They're still holding it together. They might give the go. Kelra's positioning still has the flicker. They take their time in the approach, but right now they're going to whittle down Royal Milk.
Okay, that's Sonata forcing out Royal Milk's Revitalize, causing him to go out of position. Soft reset onto this Lord.
That's one down right now, but they're still going to be going.
Another Revitalize coming in from KidX. They're zoning out the members of Fnatic Onyx Philippines as Falcon Esports gets the Lord. Here comes the AOG. They want to go for more. Dax with electrifying beaks, working on Kirk, and he's going to take him down. Benny, on the other hand, goes on to King Kong. Kelra might be caught off guard here. Will be able to stay alive. Yes, he will. PX7 flickers out, manages to stay alive, and Falcon Esports once again outplaying Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
And that's just showing again how much of a lead they have in the fight, where they can take a couple shots. It was smart. I mean, they got Royal Milk's Revitalize out, but then they were forcing that fight. They were forcing the situation, and even Kelra to burn the flicker. That means he won't have it for this defense. So even more so is that positioning going to be crucial. They're going to have to manage the waves pushing in. Kirk will be up. But right now, Falcon Esports looking to close out this game 4 on this push. Keeping an eye on them here. King Kong and Super Friends holding on to the Avatar of the Guardian will have to make this work.
Lord sieging in onto the middle lane. King Kong has to walk away. Brusquito goes in, but electrifying beats from Dax is there. Benny gets a free hit. AOG, and they're working on the crystal. A shutdown onto Kelra, and Falcon Esports evens out the series.
We've got a game of 5 in our first best of 5 here. Again, both teams want to get to the top 4, and Falcon Esports found flight. The first team to really give FNOP a run in a series, and now it all comes down to 1. Oh man, what a series this is.
No easy wins. No easy series. And Falcon Esports showing that they are not backing down against Fnatic Onyx.
Again, they were facing the 2-0, the match point, and now 2 games in a row, they've brought it back. They found the altitude like they mentioned on the panel, and they had exactly what they needed to bring it now to this point. Can't wait to hear what our panel has to say about Game 4.
Well, I'll be damned. The Burmese are back, and for the first time in a long time, someone is making Fnatic Onyx Philippines sweat. We're going to Game 5.
You know, I'm going to take the host real quick and ask you a question, Leo. You mentioned they had to keep the cards close to their chest. Do you think they're doing that? Is it going to come in at Game 5? Because they picked the Akai. They're still getting a little crazy.
They didn't, and they introduced another new element to the draft. And looking at the order of picks, Fnatic Onyx.
Your team is banning.
I'm gonna go with Fnatic Onyx as well. I think 2 games is enough. I feel like if they go back to their roots, they'll be able to pull this one off.
You know me, T-Bless, ready to put some sanction down on somebody. And right now, I'm going with the underdogs, with Myanmar, the Burmese, Falcon Esports. I think they can pull it off. They're in the driver's seat right now. All they got to do is take it across the finish line.
All right, let's see what the draft dictates. It's 2-1. The desk says Fnatic Onyx will take it, but Trex believes in Falcon. What's the opening pick?
Oh, I mean, Bruno is gone. Which
Bruno's
means
gone.
Cho should be first on the board for Fnatic Onyx. I mean, right now it could be flex, right? You don't know if it's going to go into the roam. You don't know if it's going to go into the XP lane. And I feel like it's the safest option so far. But it is going to be the Joy. There's no Fredrin, though.
Okay, so counterplay out the door.
That's what I wanted to see. Remember in last game, I was like, they banned the Fred, they could take Joy right up front here. But they took the Suyo, and they allowed the counter. So now, FCON's in the position where they have to find the counter to the Joy. What is it? Joy's been winning games back to back to back in this series. They pick up the Hylos, they get the Granger, so they have some front line. They have some answers a little bit. The Hylos hasn't slipped through yet.
Oh, this is getting spicy right now. The audience going wild, cheering.
How often do you hear cheering in the draft alone? As if the chess match between our coaches were as intense. I'll tell you now, I think it's very much called for, because this draft sets up the game for him.
Setting the tone right now. Falcon Esports 1 win away, which was once looking like the impossible has worked in their favor. But now Fnatic Onyx ready to claw back with the Eve and the Hilda.
All right, already they have great tempo control. And explain this to me. The Hayabusa picked into the Hilda.
It's dangerous. It's scary.
You know,
it's worrisome.
Coach T on his off time is an XP laner, so you know you're gonna send yourself straight into that jungle.
Yeah, this is definitely, it's tough, right? You're already looking to have a little bit of trouble here. The only goal for FCON at this point is, I don't care if you got to give up minions, I don't care what you got to do. You need to stay next to that Hilda at all times and protect the president, which right now it is not Benny, it is Hayabusa.
That makes me feel like the Hylos will be, no, it can still be flexed to the roam to the XP lane. But yeah, you are going to have to watch out for this Hilda invading the jungle of the Hayabusa. But with the Haya, it's a free way to get to that Eve.
That is something that Super Friends has to watch out for. So he has to pick a very specific battle spell, likely a flicker. He is handy with a flicker. Second ban here for Falcon. Did they take away one more choice of gold laner for Kelra to address that missing pick? You think of the 1-1?
I think the 1-1's very viable. I think it could definitely work out here.
1-1 or Moskov?
Yeah, maybe the Moskov and force him into the 1-1, but the 1-1 does really good against the Hylos.
That it does.
So at this point, I think you just take out the 1-1. They go for the Cho ban instead, also a decent ban. But yeah, if the 1-1 gets picked up, FNOP's looking good, I feel like. It's at least when it comes to like Lord fights and some of those more late game fights, Hylos is going to have a little bit of trouble.
Wait a second. Maybe, just maybe, the Mathilda is still available. Couldn't FCon take that up? I mean, it'd be another way.
Both of them can.
They both can.
Yes.
But FCon has priority right now.
Yeah, and you're already pretty squishy with the Hayabusa. It's a pick you could capitalize on, but also a little bit risky.
Could go sideways.
It could go very sideways.
What Falcon is actually looking for is the kind of damage in mid that is the right damage profile burst. Thankfully, they pick up the Vixana. If there was any other pick, they would be having a hard time finishing people off with the Granger and the Haya. Good pickup here. Still, we don't know who's going into actually Roamer XP. Fnatic Onic, what goes into the hands of the Filipino Savage here? The 1-1's still open. At large, the Moskov too.
Yeah, both of them can definitely get the job done, but you have to watch out for this Hayabusa. So maybe going in for a little bit more of that survivability could work out better in their favor, because I'm just worried about the die potential, right? When you see this Hayabusa picked up from FCon, they're going to try and get some early kills, some early initiations. There goes the Irithel slotted in.
Okay, so we've seen Kelra play the Aerithel before. It was against the 1-1. You know, it was against some of those picks, but still, I'm not completely against this.
I've played this matchup before. I'm pretty confident with the Irithel. You just have better coverage. Granger has to draw straight lines. As the Irithel, you can actually, you know, have some combat mobility.
And you have decent kite against the Hylos. You have decent kite against a lot of what FCon wants to bring.
And if it comes down to it, you can dodge the big thicket ults, the EG, if you're somehow in the thick of it, in the middle of things, and the Hayabusa's ult, the shadow kill. Heavy crossbow into like a party of 3.
Yeah.
And you spread the damage there.
Now, do we see the Mathilda picked up here? Is this a Hylos in the roam or a Hylos in the XP lane? Seconds away from the final draft for game number 5. And Tig has been slotted in for FCon.
That is a Kid X special. How do you feel about the draft, coach?
I do like FNOP right now. I feel like FNOP looks very clean. They brought it back in for sure.
One final game in this best of 5. Let's throw it over to our casters to call the action. Jose and Jose.
Hang on, we gotta check IOI Convention. It's game 5. Are you guys ready? All right, they're ready. It's me, Naisu, and Inga to bring you game 5. One last look at the draft. 2 solid lineups. It's been back and forth, Ingan. What do you feel, real quick?
I have to agree with the panel. The dive composition that Falcon Esports can bring onto the lineup of Fnatic Onic Philippines might just be too much, but at the same time, Kelra with the Aerithel, in terms of mobility, has a slight advantage over the Granger, and let's see what happens.
We're gonna find out what happens. We load into the land of Dawn, a ticket to the top 4, an Oxiana Arena on the line, and it's all come down to one game. King Kong and Dax have been back and forth throughout the series. And honestly, when we look at the draft here, everybody gets some solid choices, but we haven't seen the Hayabusa too much.
Okay, an early engage for the Falcons here. Going on to Kirk, even with a Revitalize, they're going to bring him down. A first blood drawn by Falcon Esports.
Oh man, the fact that you get a first blood already, even though it went to Royal Milk, man, I mean, that's a great start for them. Now for Fnatic Onic, gonna go ahead and try to adjust from this pace. Again, King Kong on the Joy. We know this has been very elusive, but now you have a Hayabusa across from you. Oh!
There was the Void Crystal. But the damage coming in from Brusco, forcing out PX7 to use a Flicker. So there was still an engage from Fnatic Onic Philippines. And let's see if they can continue the aggression, because so far, if Dax just continues on his rampage over King Kong right now, but King Kong managed to steal away that jungle minion.
There's a whole lot here. I mean, this is the tension throughout the series, of course. A lot of battle spells being expended early on. Even Kelra taking a couple shots here. Oh!
Pops the Purify. One more, Benny. Is he going to be able to do it with the Rhapsody, though?
Oh.
He's going to connect, but it's not going to be enough. Kelra survives.
He sidesteps, he bobs, he weaves. Kelra survives. In that exchange, again, that would have been massive here for Benny if he's able to capitalize on the kill. But still, they find themselves pushing and pulling really on all sides of the map. Now looking at this too, you know, you've got Benny running that Festival of Blood. This time around, he didn't go with the Master Assassin just yet either. So here, we find ourselves first objective for the taking. It's going to be started up by King Kong, and Falcon Esports will get in position Are they going to be able to contest this?
Okay, King Kong starting things off. Here comes the catch, and Dax gets the turtle. King Kong has to walk away. Here comes the counter engage coming in for Fnatic. Onyx Philippines forcing Royal Milk to use the Revitalize. No response for Fnatic, and Falcon Esports, a well-coordinated attack against Fnatic.
Now with that trade, Falcon Esports still holding on to a very minor lead. The fact that they got this objective, PX7, using the Eternal Guard, doesn't have the flicker though, so able to stay alive for now. Some information. Bottom side though, this is what we see so much in the gold lane right now. And this time around with the fact that this is an Irithel for Kelra. It's going to work in their favor with mobility, but they're going to go for Benny.
There's no Raging Sandstorm for Brusco. Because he wasn't level 4, Benny picks up the counter kill.
A big pickup for Benny, even the 1v2. Looks like Fnatic wanted, to just try to make that play for Kelra, but instead they get punished. So again, an adjustment's got to be made here for Fnatic.
That's how important the first major objective is, which was the turtle. Because Fnatic Onyx Philippines didn't have the chance to get it, Brusco wasn't level 4. They went for the engage. The Raging Sandstorm wasn't available. And Benny was... Wee Shadow Kill forcing Super Friends to walk away. Here comes King Kong onto the back line with the Electrifying Beast. Raging Sandstorm finally connects onto Dax, but answers with the implosion! Here comes the counter attack, but still King Kong manages to find Dax and walk away safely.
Kirk is there, joining the fight. Kid X able to get away. Again, the momentum shifts just slightly, diminishing that minor gold lead that Falcon Esports built up. And now King Kong holding on to the 2 kills. This is what he wants to do. He wants to go ahead and scale up as quickly as possible, especially when you have Dax on the Hayabusa across from you. Turtle coming up here at 10 seconds away as it's on the bottom portion of the map. They'll have to rotate down. King Kong still up on the top side. Dax will make his way though. They might just try to blitz this forward. They have 3 members here, Kelra and Brusco, waiting for the rest of the team. Positioning important. King Kong might... hold on, Brusco!
Defending Raging Sandstorm. Quick Sand Guard to make sure he's not going to get picked up by Falcon Esports. Here comes King Kong though. Brusco has to walk away.
Kelra!
Brusco went down, but PX7 as well. Kelra in the midst of everything go. Kirk working on a Kid X. Kid X has the implosion plus the Revitalize. Here comes the Sacred Hammer, and it's going to get a kill on to Kid X. King Kong zoning out Benny, but Falcon Esports remains unbothered. Going to try and go for the purple buff. Kirk though, zoning out Royal Milk.
They're going to have to go ahead and just get this buff. Dax goes and secures it. King Kong's going to start the turtle. They expended quite a bit on both sides for this. Dax will check things out, but 4 members of Fnatic Onyx will force Royal Milk back. So they might have just gotten a hard-fought turtle. Now Benny going to be in trouble. Gets out with the flicker. And Brusco be able to escape. But now King Kong looking for the back play as well. They go in a little bit longer.
King Kong brings down PX7 with an electrifying bleats. And Kelra works on the bottom lane turret. They also secure the turtle. A lot of isolated clashes there for both of these teams. But Fnatic Onyx Philippines, they won all 3.
Man, it just feels like, at one moment, FNOP flips a switch, they turn things in their favor, and they just cause some chaos that makes teams kind of second guess a little bit on the positioning. I mean, they collapse down even under the turrets, so they now build up 2,000 gold lead at this point. They got the last objective. Falcon Esports still in fighting form, though. They're still in a good position to go ahead and contest the next turtle when it comes up, but they might look for another play if they can. Again, the surprise factor here really is for Kid X. He's got the implosion, he's got the flicker combination, where Royal Milk, he's more so of utility. I have some sustainability with Revitalize, but I can also use the Glorious Pathway to cut off the exit routes, but Royal Milk.
Okay. They're going to force out the Glorious Pathway to be used defensively. On the other hand, Kirk has to walk away here, coming in with the damage of Falcon Esports. They also used up their Revitalize. Major resource expended for the side of Falcon Esports. And they're going to make quick work of the mid lane turret. They might set their eyes on Benny. King Kong goes in, Rhythm of Joy, electrifying base, and a mega kill for the beast himself, King Kong!
You can't stop him. You can only contain King Kong, but now in the mid lane.
There's an attempt coming in from Falcon Esports. Here's come one to Kid X again with the implosion. But the sustain is there for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Kelra dishing out the damage, forcing Falcon Esports to walk away. Again, no trade. And I do agree, you cannot stop King Kong in his element. 4-0-1, and now they're going to take away the buffs of Falcon Esports.
They've got to stop him, though. They have to stop him from taking the resources Dax is going to need this. He's only level 9, nearly level 10, but he's falling behind here. Turtle up for the taking, going to go ahead and get in position. Falcon Esports needs this. If not the Turtle, then a defining team fight in their favor. They don't have a flicker for Kid X. He's got to wait for the implosion to be available, so they'll take their time with it. But even so, Benny and the PX7 both have to watch out positioning-wise. They're going to set things up. Benny picking up the Malefic Roar. Turtle's going to be started up by King Kong. And now Kirk providing the vision. Both gold laners making their way towards the fight here.
Okay, they're going to try and work on Kirk. Here comes the implosion. They're going to commit it. Dax on the other hand trying to focus on the Turtle. Brusco is the first man down, but they answer right back with a kill onto Kid X. King Kong still gets the Turtle. Another kill onto Kirk. Falcon Esports doing their best to try and bring down King Kong with a leaky shadow kill, but it's not going to be enough to bring down King Kong. Fnatic Onyx Philippines with a 2.6k gold lead.
The 2-for-2 trade, but the objective for FNOP further in the lead a little bit further, and that's a Holy Crystal now with a Starlium Scythe for King Kong. Look at the gap for the jungle. In terms of the gold, a massive lead right now, 2.2k ahead of Dax. And when you pick a Hayabusa like this is where it gets difficult, holding on to the buff. So they go in and break out in a fight, they'll take the purple.
This is the main difference compared to game number 3 and game number 4. Kirk has been activated along with Brusco. They finally are able to get the vision, to get the zone from Falcon Esports compared to what happened during game number 4 wherein with the Akai pick. It was easy to burst down and poke down Brusco. That's why during the big engagements, he has no HP, he gets bursted down right away, not able to maximize the ultimate, but right now it's different. It's a different story for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. We see Kirk, even if he overextends, even if Kid X commits Implosion and Sacred Hammer, it's not enough to burst him down, but all the value that they get with what Kirk did was all used up by Fnatic Onyx.
Man, even for Super Prince, you know, the fact that he's just able to go ahead and be a nuisance by setting things up with the RWM, but he also just has a glowing wand and a wishing lantern. I mean, the Void Crystals alone are enough to go ahead and stop some of the guessing of Falcon Esports on wanting to fight. And Dax is almost going to be in a situation where then, all right, he's behind, he's got to kind of catch up. He's not going to be really to go face-to-face against King Kong. So best case scenario for Dax is he's just able to go ahead and somehow steal the Lord if that ends up happening. It might have to happen here. We've seen this time and time again with previous Hayabusa players, but again, the zoning potential from FNOP is so good that Dax's entry point is really hard to get to. I mean, he has such a difficult time actually getting there, even with the quad shadows.
Yeah.
So now the Lord is up. It's going to be started up by King Kong. It's still going to be used too. They want to make a play on Royal Milk.
Okay, they want to go for the -1. King Kong here with electrifying beats, forcing the Glorious Pathway once again, plus the Revitalize. That's 2 major resources expended by Falcon Esports. And again, you mentioned Dax. It's going to take a lot miracles to try and go for the Lord Steal, but here comes the Sacred Hammer play onto Kirk.
Oh, Dax, look at that. Already so low, even with the quad shadow. A quarter of the health. They know they're low. They're going to start up the Lord again. He's going to try to get the orange buff and get some health back here. They might be able to delay this even further still. As Falcon Esports, do they contest this? Orange buff locked in, get some of the health back. He's going to reset. They know that some of the resources were down as well from FNOP. So both teams still going for a reset. Even with this kind of lead, Fnatic Onyx cannot overextend into the team fight, and they'll send Benny back down to possibly just push this out a little bit, that tier 1.
He's going to try to go for a trade instead, because again, looking at the... Oh! Brusco along with Super Friends going to bring down Royal Milk. Real World Manipulation paired up with a Raging Sandstorm is enough to take him down. Now they're going to work on Kid X. Here comes the power of Brilliantness, forcing Kid X to walk away. 1 member down for Falcon Esports. Fnatic Onyx Philippines looks to get the Lord away from Falcon.
Should be able to get this. Dax is around the corner. I said he might have to go for a steal. Looks like he might try to do it. Pop in the shadow kill, but they delay the Lord a little bit further.
Oh, Super Friends manages to bind Dax. And now he has to walk away. Fnatic Onyx Philippines secures the Lord.
Great pull off there. When they saw Dax enter, they didn't keep pressuring it, so they're able to go ahead and safely secure the Lord. Falcon Esports in a position once again to get ready to defend. Some crucial items were just picked up. They are catching up a little bit here, but you can see it. A lot of this is relying on Benny. Again, he's got the items that he needs, still working on the next one, the 3rd item. We'll see if it's enough to defend into the base. That Lord is pushing its way down the bottom. They are going to lose that tier 2 up top. They'll try to hold on to what they can. The shields might even be threatened here. They'll clear out what they can, but this is the moment. Maybe Kid X is able to pull something off with the implosion. But can he withstand the damage? Again, Kid X not fully locked in. Only a Dominance Ice completed on this Tigreal pick. They'll try to spot them out of the jungle as they deal with the Lord right now, but so far so good for Falcon Esports. Glorious Pathway dropped down to try to maintain the tier 2 in that mid lane. There's a conceal though. They might put some pressure here now on the base of Falcon Esports.
Falcon Esports made quick work of that Lord down bottom and manages to save also the mid lane turret. Just look at the damage coming in from Kelra, forcing PX7 to walk away. King Kong electrifying feet. This might be the catch. Falcon Esports gets 1 kill. Now they want to go for more though. Kid X with a conceal. Oh, missed the implosion. Super Friends with a super instinct. And now the counter attack coming in from Kelra. They're going to take down 1 more. Kid X is going to fall down in exchange for King Kong.
I can't say I wouldn't have tried it myself. Kid X went in, but it didn't work. And right now, they look to go ahead and just stop the bleeding. I mean, they got King Kong. Oh, Royal Milk?
Okay.
Glorious Pathway. Not sure what they're going to do with this if they just want to secure the purple buff. They have the rest of the team to help them out with this, but look at the front line. Brusco taking a couple shots. And Kirk will also be spotted out. Again, making it work here for Dax to get the buff. Goes in, takes a couple shots, and has to go back, so he's going to lose the purple buff.
You can just see the damage of the Death Sonata and Rhapsody not sufficient. Kirk just stood up against the Rhapsody, took all bullets, and just look at the health, full health already, utilizing the passive, just going into the bushes alongside Brusco. So how do you go and attack the front line, even if you have a Benny with the Granger already has huge items? Fnatic Onyx Philippines with a 4.2k gold lead. The thing is, the only thing that Fnatic Onyx Philippines really needs to worry about is the implosion that can come from Kid X at any given moment, paired up with the internal guard. But the thing is, they were able to avoid it with Super Friends Flicker. Here comes the Sacred Hammer. Okay, but Kirk still going for it.
They're going to jump on in. Actually, already crafting down on Kid X. They're in trouble.
They collapsed on Kid X to bring him down. No more implosion for Falcon Esports. They might go for 1 more. They're going to try to work on the mid lane turret. They take down the internal guard in now 3 seconds. Major objective for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. The Lord has spawned.
I think Dax still tries the same thing. Even down with Kid X. Kid X will be up in 14. They can delay it enough for him to be up. Plus he'll have the flicker. So if they try to make something happen, but they're going to send Kirk to go ahead and spot them out. Might force something. Oh!
Ooh, the power of Wilderness might be too much. Dax has to retreat. Glorious Pathway again used defensively. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, King Kong secures the Lord.
Objectives secured. And now for Falcon Esports, once again on the defense. But this time, this Lord will help them push into the base. They do hold on to this one at tier 2 turn in the mid lane. But if you're looking at the items for this, as they come up, Benny is where that damage profile comes from. Even PX7 still trying to catch up a little bit. We're seeing how much Super Prince is a threat alone. Like we mentioned, still working on his next items. Already got 3. And even the Wishing Lantern, I mean, the Wishing Lantern, the procs there do help out. King Kong picking up a Divine Glaive. So this is just a whole lot of magic damage. Overloading Falcon Esports as they get ready to defend against this. Again, Benny's positioning. He's only got a flicker. He's got that 1 dash, but they'll hold it together. Royal Milk still holding on to the Revitalized and Glorious Pathway. They might need it here unless they force a situation. Brusco, keep an eye on him. Might try to force things in. They lose that top turret. Now the mid lane has to be defended. They're going to clear out the Lord. Dax, oh, Kid X!
Kid X goes in with an implosion, but countered by Brusco with the raging sandstorm from the backline. Going to take down Kid X once more. King Kong with an electrifying beat. Going to force out PX7 to use the flicker. They do, however, clear out the Lord and clear out the minions. They might go for the counter attack. Here comes Dax, though. Does he have the Wiki Shadow Kill? No, he doesn't. And Fnatic Onyx Philippines will go for the retreat.
Falcon Esports will defend, though, only losing that top turret. They're still in the game. And whether or not, you know, Kid X gets that setup to turn the tide, they at least buy time. And that's exactly what they need here. Again, at some point in the game, the gold lead will not matter so much. Dax has done a good job at catching back up. Remember, he was down quite a bit against King Kong. Benny is online. He's where he needs to be. But Kid X, once Kid X gets a little bit more tanky, catches up himself in the itemization and doesn't have to solely rely on Royal Milk either, then that's when they're ready to go toe-to-toe and fight this out. Because even Kirk on the Hilda, man, Kirk alone is so tanky enough.
Okay.
So go ahead and get ready for this. Again, trying to take that buff.
Keller already swapped his boots for the Wind of Nature. So he's jam-packed. Keller wants to go all in. And for Falcon Esports, it's either you try and go to contest for the Lord and steal it away, or at least if Fnatic Onyx Philippines secures the Lord, you need to take down bodies for the side of Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
At this point, FNOP will just go ahead and take things slowly, take the buffs what they can, and go ahead and just gauge to see if Falcon Esports wants to force a fight. I don't think they should. And if they do, it's literally only going to be when Kid X has that flicker available, but it might be better off. They've tried it a couple times that they just get the fair fight they're looking for. You know, we saw what we expected was that back in game 2 where Kid X on the same hero, the Tigreal, wasn't able to work out from him. He's out there scouting, but they're going to have to work for this. Again, we'll see if he actually gets back, but the Lord is up. It's going to be started up too. So he does still recall, it looks like, unless he gets the information that he'll actually be safe, but Super Prince will spot Kid X out.
And now they're going to go all in onto Kid X. Royal Mid forced to use the glorious pathway. Kid X Immortality will be popped. All the while Kirk onto the backline, and they will bring down Kid X. Connecting to every single member. King Kong with the cleanup crew. Immortality will be popped. Benny has to walk away. He's the only one left.
The raging sandstorm from Brusco was on point. 4 members down. It's only Benny to defend this base push. Kelra and Super Prince, they'll take down the mid turret. They'll clear out the lanes, but they might not be able to end it. Super Prince.
Oh, Kelra in with heavy crossbow, forcing Benny to walk away. He's going to bring down King Kong, but Fnatic doesn't care. They secure top 4.
And the storm rages on as the lightning fast porcupines pierce through the pride of Myanmar, the Falcons Esports. A decisive 5-game series. What better way to book that slot, the top 4 in the Oxiana Arena, than to have it go all the way? What people thought, myself included, was going to be a sweep was not, and talk about the rising to the occasion from Falcon Esports. They do go down to the lower bracket, though. They still have a chance to fight on. We'll see if they make it happen. Again, I'm Naisu, that's Ingon. Let's throw it over to the panel.
That makes 3 and 5. Still in favor of the Burmese, but Fnatic Onyx Philippines takes one for the current reigning and defending region in the M Series. We went the distance, gentlemen.
We went the distance, and Fnatic Onyx earning a spot into top 4 of M6 and a seat in Oxiana.
Yeah, I mean, it completely goes all the way. Back, forth, back, forth. Falcon try to clutch that final win in there. But what does Fnatic Onyx do? They do exactly what you said, Leo. They bring it back to simplicity. They bring it back to the basics in the last game, and they take the dub.
And more importantly, in-game, they were very surgical, very specific in what they were trying to do. Midway through the game, I checked in on Dax's net worth. Homie was legit in poverty. He was difficult of items. He wasn't dealing any damage. And all the way until the very end, even when it was quote-unquote comebackable, he was sent back with a shadow as soon as any member of Fnatic Onyx saw him.
I mean, we asked the question, right? Picking up the Hayabusa into the Hilda, was that the right decision? I mean, there was not really a point in time where we got to see the Hayabusa thrive in that environment.
You know, but that's when it leads to the question of what else was there, right? It was definitely tough. You could fall back to something like the Suyo. You could fall back to something like the Alpha. The Alpha might have been well there against the Hilda and everything, but the pressure's on, right? It's game 5. You got one shot, and Fnatic Onyx clutches up in those moments.
And I think for the first time in the whole series, this is the real pop-off for the electrifying beast, King Kong. We were talking, and I think it's safe to say, Joy is the #1 jungler in the meta right now, in M6.
You know, Trex brought up a good point. Possibly new meta on the way. He said, ban Brethren, go Joy on blue side.
If you're blue side, yeah, you ban. I mean, and we just saw that happen. That could be the answer. Of course, we're going to see how things unfold with other teams. It feels like when we get matchups like this, there's always one hero, one or two heroes. And for this match specifically, it was the Joy. I'm sure when we watch TLID RQ, it could be a very different hero, but it seems like there's always at least one hero that ends up being the major trading piece.
More on the metagame and the specifics of this bout later, but for now, we do have word that we have an interview set up ready on stage with the winners. Rose is with Fnatic Onyx Philippines.
The team that has just qualified for Axiata Arena upper bracket finals and have just secured top 4 this M6 World Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Fnatic Onyx Philippines. So right now, I am with Brusco and Super Prince. First of all, guys, congratulations. An amazing run so far. How are you feeling?
Sa match namin, parang mas madami kaming natutunan ngayong match, mga lesson na i-review mamaya. And excited rin kasi top 4 na kami.
Okay, Brusco said they actually have a lot of homework to do later on. They have to go back to whatever mistakes they did just now so that they can continue improving, and they're also very happy because they're now in the top 4. Super Friends, how are you feeling?
Okay lang din kasi first time din namin sa M-Series, tas parang palong-palo kami maglaro.
He said he feels good too. Despite being his first time in the M Series, he also feels happy that they're actually playing really well. Now, Brusco, can you take me back just now? What happened in that game against Falcon? Why was an almost reverse sweep happen? What happened?
Siguro binigay namin yung Bruno. Gusto nanalo kami. Akala namin goods lang Pero nung pinikulit nila, di pala kaya. Kaya din namin respeto yung Bruno talaga.
I see. So Brusco thinks it's all down to the Bruno. They gave it in the first time because they think that they could actually beat it. But I think, Benny's Bruno is really not something to be messed with, no? It's very scary. He's very good at it. So will you do it again? Will you give him Bruno again if you guys meet?
Ban Bruno.
Bad Bruno. Okay, now as we all know, Super Prince has been in Onyx for a long time, right? Fnatic Onyx. And you've been through multiple roster changes. How does it feel that your hard work is finally paying off?
Unang-una po, masaya kasi na pag international stage tapos yung hindi po sumuko yung Onyx sa akin.
He said firstly, he's very happy because he managed to go into the international stage, and he's also very happy that Onyx did not give up on him. Okay, now for Super Prince as well, you got a new moniker. There's a title. People are calling you now the Monster Mage. Do you like this moniker? Gusto mo ba yung title na Monster Mage? Or di mo masyado bet? Honest opinion.
Kahit ano.
Anything? Anything's fine with you? But maybe you can tell me more. Do you like it or do you not like it?
Okay rin.
Okay, maganda. It's nice. Okay, now, in your opinion, who could give you a hard time in the mid lane? This M6.
Rins.
Rins? Why do you think Rins is gonna give you a hard time? Bakit?
Kasi pag nakaka-script namin sila, sumasabay siya sa akin.
Oh, so during scrims, Rins can actually catch up to Super Friends. Now, this is going to be interesting. Now, Brusco, we all know that this is also your first time in the M Series, right? Are you nervous playing, actually?
Hindi po Parang excited pa po kami kasi kami yung magde-defend ng title ng Pilipinas.
Oh, he said he's actually not nervous but more towards excited. As they're the only Philippine representative left, they're very excited to defend the Philippines title. And you, Super Friends, are you nervous?
No.
No. What's your personal goal this M6 aside from winning champion? Finals MVP? Do you want to show the world you're the best mid laner?
To be the best team.
To be the best team. What about you? Personal goal?
Parang tingalain kami na sobrang lakas na team na mas malakas pa dun sa mga prime na mga
all teams.
All teams.
He said his personal goal is to be the team that everybody looks up to, stronger than the previous champions. Okay, Brusco, come here. Okay, I want you to give me a really good answer, huh? The next match will decide who you guys will meet in the upper bracket finals. Do you want to meet RRQ Hoshi, your ex-team, or Team Liquid Indonesia, the team that you beat in the Swiss stage?
Gusto ko malaban talaga RRQ
RRQ Hoshi, why?
Tandaan nyo parang kaya lang, may gusto lang akong patunayan.
He wants to prove something. What do you want to prove?
Na ako nga pala yung sinayang nila.
Wow! You know what? Okay, guys, he just said, I want to prove that I am the player they actually wasted. Do you have any message to them before, if you would meet them in the upper bracket finals?
Good luck lang kasi ano rin kami, parang brothers on FNAP tsaka RRQ good luck bukas, sana manalo kayo.
He said, good luck. We hope you win. Thank you very much to Brusco and Super Prince. Once again, congratulations on already securing top 4 this M6 World Championship. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel to break down what happened in this amazing best of 5 series up against Falcons.
Thank you so much to Rose and to Kim. I'm flabbergasted. Super Friends and Brusco. You heard what he said about RRQ, right? He said, oh, I want to prove that I'm the one y'all wasted, by the way. I'm winning championships over here.
I like it. That's the type of mentality you gotta have. Like, just to let you know you missed out. You know, big gains. It's like you guys know what I'm saying.
He's saying he's a lottery ticket, right? And they didn't cash it in.
I agree. Brusco is a one-of-a-kind generational talent, and through the hard work that he put in with his teammates in Fnatic Onyx, they're about to, again, hit strides and maybe even surpass previous Filipino champions on the world stage. Let's break down game number 5 by looking at the post-game stats here. Starting with the item builds, 18:57, just under 19 minutes, well into TikTok timers. Fnatic Onyx Philippines, look at what they did to my boy Dax.
They did him dirty. This man didn't even get complete build at 19 minutes in. He was still working on final item and didn't even have a piece of final item, which means he just finished. He just lucked in what, Malefic Roar there, Endless Battle, or no, BOD was his last item that he built. So I mean, it was a tough road for Dax overall.
He was famished.
He was famished.
Look, if this was Monopoly, he never passed go. Right? I mean, he never got online, he never got started, and you got to see FNOP just taking advantage of it. I mean, the Hilda just being great on denying him his farm in the jungle. King Kong on the Joy. With the Fredrin ban, there's just nothing to stop him in his tracks.
Looking at the kill scores, meaning the deaths that Fnatic Onyx had to concede over the Falcon, these are the most strategic deaths I've ever seen. 5 on Brusco, constantly peeling for his teammate. Kirk with the 3 deaths. I guess the first 2 were like in efforts to put Dax even lower on gold. And I guess one of those on King Kong because he stayed underneath tier 2 in mid too long.
Yeah, but
Aaron Shiki, the untouchable, Kelra, Skylar, and Super Fritz. You know why they call him the Ghost?
Because you can't see him.
No!
You can't kill him.
Because he only dies once.
Can't take him down.
He went wrong like 3 times. He could have gotten right. No, but ladies and gentlemen, that is a fact. He has only died once. Every game since making it to the knockouts, at least. Aaron Shiki, though, the stat is still true. 6 games unkillable, but he's still just second to Yehezkiel.
So if he's the Ghost, does that make Aaron Shiki the Immortal?
I mean,
he hasn't died in 6 games.
For sure, I can say he's untouchable.
Untouchable.
No one can find him.
A little bit more fair.
No one can find him. Let's see if Skylar and the gang can do just that. We had a chat with Team Liquid ID here. We asked him, this seems like a fated rematch. Any messages to RRQ? You want to do a good Fabian
Let's see
voice?
Who has the better retry. Sisujin. And be careful in lane because I will solo kill you.
That sounds like a Fabian thing. What did Aaron say?
Dyron, if you lose, it's okay. Just don't get eliminated or go to the airport.
Aaron, though, a little more encouraging. Let's go, Skylar. See you. So he's got kind words. Is this odd? Why is suddenly Aaron the humble one?
The nice guy.
Yeah. Was he not the one who said, I want to face Skylar? I want to face Kelra?
Because he wants Kelra.
Oh, he just wants Kelra.
He just wants
So
Kelra.
everyone but Kelra.
Everyone but Kelra's cool. He just wants Kelra.
All right, let's see how far he can take this unkilled streak. Again, 0 deaths in 6 games so far here in the knockouts. In about 20 seconds, we're going into game number 1. Gentlemen, I'm just excited to see how far the meta can evolve once more because that first series today definitely showed us a lot of universal truths in drafting.
Speaking of universal truths, today we're going to possibly see just why the title, the Brawl server, was donned in Indonesia as we are now jumping into the draft for game number 1 of our second series for the day. The first versus the second seed, Team Liquid ID up against RRQ Hoshi.
So TLID already kind of doing their homework. They know that RQ loves to slot up this 1-1 early in the first phase, and TLID taking it off. And this is already a start to a very different draft of what we saw previously. Now, something else they took off the field is the Bruno. Now, Leo, do you think the prio of this match is going to be way different than the prio of last match? How the Joy became so important, how the Bruno became so important. Do we think it's going to be a completely different playing field here?
Oh yeah, for sure. Already we're seeing a lot of, how do I say, tailored bans for each team and specific picks coming through. Not a single Jushin was showed in the first series today, so that is the priority. Giving it over to Yehezkiel. RRQ, what they can trade for is, what, a Hilda? That's a breakout pick from that season of MPLID. You also have the Hylos still out and about. Suyo still there. Joy as well.
And the Cho, which still can be flexed, roam, or the XP lane. But with that Zushin first pick, I mean, we've seen how much of a threat it can be, right? The crowd control, able to have a massive AoE range to give a lot of teams trouble. There's a reason why this hero's banned out majority of the time. And a quick response back from RQ Hoshi. There goes that Cho with the Valentina alongside.
I like the Valentina, I like the Cho, and I like how they don't slot up the jungler first, because what we learned from the last series is it's rock, paper, scissors out there right now. And if you slot it first, with the way the bans are looking, there's still plenty of counter options in there. TLID, on the other hand, is going to be the one who has to do it. They pick up the Hilda, they pick up the Suyo. If I'm RQ at this point, do we lock in the Joy?
Win rate on Joy is still very good, especially against its rock, paper, scissors contemporary. And there it is, putting it in the hands of the mercenary. I don't see this getting flexed. No way. I don't think Dyron is the kind to pick it up just because it's clear as day. This is going into the hands of Sutsujin. Going into the ban, second phase. Coach Kez taking out the Belleric, which is, again, a solid counter to the Joy and the Cho. You just stand in the middle, rather than Dryad.
The only one.
Stop this nonsense.
This is going to be challenging. I mean, already having the Cho on your side, that was something that could have gave the Joy a little bit of trouble, but now it's going to work in RQ Hoshi's favor. You know who else is available? The Tig. And I wonder if TLID is going to try and take that away, because if they lock in that Tig, they flex this Cho into the XP lane, they have some great defense, especially with the Hilda, who's going to want to invade in that jungle. But Joy, we've seen the mobility, we've seen the farm rotations. It's hard to match up with.
Now, I will say this, one of Edoc's signature picks is the Cho. Big chance. I think they keep it on him. I do think, I mean, there is the flexibility possibility, but Edoc Cho is, it's known. It's considered, you know, like the pick for Edoc here, and RQ loves to slot in. What's surprising me is they didn't lock in gold early. They saved Skylar for last, and at this point, I think they saved Skylar for very, very last. They probably lock in EXP here. Maybe they go for the swap and lock in roam, but they decide to go for the Gatot, which, like I said, I think that's going to be EXP, and now TLID has to respond.
What do they put on the invincible Aaron Shaky? Once more confirmed to have no deaths in the past 6 games here at M6. Still open is the Beatrix. You want to put the Beatrix on Aaron?
Or the Natan. I mean, both of them still up for grabs. Right now, you are going to have to worry about a heavy dive-centric composition from RQ Hoshi. Not only do you have the AOG from the Gatot, but you also have this Cho, who's going to dive in and look for those solo pickoffs and isolation plays. And then on top of that, you have the Valentina to kind of worry about as well. Right now, not really the best ultimates, I'd say, for the Valentina to profit on so far.
They go for like Hylos and Hylos Meton, or Hylos Beatrix, Hylos Harith, or Chip.
Whoa! All right.
Big change up.
So far, we've only really seen Chip use as a specific answer or a strat-defining, rotation-defining pick. And, of course, the return of Harith. What do they close the draft up with? A Claude. What are they trying to find here?
Well, I mean, you get the Purify, you get the Escape, you have some ability, you have mobility, and if there's, you know, Skylar's up there in the echelon where he could pull it off.
All right. Gentlemen, the draft has been settled. Game's about to begin. Let's throw it over to Ingan and to Naisu.
Thank you so much, panel, for breaking it down. Welcome back to the English casting desk here again. I'm Naisu, and this is Ingan, and we're ready to bring you the second match of the day. Maybe we get 5 games again. Ingan, you know, we just had an amazing series conclude with Fnatic Onyx locking in the top 4. Now, one of these teams fighting to be the first one, at least from Indonesia, to move forward to the top 4. How are we liking the draft here?
You know, I like the fact that there's a chip. Chip has been utilized a lot by highly macro teams in terms of getting the objectives that they need, and at the same time going for the split pushes. So it's interesting how TLID will play upon this chip.
We'll see if the chip's going to work or not. It's the Kings versus the Champions. Who will reign on the world stage? And it starts here in game number 1. Again, a best of 5 to decide the fate for the 2 teams from Indonesia. Taking a look once again, the matchup. We always get a good glimpse at the junglers, and we saw the talk that led into this match. And, you know, Edok, man, we've seen him so much on the Cho. A lot of teams, they have decided to go ahead and deal with this pick, make it work. It does give a lot of crowd control, obviously, but the pick-off potential is great. Early on, too, I mean, it looks like they're already making moves.
Okay, they're trying to make a move on to Edok. Edok has to walk away. Here comes the Revitalize, though. And now RRQ, Hoshi turning things around, might be able to work on Widdy. Here comes Yesgil with a Lantern Flare. Gonna try and work on Dryren. They're not even done, though. A lot of sustain, a lot of damage, but here comes Sutsujin, though. Not yet level 4, but they're able to take down a Widdy. An aggressive start from TLID and RRQ. A 1-for-1 trade.
Fabian, little stutter step there, but now still gonna break it out. Sutsujin taking a couple shots with the Soul Stepper. He gets punished. It's a double already for Fabian.
Flavor Fav, a double kill. A bit of an overextension then from RRQ Hoshi. Even Sutsujin isn't level 4 yet. So that was just a huge play coming in from Fabian.
I mean, such an extended skirmish already. You know, that's what that really broke out to, and that's where you play on the part when you have a Revitalize available. Mind you, we've been seeing teams do this where they have the double Revitalize options, and that's Team Liquid this time around. And even Dyrant, you know, he had his own, but that's what those fights and those early skirmishes are going to do. Now, how does that play into the first objective? A little bit of a lead right now for Team Liquid ID, but the fight might break out when he does take a couple shots. Lantern still to throw everybody from RRQ around, but the turtle is up, and now it's going to be started up. Both teams getting in position. Fabian will hold the turtle, half health for now.
Even now, Sutsujin isn't still level 4, so Fabian might be able to get the turtle, a free one for TLID, and no trade once again from RRQ Hoshi.
What's difficult here for RRQ Hoshi, hold on, Oran, okay, Edok's out of there, is not only playing against double Revitalize, but also the Purifies that are available here. They have to be able to go ahead and follow through with the catch. Oh, not even that. But also just playing against Widdy the Wise. The chip has worked for some teams, and honestly for others, it's also been a weak point. It's kind of double-edged sword when you pick up this chip and you bring it to a certain draft, a certain gameplay style. Now up top, still the focus trying to keep Sutsujin under control on that Joy pick, but that's the thing. I'm really interested to see how Team Liquid decides to go ahead and use the chip. It's literally bringing in the cavalry to some of the fights. But are the punishes enough? Does RQ have enough to go ahead and punish when that shortcut comes through?
Honestly, it's just a bonus if ever Widdy performs or executes a beautiful shortcut. Because right now, looking at the gold level gap of Fabian and Sutsujin, that's 2 levels ahead for the Suyo. We all know Sutsujin with the Joy, it's gonna scale up later on. But how will you make it reach if this is TLID? The aggression just keeps on continuing and continuing for TLID.
For RQ, they're going to hold on to their own shortcut. That's always an option that Rins has with this Valentina pick. Really just not too anything too crazy happening. Even the fact that you have Edok on the Cho, it's kind of just getting stopped in his tracks just because of Yehezkiel has this Jushin. We've seen this quite a bit. They're able to go ahead and just stop Edok from trying to set things up. But really, you don't really want to unless Sutsujin has the ability to go forward. Fabian will keep Edok in check. Purple buff's up now, so we'll see. He's got to be able to secure that, but this is just what's going to continue to happen. You already talked about the level gap, but Fabian now working on this purple buff, and that's just going to go ahead and get taken. Turtle's up. Meanwhile, Sutsujin working on the orange, just going to get spotted out. They might break into a skirmish. They'll fight.
They're going to commit. The Way of the Dragon. Aran has to use the Revitalize. Here comes Yesgil to the rescue with the Crimson Beacon. Gonna catch. AOG used defensively. No casualty for RRQ Hoshi, but you can see already how much lead TLID has to the point that Aran, even if he overcommits, he's not going to fall down. He's going to do his job properly, which is to delay and delay as much as possible the Joyce power spike later on.
Even in this matchup, making his way. They know Aaron Shiki's there. Can he actually withstand this?
Oh, blazing to it, but Aaron Shiki also has his Salmon Force. Here's come Witty though. They're trying to work on Edok. Edok commits the kick, but he's gonna get bursted down. Coming in from Aaron Shiki. Aaron Shiki got deleted also. 3 members ganging up on Witty the Wise, and he will fall down in the hands of Sutsujin.
There's RRQ Hoshi. They get 2 kills in the exchange. It looked like the shortcut came through, but the mid turret did get taken down as Team Liquid ID gets an objective. Surprising too, Skylar able to go ahead and withstand that. Yezkiel delaying them a little bit longer from recalling. Now Aaron joins the fight, can crash down on Riz. Under the turret, gets dragged back, and Aran will get the kill.
Where did Aran come from? All of a sudden, Riz just got bursted down, and TLID, they already got the mid lane turret. Okay, Edok commits the kick onto Flava Fave. Will he be able to escape though? Here comes the Sever. It's gonna hurt quite a bit. Aran still has the power of Wild Wilderness. So TLID gonna go again for the purple buff steal.
You're gonna take this, we'll see this time around. Suzujin's just here, just around the corner. Might actually just lose it. Again, there's a lot of pressure on that side of the jungle, and right now, even though RRQ Hoshi finds a couple kills, TLID holding on comfortably to the lead that they have, and they'll play around with some of the macro decisions that they have whenever they have shortcut available. So with this building into the next objective, they might go 3 for 3 on the turtles, and it's up to RRQ Hoshi to decide on how they want to approach this. They might just give up all 3 turtles and just try to play catch up. We know that Skylar on the Claude needs more time to build up to get the items that he needs in comparison to a Harith for Aaron Shiki. Well, right now, turtles up. Radiant Armor is locked in now for Edok. That might help him dealing a little bit with this, the Jushin across from him, but so far, we really haven't seen those setup kicks that we're looking for from Edok like we've seen previously, as now the 3rd turtle is locked in, secured for TLID.
Yeah, and I actually like to go back to your point, because the reason why Edok is having a hard time or having trouble with finding those angles is because of the constant pressure Yezkiel has been putting onto him, and even Aran, every single burst that he can find, he's going to go in and try to get Edok out of position. So far, TLID, not just controlling all the neutral objectives, also getting a lot of ground covered for their side.
I'm surprised at just how methodical this is, and that's why it's a little bit slower paced, just because TLID, they know their advantage. They can go ahead and play around the macro level. They don't have to force any fights. A lot of the times, they're just kind of responding. As long as they keep Edok in check and he's not, doing what he has to do on the Cho, they don't really have to force anything. They just whittle down the turrets, get the space they need, focus on taking the buffs if they can, or at least putting pressure there, and just continue to build up. I mean, nothing action-packed has happened in the last 2 minutes or so, but they continue to build up on the gold lead that they have. So it's RRQ Hoshi that has to kind of stop the bleeding here.
Okay, electrifying beats for Sutsujin. They're trying to keep TLID at bay. They might go for Edok. Lantern Flare is going to connect, forcing Edok to use the flicker. Here comes Rinso. He has his own Crimson Beacon. And now RRQ Hoshi still standing their ground. They're not going to let the 2nd tier turret get taken down.
Now they hold on to it, but again, they're just really holding on at this point. Now waiting for that lore to come up, and with TLID having the lead they do, they should be able to go ahead and secure things. Finally working on the tier 2. They'll whittle this down a little bit with Aaron Shiki. It looks like RRQ Hoshi doesn't want to let it go, though. They will clear out the lane and keep the turret up. But still, the rest of the pressure is just going to stay there again for TLID, and knowing that they can just let RRQ Hoshi respond. This time, Rins is holding on to his own beacon. Edok, though, takes a couple shots. Aaron's going to jump in.
Commits the power of Wilderness. Now he has to walk away. Because he has to respect the damage coming in from RRQ Hoshi, but that was more than enough for TLID to secure higher ground in this Lord pit. Again, they're just really controlling the mid lane, the bottom lane, and now even the minions are going to take down the bottom lane turret.
You can see that. Again, a previous record, it's beaten by 1 second now. Fastest level 15, and that's just going to be another objective. But they go in with a shortcut. Are they going to be able to follow through? That's already the Lord taken. The shortcut to come up. They don't get any kills, but they might fight here.
They commit the kick, but is it going to be enough though? Skylar goes in with a blazing duet. Aaron Shiki onto the backline with his Salmon Force, going to be able to take down one more. AOT going to be used up defensively. Yezkiel on the other hand, going for Gyren. They're going to evade a potential death, but Fabian says no, we want more, and brings down 2.
Oh man, you heard it earlier. He said, be careful. Goes in, gets a kill, and now with the Lord in favor. It's looking a little dire here for RQ Hoshi, trying to defend the base.
Okay, they're ganging up on E-Dog. Lantern Flare is there. E-Dog has to walk away. The damage chunking up a lot of his health. Energy shields will be popped in the middle lane. And onto the bottom lane, RQ Hoshi. They have to think about how to clear out this Lord as fast as possible without suffering any inhibitor turret takedowns.
Here, they might be able to go ahead and clear this out. Again, only the first Lord, RQ Hoshi, makes work of it. But they do lose space, more space around the map. They already didn't have a lot to work with. But that gold lead continues to build up as Team Liquid ID just keeps punishing RQ Hoshi's positioning, and that's all utilizing the shortcut. I mean, that's exactly what it is. You know, 1 minute they're taking the Lord, next thing you know, here comes Team Liquid ID through a portal, crashing down. And RQ Hoshi, they don't have an answer for it just yet. You know, even Skylar, he needs time to continue to build up. He's got the Corrosive Scythe and DHS still working on the next last item here to really come online, that Trinity for the Claude. So they're just kind of lacking some damage. Part of that was in due too, that Suzujin was just, he had a hard time in the jungle, man. He was gapped early on and until now, quite behind Fabian.
Yeah, the first 2 kills that Fabian picked up onto the early game was really crucial because that opened up a lot for TLID, not to mention that they were able to take down the mid lane turret even before the 3rd turtle respawn. So Suzujin's jungle has been exposed rapidly, and I just noticed Aaron Shiki already has a death. And now they're trying to go for Yezigal, forced to use the Crimson Beacon. Skylar going in with a Blazing Duet. Now they're going to work on Fabian. There's the kit, but Winnie goes in with a shortcut. They're going to be able to break down Yezigal and Fabian. Here comes the Kingdom, trying to answer back, working on Aaron Shiki. Rin's used to the Crimson Beacon to walk away, but Dyron, though, is going to get caught, though, by TLID. For the price of Skylar, they were able to take down Yezigal and Fabian.
There we go, RQ Hoshi able to find something. Yes, Skylar went down. But that was a fight that they decided to take. They jump on in and they follow through from Dyron. But man, do they have ground to cover. Even looking at the gold rankings here between the heroes and the lanes, they have a lot of work to do. Even for Skylar, like I mentioned, he was nearly there for the 3-item power spike that is for the Claude, which just locked in the golden staff. But you don't want to go ahead and lose all those fights. If they can get a couple kills, that's great, but can they actually go face-to-face in a team fight for the Lord? It might be better for them to go ahead and continue to try to farm up, buy some more time in this game because of how one-sided the early game was. TLID will go ahead and start this up, and this is going to be a quick one. Already half health on the Lord, and RQ Hoshi going to be too late to get in this side of the map. They will try to get the purple buff at least. You can see that too, Aaron Shiki picking up Divine Glaive, enough too just to take Dyron down, you know, to half health. So that's what's in store for RQ Hoshi as you get ready for this defense. Now, Ingon, are they going to get past this? Are they going to get past this Lord push in, being down this much?
I mean, it's still possible. Although I believe they're gonna suffer inhibitor turret takedowns. But again, I do want to commend Aran because Aran has been covering a lot of ground, providing a lot of vision for the side of TLID without even being taken down even once. 104 with the Hilda. Now the Lord later on will siege in the bottom lane. Let's see if RQ Hoshi, the Kingdom, can they defend it?
RQ's gonna have to do it. They get prepped and ready. Rin's holding on to the beacon himself, and Aaron Shiki jumps on in. Lord still makes its way down the bottom side to clear out the waves. Edok doesn't want to use the kick just yet, holding on to the Way of the Dragon.
Conceal.
Lord's going to go push in. Conceal going to be used, but still keeping things under control, taking their time. Bottom turret now down. RQ Hoshi will clear that out. Mid-wave now pushing in. We're going to take this. Conceal's already going to be used.
Oh, okay. Here comes Arando onto the back. Ida commits the kick. Plus the Blazing Duet, will they be able to take down more? Arana is going to fall down. Skylar with the Blazing Duet to try and clear out the minions. Sutsujin, Dyron is down. TLID trying to work on bringing down the crystal. But RQ Hoshi manages to defend the onslaught of TLID. Fabian goes in. Edok has to walk away. They don't have Minion Skylar. Goes for V1, but there's a Winter Crown. 2 Winter Crown plays. Skylar might be able to escape, but Aaron Shiki says no. And then another. Edok falls down. And TLID with a Game 1 win.
What a play, and Aaron Shiki coming in at the end to get the triple. This game, he might not have been invincible, but man, did he come through in game number 1. 14 minutes, 2 seconds in. Very, very strong showing for the series already for the Cavalry. And it looks like RQ Hoshi, the Kingdom, will have to readjust from this, come together and be able to secure Susujin in the jungle a little bit earlier on, because that was where things fell apart the early game. Can they make that happen? The panel, let us know what you guys think about game number 1 in this best of 5.
A very fast opener to this best of 5 in the MPLID rematch happening at the M6 knockout stage. TLID draws first blood over the Kingdom. Gentlemen, we set up what could possibly happen here, and we had so many expectations, but is this what you saw coming? A 14-minute blitz, a liquid stampede, if you will.
Yeah, stampede at its finest. I did not expect that. I didn't even expect the chip to go into the hands of Witty, and just the shortcuts were huge in this game, and not to mention Azushin by his side.
It's what a friend of ours, Ray Ash, would call a witty party. Ain't no party like a witty party, like just a single press on the shortcut and everybody's in.
Yeah, Team Liquid ID was oiled up and ready to go.
They were oiled up.
Oh.
There you go.
They were ready to go.
That's what you were asking. It's like,
They had Fava Flav on the Suyo, the Blue Yo.
The Ghost.
Which normally, we talked about how Joy does so good against it, but there is one key factor to that. Joy needs the time, it's got to be able to scale, and Team Liquid ID didn't let that happen.
Fabian on point with the Suyo. A great...
When they had the choice to choose, they always choose second pick, but it seems like TLID has pulled their card, banning out that Wanwan, banning out that Bruno, forcing them to not get the trade they want. So this time RQ finally, with the choice, picking first pick. And this is going to force to shake things up for TLID.
Yeah, Susujin's going to end up with the Suyo or the Joy once more, closing up all the gaps. And even more important, I think Skylar's going to get a better matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the Wanwan that was dreaded is still available, and maybe that's something he can go in for. The Bruno. Still on the table. I mean, this is a situation where you technically don't want to ban out the Fredrin because you would let the Joy be free for grabs. But also, if you pick the Joy, then you got to worry about the Fredrin in the first phase.
It's a nice gut check. Susujin has played the Fredrin prior in the Swiss, but what if RQ, what if KezQ challenges Flavor Flav? Can you Fredrin in the face of our Joy? But we've seen it already. Do it with the Suyo. Phovius taken out away from Dyren. What's RQ to pick here? Is this Blue Yo?
We can win
Bruno.
the race against...
Oh no, Bruno.
Blue No. That's the Blue No.
All right.
Blue No.
Blue
Like
No.
it.
Kind of like Bluey.
But what's the response? Cho? Do we pick up the Cho here nice and early? We go for the Hilda alongside the Suyo to lock it in for TLID.
It's a Flavor Flav special.
Yeah.
It's an Aran special. Why reinvent the wheel? Why fix what's not broken?
Yeah, it works very well for them, and I mean RQ. The only big difference at this point is they get the Bruno this time, but TLID still very much drafting exactly what worked for them last time. Will the Bruno be the big difference maker? I think RQ needs to think about, do we slot something different in the jungle, or do we have faith this time that the Joy will actually work out?
I'll tell you now, I think it's a better case for RQ already. Just by putting a hero that is a little more in the meta, a little more prio in Skylar in the gold lane, does a better job. And look at this, running a Fredrin into a Suyo. It doesn't even have to be a Joy. This is clearly, as they saying, yeah, we're protecting the king here.
Now, but also, do you remember what happened to the Joy in previous series when the Hilda was on the field? It's like the Suyo can work, but when there's a Hilda on the field, there's a little bit of a problem. When there's a Hayabusa on the field, there's a little bit of a problem. So I think this, because at first when I see the Fredrin, I go, how is this going to work against the Suyo? But I think if you go Joy here, the Hilda bullies, right? The Hilda gives you a little bit of trouble. So not a horrible pick overall, I feel like.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Hilda to kind of rush into that Fredrin, right? He's very sustainable. He has the energy eruption, a little bit of CC in his kit, which can make it a little bit more challenging. Now, I like the Aurora pickup. It kind of stops that Valentina, I feel like, from coming out, because it's not really the best ultimate kind of profit off of with the Frigid Glacier. We are going to be seeing that CC knocked off the table, though, trying to limit the mobility. They don't want something to kind of match up with the mobility of this Hilda on the side of TLID.
More importantly, I think it's the damage profile that Liquid ID have to work out here. The fact that RRQ Hoshi are onto them, taking out the Lu Yi, would not be surprised if the Vixana follows up next, or even, dare I say, the Farsa. Does Yehezkiel have a Farsa in his arsenal to make up for it, because between the Granger and the Suyo, that's just not enough. Like, you can't pop the Aurora nor the Fredrin. What more an XP laner? What if Dyron picks up something chunkier? Is the Hylos open? Oh dear God, the Hylos is open.
is still open, may get banned out here. Definitely a possibility, and I think that they don't ban it out, but TLID can pick it up on their own side. Maybe go like Romilo, CXP, Hilda, something of that nature. The Farza could definitely work, and I feel like since we've already seen Fabian pick these long-distance mages like the Eve, it shouldn't really be a problem. But then they could also go into something like the Valentina. It's been a favor. It's been something that maybe fits their fast play style a little bit more. They still get the Frigid Glacier with that, so definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ Hoshi, they need something to get into the back line. Right now with the Fredrin, with the Aurora, with the Bruno.
It's very honest.
Yeah, it is honest, and it's not closers, right? They need somebody to be able to close that distance.
I don't know if there's room to switch up suddenly, throw that Fredrin into the XP lane, but they are closing up gaps. RRQ Hoshi watched when TLID brought out the double poke. So, Yehezkiel, not happening, not on our watch. That's what they used to drop Aurora out of M6.
And it was a clean play too. I think when that Xavier came out, we were all like, huh? And then it just worked out so well. And that's the thing, TLID is able to play the early game. They're able to also push to a later game if need be. So RQ really needs to dig deep here. TLID first pick, do they save? They don't have to pick Mage right now, right? Mage is already picked on the side of RQ.
Yep.
They could hold out, lock in the XP or Roam right now, and there goes the Cho. So well done. There's your dive to the back line right there. There's your answer to catch the Bruno or catch the Aurora.
Can't even kick the Fred.
Yeah.
Melt them down before he can cause havoc.
And now we gotta ask, how does RQ Hoshi respond to this, right? I mean, Katat is still available.
Ruby.
Ruby would be
They're
good
known
here.
to pick a Ruby on first pick.
Edok played a Ruby.
They're known to do it, especially against a draft like this. This is actually almost the exact draft that they picked Ruby against before. Could be something they lock in.
It's a strong frontline composition right now. From the side of TLID, the Cho, the Hilda, the Suyo. Anything with crowd control could be a problem. Is Tig still available?
Tig is open.
There you go.
They could Tig. Let's see.
Oh!
There's the Ruby. Edok special. Throwing on a Benedetta for Dyron for good measure. So far unbeaten in M6.
And I like even the Benedetta. You get the Benedetta, and you get to make up, you get to do damage XP because you have a tank jungle.
All right. We're seeing here Aran, real quick before this pick gets locked in, doesn't like to eat nasi. He's not a big fan of rice. What he does like is durian, and he wants to try Milo cheese. I'll share a Milo cheese with you if you want to try that out. One more pick here. What's in mid for TLID?
Vexana?
I think you just go the Valentina here.
Valentina? You can take the I'm Offended. It could work. You could go to the Vexana.
Frigid Glacier, you get the whole package possibly.
Stars brought us here.
Wait a second.
That was that's a
Novaria.
Another long-range sniper.
It's still a poke, and it definitely helps with the setup, because again, no bush is going to be unchecked with the way TLID drafted here. Game 2 has been locked in. I hope y'all are ready for the action. Naisu and Ian will be at your service for this one.
Thank you, panel, for breaking down Game 2's draft. I love it, man. I love it when new heroes obviously come out for the first time throughout the tournament. This time around, it's Novaria. Ingan, it's been a minute since we've seen Novaria.
Man, they used the Savior, now they want to go for another ranged artillery mage. The Novaria is back. Could provide a lot of good vision for TLID.
Again, looking at this too, comfort pick still also for RQ. Is it enough to even out the series? That is the question as we get ready to load up into the land of Dawn. Once again, RQ Hoshi wants to bring this to a victory. Now, based on their lineup, that's a little bit different, obviously. You know, I'm glad that we are seeing this Fredrin start to pop up once again, especially when you have a certain game plan and idea how you approach the game. Look at this, Dyron and Aaron. Aaron should be fine. Actually, hold on, Dyron looking for the kill. Does take a couple shots. Aaron's gonna actually be able to back off. Still, Revitalize for both of them still available. But that's the thing, you know, some of this early action to start things up, but also to start things up for you guys at home. If you haven't yet, grab the M6 Pass. It's now available. You can hit level 75 for free up until December 29th. Make sure you go ahead and grab it while you can. A couple shots already to keep Edok in check. What do we feel about the Edok pick once again, this Ruby against that Cho?
I mean, it's a good answer whenever Widdy decides to dive. There's the Don't Run Wolf King that can disrupt the momentum that Widdy can do whenever he decides to go in with a Jit Kundu plus a Wave the Dragon combination, just like what we're seeing right now coming in from RRQ.
What's interesting about this as well is the fact that, you know, I wish we had a count for how much damage is contributed, because that's 3 concussive blasts for RRQ Hoshi. And if they get the lockdown or the setup on the right moment, whether that's the Frigid Glacier, whether that's even just Edok setting things up, some of that concussive blast, if it's all procced at the same time, can actually burst down and be a surprising form of damage. Now Aran gonna get caught into the jungle again.
He did, however, force out the flicker coming in from Rins. Now TLID wants to go for more. Hopping into the Revitalize, but they're gonna bring down Sutsujin. Wanting more. Edok in trouble. The Queller is gonna hit, but it's not gonna be enough to take down Edok.
Not gonna be enough, but that'll be enough to go ahead and make them swing towards this turtle. This TLID already off to a good start in the early game, trying to replicate what they did previously, and Dyron won't be able to do anything about it. So they go ahead and grab themselves the objective, and now eyes set on the purple buff. Trying to put pressure here to make things worse.
Okay, trying to work on Dyron, and just looking at how the game's going right now, Aran has been playing phenomenal, unbothered in his own lane. Important to note that Dyron opted for the Benedetta type of sustain, because he has the Concussive Blast and the Festival of Blood, and his battle spell is the Revitalize.
It's going to be crucial for him. Again, we've seen iterations of the Benedetta already through even the Swiss stage and up to this point a couple different times. But that tankier Benedetta, also depending on what kind of item build he goes to, could help out. Whoa, Dyron forced to pop that Revitalize just as we mentioned it. But now here.
Oh, they're going to catch Widdy. Here comes the taunt. And all of a sudden they bring down Widdy the Wise. Energy Eruption also connecting. That's why Widdy, he didn't have time to react. He couldn't get away from RRQ.
That's why the Ruby's so good. You know, we saw this just recently, and it's a great pick. Edok loves to go ahead and play around this, and that's exactly what they have to do. They have to kind of catch people out from TLID, whoever that's going to be. Most of the time it is going to be Widdy, because he's going to be the one trying to set things up. Now, if they do go for Aran later on, then they need enough damage to follow through that, and they just don't have that right now.
Yeah.
But eventually, even when Skylar becomes online, you know, the fact that he already got an early kill will help him scale up against Aaron Shiki. But now Fabian,
okay, one more Queller. Didn't even have to use it as Fabian picks up the kill onto Dyron. Not a good start for this Benedetta.
Fabian only having the Hunter Strike. Does get a flicker out from Hezkill, so he's going to be fine. Widdy also checking things out on the side of the jungle. Skylar joining him. Not sure if they're going to actually follow through. Widdy half health, but the turtle's up, and they are everywhere. It just seems like there's a cavalry in every side of the map, putting pressure all over RRQ Hoshi as they go ahead and now rotate. Look at that push, too, that Fabian was able to manage to take up top, and that's why you see him. You know, he broke a record in the previous game. We'll see if he's off to it doing the same here now. Turtles for the taking. A couple check shots here on Edok, but Rins wants to get a position for this Naren. Will hold them at the bay right now as Fabian keeps things going. The rest of the team is already making their way here, though. They might want to break out a fight here.
That's a good Astral Echo, just a stun. Here comes the Jit Kundu combination, but Edok gets the turtle. Here comes TLID onto attack, though.
Widdy.
Aran forced to use the Revitalize. RRQ Hoshi still standing strong. They're forcing TLID to retreat, but Aran, though, keeping RRQ Hoshi at bay.
Keeping them at bay, tanky enough, but hey, 1-1 for the Turtles right now. And RRQ Hoshi trying to keep things in tow, you know, not get too out of hand. Again, Skylar able to go ahead and just kind of farm up, do what he needs to do. We've seen this matchup so many times now, the Bruno versus the Granger. Aran might get caught here, though.
Okay, now they're trying to work on Aran. 4 members up against him. He's not going to be able to out-sustain that. And that's going to make Aran overthink, can I really out-sustain, or can I really dive deep?
You know, eventually, yes, he will be able to continue to do that. He just doesn't have much right now. You know, he's essentially still working on the first item. He's got the leg plates at least to help with some of the physical defense, but ultimately he needs more time. Even when the Revitalize is down, you know, and that's why the catch is so good from RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah.
They just need to be able to follow through with the damage, and now the focus on this tier 1 in the bottom lane. Conceal!
Edok goes in with an I'm offended play. Rinto on the other hand, Widow for the backline, working on Sutsujin. They're going to bring down Edok, and the Star Shutter brings down Rins as well. A bit of an overextension for RRQ, and a great response from TLID.
Wow, they were feeling pretty good about that initiation, and then they got checked really quickly. I mean, even just a face full of Rhapsody from Aaron Shiki, not where you want to be if you're Edok. So with that, they'll go ahead, kind of reset at this point. Oh, wow. The steal from Yezgil, able to get it with the shot from down under.
And now they're going to gank up onto Dyren as they take down the bottom lane turret. Here comes Fabian with the stun. Even with the Revitalizer, cannot out-sustain 3 members of TLID.
You know, at this point, he is really going to feel like the ghost. You know, just kind of roaming around from a distance and then taking things from you out of your hands. Yezgil, once again, loves these long-range heroes. You know, we saw the preview of the Xavier earlier on, and now with the Novaria. This turtle, though, definitely going to the hands of TLID. Everybody not wanting to approach this area. They don't want to get whittled down. They don't want to get caught. Witty as well, holding down that front side with Aaron. So this is, once again, a lead for TLID that they can just capitalize on. Just like in the previous game, RQ Hoshi trying to scrap up what they can, and every time their flickers are down, they could get caught out. You know, they could easily get taken down by a setup from TLID.
And just like that, Arunch is going to hide in the bush, use the passive, heal up, and then continue his dominance, his over-aggression, providing a lot of vision for TLID. They do, however, have a 3.8k gold lead. Now they go on a conceal. They might go for Dyren down bottom.
They went down there, but Dyren able to get back, disengages. Skylar is going to be the saving grace right now, at least in terms of this Bruno, already sitting at 2-0. Working on his next item. He's got the Haas Claws and Berserker's Fury already locked in, so working on his next Malefic Gun. Once he gets that, once that's locked in, he will be able to actually go ahead and fight with space and some of that extra range to keep TLID in check. But right now, they just need so much time, because look at the pressure Fabian's doing alone by himself. They might try to go for Fabian.
They're trying to go for Fabian, though. But again, it's not going to continue. Edok commits already the I'm offended play onto Aran, but Aran remains unbothered. As TLID, just look at the macro. Just look at how they're controlling the map. They have tanky frontliners in Widdy and Aran. So right now, Araki Hoshi's having a hard time trying to respond to the aggression of TLID, as Aaron Shiki will get the turret up top.
Turret falls, and TLID looking for more. A couple shots always from a distance. And Yezgil, all he has is a glowing wand. He's got the Enchanted Talisman at this point. So he's going to continue to build up. And Fabian, you know, you can already see the previews of the damage. That's why Leo was talking about the damage profile. You know, that was what's important, especially for TLID. It's hard to play against that when you have this kind of range. You know, how do you approach these fights when you have to get in range to set things up if you're RQ Hoshi? You know, you're not going to be starting anything from this. Dyren.
Okay, Power of Wilderness will connect. And now they're trying to gank up onto Dyren. Fabian, though, still has the Queller. He's not going to commit to Dyren escapes with Electo Final Blow. Again with Star Shatter connecting onto Skylar, the proper target, and TLID. Winning with the kick! Catching Enoch right away as they try to work on the Lord. And all of a sudden, TLID, they're stepping on the gas. Aran has to revitalize, though. When he again with a conceal, he has the Jit Kundu. Will he commit it, though? TLID.
Wow, they're going to get actually forced off. So with that, it is going to reset, so doesn't matter. They go in for it.
Flicker in, Frederick Glacier, but Aran is going to get caught here. Taunt, Energy Eruption, and Dyren finally has a kill. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and Araki Hoshi kiting away the Lord.
Aran's out of this, and now still fighting for this Lord. Getting in position. Dyren does have that Revitalize available if he decides to kind of go in, tank things up. Winnie, though, once again, has the Way of the Dragon available.
That's Sonata. And they blocked it. They blocked that Sonata coming in from Hiroshiki. It's just a ginger stuffing up the damage. He's going to fall down. Enoch as well. But a kill spree coming in from Skylar. Now they're trying to work on Dyren. A 2-for-1 trade. Widdy for the price of Enoch in Sutsujin.
I think they're still going to try to delay this out. Aaron Shiki, though, and Skylar in the mid lane.
That's another Rhapsody. One more Star Shatter. Is it going to connect? Boom! And it missed.
Whoo! That was close. But ultimately, what a fight for the Lord. Came down to it, and TLID will get that, and Aaron, running for his life, won't escape from Rids.
Woo! Imagine if that Star Shutter connects. The TLID is going to make quick work of the outer turrets. They did secure the Lord. But still, Skylar remains deathless, 3-0-1. And when we approach the 15-minute, 16-minute mark, when it's really activated, and when RRQ Hoshi starts to work around, starts to play around the fact that they have the Bruno, this is going to be crucial for TLID to end this early.
You can see it right there. You know, Skylar is up there on the damage meters. Like I said, he'd already had the Malefic Gun eventually for that fight. Aaron Shiki now picking up the Sky Piercer. So now this is where Aaron Shiki looks to go ahead and pop off, get the stacks. They're going to walk in with this Lord. And as long as Skylar has that space to work with, the only unfortunate thing is he doesn't have a flicker now. So he's got to rely on the peel of his team and also positioning. He'll go ahead and work on the Lord. Oh, there's the pull.
They're going to commit the Frigid Glacier and bring down Fabian. On the other hand, Arando got caught up by the Energy Eruption coming in from Susujin Edok. Will he continue to play TLID? Works on the mid lane turret, so that's still a trade RRQ Hoshi was waiting for, a shutdown onto Fabian.
That's a good shutdown. Again, going to the hands of Skylar too. Just dealing with the Lord. They dealt with the push. Get a little bit of extra thousands gold there. Witty goes in with a kick.
Off angle kick, and now the counter punish from RRQ Hoshi, forcing out the flicker from Witty. Arando, powerful wilderness, might be able to take down Edok on Skylar quite low. And now they're on the sandwich play as they try to work on Sukujin as well. I am offended play. Aran might be safe, but they take down Skylar. Now Witty with a conceal. Aran will be traded for Skylar.
Oh man, Skylar almost got away. Then they concealed. Then the pull came through, and he ends up dying in that clash. So a whole lot happening there. RRQ Hoshi though, ultimately getting some important shutdowns and gold in their pockets. Maybe allowing them to go ahead and have a fairer chance against the next Lord take. They've got plenty of time, about a minute or so, to go ahead and readjust and recalibrate. But Team Liquid ID, you know, they want to fight. There was some positioning there too. And Aaron Shiki still has not gone down yet. So Skylar getting a little bit aggressive, and even earlier in that fight, you know, he didn't have the flicker available, so he was doing that, you know, just a pure positioning and skill.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he actually goes and adjusts his game plan now that he at least has a flicker. Still working on the next defensive item if he's able to get the Wind of Nature eventually. But right now he just doesn't have it. And you can see them slowly but surely, RQ Hoshi getting some work in this game done, but still, how do they fare against the Lord coming up?
I mean, looking at the utility, they have Yezkiel with the Navari that can provide a lot of vision, a lot of slows, not to mention the Astral Echo increasing the hitbox of the members of RRQ Hoshi. So the Jeet Kune, the Way of the Dragon, will connect properly for TLID as Dyron trying to work on Fabian. The Lord has spawned. Let's see if RRQ Hoshi can contest.
They are in that vicinity, so they're going to wait. They're going to go ahead and clear up that long lane. Aaron Shiki will go ahead and start this up. Rins picking up the Wishing Lantern. They want to get a position. Conceal to use. Witty going in.
Now they're going to catch Aran there. Frigid Glacier is going to connect onto two. Skylar, on the other hand, just doing the free hit. Going to bring down Witty. One member down, but exchange for Sutsujin. No retribution holder for RRQ, and TLID will get the Lord. Aaron Shiki's not done. Popping the Pride of Ice. And Rins with the flicker out to make sure he escapes, but TLID gets the Lord with a 4.7k gold lead.
Big Lord take again. Witty, you know, starting things up with Conceal, goes in. But that's the thing. I mean, even Aaron Shiki himself, he's just kind of posting up with the front side and just popping off Rhapsodies and Destinatas. And no one wants to approach that, just because of how much he hurts. And so now RRQ Hoshi again on the defense. They're going to have to get ready for this. One of the difficult things about this, as you're seeing the shots come through from a distance, is TLID has so much vision. Not even just with a Novaria, but the fact that Aran is literally a walking vision. Like, he is the walking vision. He can spot people out and give that call to the rest of TLID. As now Lord makes its way on the top side. A couple shots. There's the Wind of Nature for Skylar. See if that helps with the defense. There's the pull, but don't follow through. Turret's going to fall, though. Lord finally going down. All base turrets still up and okay for RQ Hoshi. But they lose all the tier 2s. And now TLID, do they take a disciplined route, even though they have this 7,000 gold lead? Looks like they'll do just that. They don't want to overstep. They're happy with what they got with that Lord.
Yeah. Fabian just really showing his quick hands. Was able to avoid the I'm offended play from Edok with just one dash. And now a successful defense still for RQ Hoshi. They were able to save all inhibitor turrets. And now they're going to try to look for a pick-off there. So Sajin uses Retribution to try and slow down Aran. While Dyron just keeping TLID at bay. Here comes Aaron Shiki with a Death Sonata. Trying to diss out the damage though, but RQ Hoshi able to out-sustain that.
And that's all he has to do. Arana just keeps doing that, providing the vision, knows he can take shots, knows he has a Revitalize, tanky enough, even with the Radiant Armor. Blade Armor 2 still working on the next one. So that's something that RQ Hoshi has to deal with. It's just they have to force themselves to just not get out-visioned at this point. But how do you do that when you also have a Novari across from you just shooting from a distance? Divine Glaive also picked up. So this is the difficult part. As they get to these next Lords, these later Lords, depending on how long they can stall out this game. Oh, Edok, Here are a couple shots. So
just look at the range.
That's what I said. How do you fight against this range, man? How do you even get in position? The only time it's going to happen is when you actually go and contest the Lord, because then, you know, you have a couple different angles to go from, but even just trying to get in that position, Team Liquid ID has done such a good job at just kind of setting things up. Yeah. You know, firing off from a distance, and that's why I said, as long as Aran is just in those bushes, in that side of the jungle, or even around the Lord Pit, you're not going to surprise them. You don't have, like, the Louis Yis or the Chips to help you out with that.
Yeah. I mean, the only surprise factor could come from Edok's I'm Offended Flicker play. We did, however, see Rins already execute a Flicker in Frigid Glacier combination. Unfortunately, only connected to Aran. So if ever they want to go up against a team with high vision, a huge amount of rage, and at the same time damage, they're going to have to catch TLID off guard. They're going to have to catch them by surprise, make an outstanding play, or even just isolate the damage dealers. Try to reach for Yezkiel and Aaron Shiki.
Well, this is where they started up. We'll see if Edok is able to go ahead and surprise TLID. Lord already started up. Witty prepping up, waiting in. There's the conceal play.
That's a good connection of Dash Relico connecting onto 3. Edok though quite low. Aaron Shiki still working on him. Now so it's the Generator. That's onto one, but got bursted down by Aaron Shiki. Here comes the counter attack coming in from RQ. Frigid Glacier is going to connect though. Darren steals away the Lord. Now they're going to get Witty down. A double kill for Aaron Shiki, but RRQ will get the Lord.
3 members still alive for RQ Hoshi. Dyron able to get the Lord, but TLID to go ahead and deal with this, clear out the lanes. It is a beefed up Lord at this point, almost 18 minutes in. But still, it was only Witty that went down, so the waves will get taken care of. We'll see, again, Rins, Edok, Skylar still up. You saw the preview too. Skylar's hurting, man. You know, the amount of damage he's able to do with just one kick, one auto even, is definitely showing. It does have all the items that he needs, really. Even got rid of the boots. So now, Lord pushing in on the tier 2. There's the pull.
I'm Offended play onto Aran. Paired up with the Frigid Glacier, a lot of stuns, and they will find to bring down Aran. Aaron Shiki off the Pride of Ice. It's going to bring down Rins as well. Now TLID, they made quick work of the Lord of RRQ, Hoshi. No inhibitor turrets taken down. Outer turrets are well intact except for the top lane. And now Sutsujin, they're trying to work on Fabian. Here's the dash out. 5.8k gold lead still for TLID, and just like that, you take away the momentum RRQ gained from getting that Lord.
I think, you know, even given this gold lead, it doesn't really matter. RQ Hoshi is in fighting form. A lot of the times it's more so of the surprise factor, and that's all on Edok for the most part. Even earlier on for that Lord fight, you know, Witty went in, but then it was just good team fighting from RQ Hoshi to actually go ahead. And then, yes, Dyron, the fact that he was able to buy time by taking the Lord, you know, that's enough to go ahead and bring yourselves back into the game, and all they need to do is really get past that 21, 22-minute mark, giving themselves a good position for the next Lord. Like I said, Skylar is exactly where he needs to be. Look at the damage already, even on Witty, taking him down with a couple of shots to half health. They just have to play against this range, and who's going to be the one to tank those shots up every single time? It's Susujin and Edok both playing that part. Maybe Dyron to an extent too. Has an endless battle alongside with him, and just basically a hybrid build, you know, even with the Thunder Belt, Hunter Strike, and Team Karass, so that pull's not going to work. So still, RQ Hoshi, the work's cut out for them. You know, it's not easy sailing at all, but they will go ahead and get prepared because the battle is going to break out for that Lord 30 seconds from now.
You really have to find a huge pick off here, regardless whoever it is. RQ Hoshi, they don't have the advantage here. In terms of poke, TLID is well ahead. Vision provided by Aran and by the Astral Echo is on their side. So RQ Hoshi, they need to save up the battle spells, the flickers for the I'm Offended plays. The can get to go for the backline and pop Aaron Shiki Spear Fire early on.
Edok's got it again as long as that Flicker and I'm Offend is available. Oh, top side though.
Okay, they're gonna commit the kick onto Dyron though. Dyron buying enough time, trying to work on Fabian. Off is revitalized. Sutsujin and the rest are here to defend. Frederick Glazer and they're gonna bring him down. A huge pickoff for RRQ.
Fabian down and the Lord is up. How does RRQ Hoshi play into this? Maybe it's just enough to buy them a little more time because TLID will get in position to defend this and stall this out until their junglers back up. So with that, RRQ Hoshi, good pickoff, good usage of Dyron there on that Benedetta. But things will go into place. Skylar getting in position. They get the call to start it up. Fabian's still 20 seconds away. They go in.
Winnie connects the Way of the Dragon onto Edok. A double kill coming in from Aaron Shiki. Working on Dyron. Pops his Wind of Nature. It's going to be a one-on-one.
Oh,
and RRQ Hoshi still working on the Lord. That Sonata is there. And they bring down Sutsujin. Who's going to get the Lord? RRQ, TLID. The Suns are there. They're going to bring down Winnie. Aran will fall down. Skylar's immortality will be popped. But TLID gets the Lord. Aaron Shiki goes in. Popping the Pride of Ice. Rhapsody. Another one. And bring down Rin. Managed to stay alive with the immortality. Skylar trying to fight back, but Yenskill will complete the wipeout for the Cavalry.
It's a wipeout, and what a fight it was for that Lord. But man, what a take. TLID comes together and now working on the mid lane.
And TLID with a huge advantage, a 2-0 over the Kingdom.
Team Liquid Indonesia finding themselves a match point. RQ Hoshi showing fighting spirit, but man, oh man, could not overcome that charge of the Cavalry at that point. Again, the team fighting, the synergy that we're seeing from TLID has been showcased throughout their journey up to this point, and it looks like they're the refined ones. Maybe all that challenge they faced leading up to this matchup against RQ Hoshi really brought them to their best yet. Now, will this end in a sweep? We don't know, but we got to break down this game at 2 first with a panel. Let's throw it over there to have them break it down.
The Ghost strikes again. A long-haul match, one off the back of Yehezkiel's Novaria. That's match point for Team Liquid ID.
Hey, that's a debut. Novaria on top of that, and a Lord still to top that off. Talk about impressive.
Team Liquid ID is full of debut picks at this point. They've been, I mean, all over the place. And I would say they have a great success rate with them as well. Very similar to Fnatic Onic. They're not scared to push the boundaries and still come out on top with it.
That Novaria pick makes 73 out of the unique heroes picked in M6 right now. So we are definitely in a very healthy place in the metagame, and very talented teams, true powerhouses like the MPLID champions, Team Liquid ID, are bringing them to the table and forcing their old-time rivals in RRQ to respect the potential for this, what are we calling it? The double poke lineup.
Yeah, the double poke lineup, the DP lineup.
What a game. 2-0 right now. TLID, one more win away from earning a top 4 placement over RRQ Hoshi. Can Skylar and the crew turn this back around like we've seen in the first series today? They need to find an edge.
You know, I don't even know who to completely talk about, but there's one thing we have to point out. And it's not like it's an unpopular pick, but you don't get to see it come in all the time. It's that blade armor choice on Iran. And this is this is common. This is a pretty normal build at this point, but it's not very often you get to see it really work out. And there was a few fights at that time. One in particular, the Skylar even took himself out going against Iran. And then we go into Aaron Shiki, who ends up dropping boots for full damage. I mean, just all in types of builds on the side of TLID.
You mentioned that moment where Skylar dropped to the blade armor proc off of Aran, and I can't blame him. He is the, once again, true core in RRQ's draft. And that's what you do, right? When there's a threat in your face, you just do your darndest to be able to survive. And if I'm not mistaken, he was also rocking Aha's Claw. So the math that just did not check out. He could not lifesteal enough to save him from the return.
He was just all over the place, invading the jungle, especially in the early phase. You get to see just how much of an impact a Hilda can have, how heavy of a hitter she can be in the beginning phase. Then you top that off with a Revitalize on top of that. Talk about unkillable.
One more check on one of the heroes here is the emblem on Yehezkiel. This is still the way you build a Novaria, despite her being out of the meta for quite a while. You still build the Wilderness Blessing and the Puncture. Weirdly enough, that's also what Rins did. But it's clear that Rins here is a utility mid laner. The Aurora is used mainly for her stopping power instead of her damage.
Well, there was no stopping the poking. That's the big problem here. No stopping. Yes, maybe you catch Fabian, maybe you catch Iran, but we saw it even in that last Lord fight while it was happening. We're wondering, even with Fabian gone, it's going to be tough for them to try to rush this because there's just too much range, too much damage.
It's disgusting. It's like there's 3 cores in TLID's lineup, and that just breaks the logic and the understanding of economy in MLBB. Looking at the damage output, Aaron Shiki, the Skylar, one of the 3 cores, quote-unquote, for Liquid ID, dealt 30k more damage.
And this is a Granger compared to the more favorited Bruno. You're starting to see teams not ban out the Bruno, but find a way to work around it. And then on top of that, take a look at the Ghost of Jakarta. Yeah, Ezekiel on this Novaria debut. That's 113,000 damage. This was a lot longer of a game, though. This was a 21-minute match.
You could have taken the damage on Skylar, added Dyron, and you're close to Yehezkiel.
Exactly. You could literally add them both. I mean, I feel like at this point, I'm looking at some of the numbers, and Iran also has absorbed 213,000 damage. That is essentially everything we see on the side of RQ right now. All of it together is pretty much Iran's damage taken stat.
On Aran. Not to even
Just
mention what Weedy does.
Weedy was on point with those setups, with the isolation, the way of the dragon. Huge and very impactful, as you are going to see both teams comparing against each other. Skylar and Aaron Shiki.
Again, all in on Skylar. That's a story here. So you would assume that the stats and the gold should have been more on Skylar. They should have found a way to funnel, right? That's the ideal here. But again, just the way that Liquid played that early to mid did not make it easy for King Skylar.
Aaron Shiki just way faster at clearing the objectives.
Franco to turn things around would come out. It would be very late in the draft. Here we are, speaking of game number 3 is afoot. The Kingdom up against a corner. 1 game loss away from being knocked down into the lower bracket. Team Liquid ID looking to hit it where it hurts. Strike the king. Make sure that they fall. RQ on the play. Banning out the Fanny and the Hilda. Respect to Aran. Liquid ID banning out the same heroes for the first 2. Jushin and Matilda.
I like that they finally ban out the Hilda. I think it's a really important ban. It's been getting through, and Iran is just a monster on it. And the Hilda itself is already a very troublesome hero for a lot of teams. So RQ switching things up, and I think it's the right approach.
Now, with this Cho being banned out, does this open up the door maybe for the Bruno to be picked up first for RQ? I mean, they could still try and lock in Skylar on something a little bit more comfortable. Maybe even that Wanwan could sneak up in here.
See, that's the thing. There's nothing wrong with doing that. But what follows and how
Bruno's solid.
How Liquid ID plays the response to the power pick Bruno in the middle of the draft is what really matters. So I think it's safe to say, if it is open, just take it.
It's the power of the 2-pick swing from the red side, which can hit like a truck, and that's what RQ is going to be facing right now.
Which is why I'm surprised RQ continues to pick blue side when they favored red so much. It's like that first game really kind of pushed them back, but here goes the risk. Here goes the roll of the dice. Instead of first picking the Bruno, they go for the Suyo. Quick response with the glue and the Bruno.
Yeah. With this glue, super early. A little surprising for me, but a response back from RRQ. I was waiting to see it. I thought TLID would have picked it up, but it's going to go into the hands of RRQ Hoshi alongside the Phoveus.
All right, a couple of power picks came through. I'd say a few rather, because even Phoveus, prior banned over and over again in the series. The glue as well. I wonder if that was worth it for Liquid ID as they close up the first phase with the Joy.
I was about to say it, the Franco. This would have been the game for it.
They have their eyes on Edok. No way, no sir.
It would have felt good after this TLID, maybe even ban out the Wan just to really limit down onto RQ here. But at this point, in this phase of the game, I like TLID's draft. They get the Bruno, they have the Suyo counter with the Joy. It feels comfortable. A lot of things in RQ comes down to how this Yeve's going to be able to be played, how they can lock down. What are going to be these final bans? Leo, you got something to say?
Invented one.
What?
What's up? I said you got something.
Yes, I do.
Right.
How worthy is this glue?
The glue?
Because they picked it up early and they had an instant response. I think the glue is going to keep the Phoveus hostage in lane.
It checks out.
I think the glue's going to not only keep the Phoveus in lane, but do a great job at diving onto this Yeve and helping deal with the Suyo when the time comes. Like, just consistently jumping around.
But we gotta ask, who's gonna stop the Joy? There's nothing really to stop Joy in the tracks. Even when you drop down the RWM, it's gonna be a challenge.
Question, does RQ have a Belleric?
Magic is my life.
We're gonna find out here momentarily. I mean, it could be a wise answer to put up against it. Not something we see picked up often, but it has slipped through the cracks.
It's been like the singular, it's been one of the answers to the Joy, right? But it's even then, it feels like it's been a little shaky. It's a risky pick.
It doesn't feel very RQ, especially with their first phase here.
That's fair to say. I mean, RQ right now, their backs are against the wall. You know, they have this Phoveus. Hold on, wait a second. Okay, Mathilda is gone. So Phoveus, when you get into the heart of the battle, you're gonna have to worry about this glue for one.
Yep.
And then it's gonna be hard to chase down a Joy. Then on top of that,
you got Aaron Shiki just kicking you in the face.
Yes. How's he gonna get out?
And it looks like Liquid ID have allowed the Granger. It looks like that's the only pick left for Skylar here, unless he has something left in the tank. A Beatrix?
I don't know. I mean, like I said, you still have the 1-1, but he normally only pairs that up when he has a Cho, when they have the Franco, when they have something that has some hard lock to allow Skylar to capitalize on it. So I feel like, yes, Granger probably the only choice. TLID needs to pick Rome at this point. Do they go for the Tig, maybe?
That's what I was about to say. Well, Tig can go on both sides, too. So I think it's a high-value target. Should lock it in, but they're going to go in for the Valentina instead, so we're going to have double artillery for both sides.
It's very rare that... Edok does have it! I was about to say very rare that Yehezkiel actually puts himself in the crossfire. The Ghost of Jaharta likes to play fair. He likes to play safe. So picking the Valentina here is definitely going to get him closer to the front lines. How do they close the draft up? They still need a solid roamer. What's Witty the Wise going to play here? No Cho, no Chip.
Tig. I mean, it's still on the table.
Tilda not open. Yeah, Tig.
There's not too many options.
Does he get thought? Hylos?
Hylos is open, could be solid. You get the revitalize. You have plenty of options.
It's a counter, well, soft counter to the real world. You know, like you're able to pull yourself out. Yeet.
Well, as the clock winds down, we are going to go ahead and see the Carmilla as the final pick for TLID.
Little Birdie told me that if there's nothing left to pick, Weedy just goes Carmilla. So.
When they can't think of anything, it's just, all right, let's do Carmilla.
It's just a solid pick, so let's see if TLID can go for the throat here, end the series in a sweep. Let's go over to Jose Ingan and Naisu.
Thank you very much, panel, for breaking down, again, Game 3's draft. I think I know the little birdie they're talking about, again, with Witty and this Carmilla pick. Egan, how are we feeling about the draft?
Yeah, I like the Belleric. Even the panel called it already. It's a good counter up against the Joy. Whenever the Joy decides to go for the electrifying beater, then just one Wrath of Dryad can actually do the job and stun the Joy and keep them off their tracks.
Ah, man, the Belleric pick has been very interesting throughout M6, even back in the Swiss stage. It's great at locking down certain choke points, especially when you want to be able to move around at the RWM, but we'll see if it's in RQ Hoshi's plan to take it to a game 4 ahead of them instead of getting swept here by TLID, because right now they need the adjustments to come into play as they go ahead and start things up. TLID has been all over the map from Game 1, Game 2, able to go ahead and punish even just like this in the early game, really putting pressure on, knowing the limit of how much they can get away with, and even holding on to this.
Speaking of game number 1 and number 2, this is what has been happening. Aran just really dominating the XP lane, not letting Dyren play. He did use the Hilda twice. Now it's going to be the glue, but still, it looks like it's the same story. An aggressive start on the XP lane.
Aggressive start right now. So far, that's been the trend or the theme of this series alone. Again, against these two powerhouse teams from Indonesia, really knowing their own play style and how they like to roam around the map. But, you know, just like our panel kind of broke down earlier on, it just seems like, you know, some of the challenges that TLID face there going forward throughout the Swiss stage, they've really refined their gameplay and their game plan. And RQOshi, you know, they had a great time too. They were one of the first teams, or the first team, to secure the knockout here. Oh, he's going to be able to get away. Fabian. Oh,
now the counter attack from RQOshi. Dyren and Fabian goes in. Susujin as well. Here comes the Revitalize coming in from Edok. Rins on the other hand trying to work on Widdy. Still no casualties for both of these teams, but this is RRQ Hoshi just saying that you can't repeat what happened during game number 1, game number 2, where you just keep on invading and invading without any response from the Kingdom.
You know, I think we have to wait to see what happens, especially after the first turtle breaks out, just because the nature of these two lineups and how they're going to work, it's already up. It's already going to be spawned up and started up by Sutsujin, so already using just the real-world manipulation to go ahead and just take it as quick as possible. So RQOshi will get the objective locked in and secured. First turtle of the game. Good decision there to go ahead and just take it, blitz it down.
Yeah, RQOshi clearly having they're decisive now. They're really going for these kinds of decisions, wanting to commit. And now they have a slight advantage compared to game number 1, game number 2, wherein TLID was just really controlling the mid-river, the neutral objectives. And this might be an opening for RQOshi.
We'll see it once again. Skylar taking a couple shots here against Aaron Shiki. And when we look at these rotations and how they want to go, whenever you have the Suyo, you want to be able to put pressure on the jungle. And that's exactly what Susujin will do this time around. Like you mentioned, it's them in this game 3. It's RQ Hoshi to set the pace and find even the space in enemy territory in the jungle to go ahead and take it if they can. But with Team Liquid ID's lineup, you know, this is a more of a slow burn, if you will. If you can't get things going with Fabian's Joy early on, it's really that later portion of the game where you start to shine. I mean, even the Bruno alone, early Haasklaus already picked up to just deal with the trading happening in the gold lane. And then, again, having Widdy here. Oh, hold on, top side.
Sutsujin joins the picture now. Fabian with electrifying beats, but Dyren just going in for the Infernal Pursuit out, sustaining damage coming in from TLID, even forcing Aran to use a split just to walk away.
Very interesting too, you know, not even needing any Revitalize up there because Widdy's down here protecting that gold lane, and now they might make a play. Widdy's gonna be fine, still holds on, and that's the thing, you know, with this Carmilla pick, is once you are able to go ahead and tank up some of that damage and then lay down a Curse of Blood and set things up, I'm wondering if they'll be able to capitalize on that, because Yehezkiel will most likely, I would say the majority of the time at least, take the real world manipulation like he has right now.
Yeah.
But we could see him change things up, you know. So far, every single lane though has just been a duel, you know, back and forth between the XP and the gold, while both teams just kind of the trio mid lanes go and rotate together, leading into this objective now. Second turn of the game going to be smarted up by RQ Hoshi. But it looks like this time around, TLID still won't make it in time. So now 2 for 2. RQ Hoshi building up on the gold lead now. Nice and comfortable at this point.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if we've seen a lot of... Oh, onto the bottom lane though. They want to extend their lead by trying to go for the gold lane. 4 members of RRQ Hoshi rotating down bottom.
Oh man, everybody's going to show up for this one. Widdy taking a couple shots. RWM set up to cut them off.
Oh, but Yehezkiel has his own RWM. Now the tides have turned for TLID, trying to work on Edok, though. Wrath of Dried will connect. All the while, Skylar just dishing out the damage. That's why Fabian wants to go for the backline. Electrifying Beat's going to connect onto Skylar. They've not been able to bring him down, and they will do so successfully. A shutdown onto Skylar. Rins, split, will bring him down as well. Dyren doing his best with his Infernal Pursuit, but up against 4, that's too much for him to handle.
Oh man, they wanted the fight, and they tried, but Team Liquid ID comes out with the win in the exchange. Really great positioning from Aaron Shiki, even not to go down. And they were put pressure behind the turret, behind the tier 1. But RQ Hoshi wasn't able to capitalize on it the way they wanted to.
Yeah, that was a good goal for Yehezkiel to Popped the real world manipulation, forcing Edok to cast right away the Wrath of Dryad. That's why it gave an opening for Fabian to just go for Skylar with the electrifying beat, because there was no catch during that time. They were able to maximize the kit that they have because they know that RRQ Hoshi expended a lot on trying to bring down Yesgil.
I'm even surprised because Drian went in, he flickered forward, but still couldn't cap out a kill from it. So they're still killless here for RRQ Hoshi. But the fact that they got the objectives early on, you know, it's nothing too crazy. The gold lead that they had was diminished. So this is the adjustment time, and also where TLID's lineup starts to shine a little bit more. Maybe still they have a hard time getting this next turtle, but by the time we get to those lords, TLID will have the itemization that they need. We'll see, they're getting in position to go ahead and contest this as they rotate up here towards the top. Aaron Shiki starts it up, and Aran keeping them at bay for now, but Edok there also on the front side. Both teams still, Yehezkiel holding on to the RWM, has it available, so both junglers now getting in position. Skylar a part of this fight too. Doesn't have that much just yet, but they're gonna go ahead and stand off for the turtle. Taking a couple shots, both trying to set up the mages, trying to find that opening.
Okay, real world manipulation gonna be casted here, plus the Curse of Blood. Edok might be able to fall down though, but Winnie on the other hand will fall down in exchange for Rins. An opening for TLID. They also bring down Edok. Now the counter attack coming in from RRQ Hoshi as they take down 3 with them. Such as in Skylar is still alive.
Still alive. They're gonna force off the turtle here. Susagen was starting it up. But with their jungler down, TLID can't secure it just unless Aaronchiki actually brings it low enough for Susagen. Taking a couple shots there, but Skylar there to help him out.
Aaronchiki with a flicker though. He's got to walk away. Susagen with a sever to bring down Aaronchiki and gets the turtle as well for RRQ.
And there you go. Again, the pendulum swings now for RRQ Hoshi. Able to pick up the objective now, 3 for 3 in the turtles. We'll see if they can maintain the lead. Skylar definitely wanted to get revenge from earlier on, and he got it. Able to keep things together, but Fabian popped the electrifying beats.
Gets caught up by 3 with along with the assistance of Fabian. You're gonna break down Susagen.
That was almost, you know, we could have almost said that was a solo kill, but it wasn't. But still trying there, of course, fighting in the jungle right now. But TLID has some work to do. They got to be able to go ahead and farm up what they need. Aaron Shiki, you know, hasn't had the best time to farm up on the Bruno, and Skylar as well. Both gold laners start to shine later on, but even looking at the itemization, still working on the third one. Aaron Shiki, again, he had the Hoskloss rushed. He's now got the Berserker's Fury, and over on the other side, Skylar, BOD, Hunter Strike, now locked in, still working on the next. Once that Malefic Gun comes up, that's always where we see the power spike, especially with the Bruno. So Witty, dropping the Curse of Blood.
Forcing out the flickers from RRQ Hoshi. 2 real world manipulations connecting. And TLID just trying to soak up the damage. Here comes the Thought Force to use the split to try and walk away.
Yeah, he's gonna just go ahead, get out of there. Burning the split. It's gonna be fine, he's tanky enough. You can see it, he also picks up the Dominus Ice. So they're just trying to hold on to the tier 1. Again, these are so crucial leading into that first Lord. All for the space. Witty though.
Okay, Witty with the sun onto Rin. Now the attack from TLID. Wrath of Dryad will connect though. Fabian gonna chase after Rin with an electrifying beat. Gonna take down one. Susagen on the other hand. They want to aggravate back there. Rin goes in. Infernal Pursuit. Gonna bring down Aaron Shiki. He's gonna fall down also. But the problem is TLID. They lost Aaron Shiki.
Oh man, Dyron jumps in again, but under the turret. We'll just get told to sit down. No airtime for you. So 2 down, the 2 for 1 exchange. Lord is up now. RQ Hoshi still holding on to a lead, but you can see how how they have to dissect these team fights because of the fact that we also usually see 2 real-world manipulations come up, and they have to play around that. Yehezkiel taking a couple of Rhapsody shots. Bobbing and weaving, trying to get out.
One more. That's Sonata. But Witty is there to try and make sure to block out the damage coming in from Skylar. Now the Lord has respawned here. RRQ Hoshi, 5 members are surrounding the Lord pit.
RQ Hoshi's gonna blitz this. They're gonna try to delay it for TLID. There they go,
and
but it's secured. Susagen, again, all of that with Yehezkiel getting forced to basically go heal back up. They didn't have a choice, so they just see it. Great decision for RQ Hoshi to go ahead and just secure the Lord.
It's really the pokes that comes from Skylar and the range also that you get from Rins. Just look at that. Not even full committing, not even full diving onto the members of TLID. they're able to force TLID to walk away, to retreat, because the damage coming in from Skylar with the Death Sonata is just too much. And as they make quick work on the mid lane turret, they have that Lord up top.
They have the Lord pushing in, BOD now for Susujin. Also Skylar, you know, he picked up the Sky Piercer earlier on. So there was a little bit of push there from Fabian down in the bottom side. Might still try to cut that wave a little bit longer. Well, the rest of the team deals with this Lord. A Malefic Gun now for Aaron Shiki. Enoch going in position.
Goins in, paired up with a real manipulation. Here comes the Death and the Queller to bring down Kill. One member down for TLID. They're trying to get him, make quick work of this Lord. No inhibitor turrets will be taken down, but RRQ Hoshi, you know, they ain't playing around. They want to go for more. They're going to pop the energy shields in the mid lane. TLID has to defend this.
Energy shields are going to be popped. They still hold on, of course, after just that first push with the Lord. But man, RRQ Hoshi able to go ahead and cap out some kills, get turrets. This is exactly what they need. Fabian, though, might be starting a fight.
Oh, okay, Electrifying Beats is there. Forced to use out the Wrath of Giant coming in from Edok. No casualties still for TLID, and they managed to save the inhibitor turrets.
That's really one of the things that TLID has to do. You know, if they can get the Wrath of the Dryad ultimate out from Edok, then that's a big piece of utility that's gone, because that is locking down the members of TLID when they try to rush forward. We saw that exchange earlier on in the mid lane. And so that's why you see them working so hard for it, even if it's Aaron, even if it's Fabian to an extent.
Okay.
Witty, oh, they're going to press it in again.
Forced out the flicker from Skylar. Real manipulation coming in from Kill, but going to be taken down by the original one. Ren is going to pick up a kill, plus Sutsujin, a double. And now Dyron enters the picture, going to bring down Aran and Aaron Shaky as well. A double for Sutsujin. Fabian has to retreat, but it looks like RRQ Hoshi, they're going to circle around Fabian.
Fabian on the run. Still in the mid lane, it's going to be pushed by Sutsujin. He's all left alone. Fabian, he gets out, but look at the base it's being worked on.
Now RRQ Hoshi, with a beautifully executed play, will manage to extend the series and take game 3.
RRQ Hoshi takes a game in the series. It's not going to be a sweep today, but TLID, great adjustment this time around with the draft, and the execution was exactly what they needed. Now, can they continue to do that? Can we get another 5-game series on our hands, just like we had in our first matchup? Well, for RRQ Hoshi, that's what they have to answer. Can they continue to do that? Can they taste the victory again in this 5-game series?
I think they can. They have to regain back their momentum. They have answered the problems that they've been facing for the past 2 games. And let's see how TLID will react towards a Game 3 loss up against RRQ Hoshi.
See what adjustments are made, but we'll also see what our panel has to say about this game. Gentlemen, what do you think about it?
The Kingdom is on the board, and when you're talking about the brawl in Bandung, there's no way you end it with a sweep. RRQ forcing us to go into game number 4. Gentlemen, was the answer all this while ban the Hilda?
I mean, it's been very effective, right? It's stopping them from engaging as easy as before. Stop Aran and what he's comfortable on, but also you manifested it, Leo. You talked about the Belleric being a potential answer to the Joy.
I think it was stacking circumstance, like just a matter of the Hilda ban, the Belleric into the Joy, Skylar on a solid pick, the first pick Suyo and Sutsujin too.
Yeah, I feel like everything kind of worked out in that draft. For the first time, they felt a little bit in control, and the Hilda was definitely the first piece to complete the puzzle, right? It was the start of things working in their favor, and then once they have that, it gave them the ability to be able to go the Belleric. It gave them the ability to be able to counter the Joy and kind of stack things up along with Skylar.
For the first time in a while, Yehezkiel has died more than once. The Ghost has suffered 3 deaths in this game, and did I not say this? Did I not say that he's going to have to put himself in the line of fire more often here than he has in, what, half a dozen games in M6? And suddenly, things change.
It's starting to see the cracks in Team Liquid ID and RQ Hoshi. Their castle is not looking to be sieged today. They're looking to go in for a game number 4, a chance to even out the series.
A solid stopper against the Cavalry's charge. More of that Valentina. We've seen this many times in many an esports event in MLBB Esports, where the Valentina struggles to find an ult to steal and just sits there. Because look, if you're All right, we know for sure he wants to steal the RWM, yes? If you can't find Rins, what do?
You don't do anything. You sit there and you try to look and you try to search, or you die 3 times. Another thing that a hero that couldn't do much, the Carmilla, right? It felt okay. The idea was kind of there, but we saw a few times that Witty was only able to catch 1 person with that ultimate, only able to catch maybe 2 people with that ultimate. RQ has a type of composition that has poke along with dive, along with Dyron, who's just all over the place. So there wasn't much target, and when they did catch 1 or 2, it felt like RQ was just brute forcing through it. It's like, fine, we'll take this blood pack to the face, we'll take this curse to the face, and then we'll hit you back in the face, and they would win out on top of it.
And everybody had some decent damage from the side of RQ, even Team Liquid ID. But I gotta ask you guys the question, right? We compare TLID and Fnatic Onyx all the time when it comes to the X Factor picks, when it comes to out-of-pocket picks. And Fnatic Onyx, their struggle up against Falcons was the X Factor picks. That's when they started losing control of the series, and we're seeing the same pattern happen here again for our second series.
You're saying the download plus the lack of new tricks. At least executable tricks, because Liquid ID, you know, they made the DP work, the double poke, but now here, when they suddenly have these, you know, easy to rely on Valentina and Carmilla, it just doesn't cut it anymore.
I don't even think it was exactly that they did this as a cheese pick. I think they were, RQ for once kind of forced them into this by banning the Hilda, by taking the Eve early, by taking that CEO. It forced them to pick force Yehezkel on a mage that isn't a backline mage. It forced Witty onto something other than the Cho, onto something other than what he's comfortable on. And it faltered.
And this is Liquid ID when they're passive, when they're not allowed to flow with what they want to do. And now suddenly RRQ is in the driver's seat. Let's see how the defending champions of Indonesia are able to clap back and regain momentum. Let's order MVP this time around from RRQ. It's the mercenary, the babyface assassin. It's Susujin.
The Suyo able to dominate on the scene yet again. I mean, look at the build, screenshot it, do whatever you need to do. But he pulled through for the team, right? 5-1-4. KDA, just a force to be reckoned with. But again, I think this is just more the story of the draft, which is kind of leaning in on who's the victor for this series.
Yeah, they won that game before he was able to even get max items, and that just says something right there.
Very, very fast.
Very quick, and Sujujin played around those turtle pits very well, able to control a lot, able to kind of hold back line, able to dash around and use this Sujujin to the best of his ability. Now, one thing I want to point out too, in this matchup, very different than our last matchup, the Suyo has been winning out against the Joy. And whether it's due to the picks around it or not, it's just an interesting tidbit.
I think it is indeed that. It's no longer just the hero-to-hero individual stats. It's what's wrapped around it. And I agree, because again, folks, we're spelling it out for you. The draft just wasn't as well executed for Team Liquid ID here in game number 3. Hence why Sutsujin Suyo just run roughshod through game 3.
And you know what's funny? You know, I feel like during the beginning of M6, we were finding teams looking for ways to work around the Bruno. But now you're starting to see teams find a way to work around the Joy.
Yeah, finding ways to work around it, or finding them to at least pick a comp that doesn't work around it, in a sense. I love that that last play that we saw there, the Death Sonata, using the Death Sonata to roll out of the RWM. Very clean play by Skylar. It finally feels like we got to see a game where his team was working, so he was working, you know? So he was able to make the plays that he needed to. And it's good to see RQ in that type of form.
Finally, for the first time, the payoff has been set up well for King Skylar. Can they keep up the momentum? We're about to find out as we roll into game number 4. The fact of the matter is, it all starts in the draft. The chess-like battle between the coaches, Coach Kezcute and Coach Saint DeLuca's gotta get locked in. Speaking of chess, Magic Chess Go Go is a multiplayer strategy game now soft launched.
Cheeky at the end.
Then it's Aran.
It's Aran.
Understood.
Well, now the question is, do you pick the Cho up? No, they're going to go ahead and go in for the Zushin, which did walk This is very
Game
similar
number one,
to
yeah.
game number 1, right? The Zushin walks because you go for that 1-1 pickoff instead, and the Zushin was one of the deciding factors in how Team Liquid ID was able to secure victory.
So does Yehezkiel dictate the pace? Because this is one of the 2 problems that TLID need to solve. Does RRQ steal the Cho? Does Edok take the Cho right here, right now? Is it Chuyo?
I think you do. I think Chuyo. Chuyo's a solid up front lineup, and it gives you flexibility. It gives you answers. The Wan and the Bruno are already gone. But then you do offer up that Granger, right? So maybe they lock in the Granger here. No, Aurora.
Sorora.
Yo. We're reaching now.
Almost. Why the Aurora? Is the stopper that important? They're clearly, they're telegraphing the wall set up for King Skylar.
I feel like they're up to a sneaky play. I mean, even considering they picked up their mage, knowing that a mage was already on the table.
Yeah.
So they have something up their sleeves. They're not going to count it out just yet. But TLID, they're not going to waste any time on the draft. They're going to go ahead and pick up this glue alongside the Alpha.
It's clear that their focus is still on Aran. They know that Aran is such a game changer, no matter what hero he picks. So, you know what? We'll still pick the glue.
I see it.
Flavor Flav throws all of the gloves off and it says, you know what, just give me the Alpha, give me an old favorite, and the answer, Dyron's Phoveus.
I'm wondering it, you know, I'm still in a place where the Phoveus doesn't look amazing to me right now. The Aurora doesn't look amazing to me right now. But depending on how they wrap things up, there are still plenty of possibilities. They do have first pick when it snaps back. I'm wondering, does TLID ban out the Granger right here and stop RQ from getting that?
They have to.
Yeah.
Trex, that is key to understanding the big picture. We don't get it right now why they drafted this way, but you know what? I'm going to stand my ground and say this is still all set up for King Skylar. Like, that's why I think Liquid ID should start batting out whatever marksman hurts the most, because they're going to have to tell Aaron, just hunker down, brother. Aaron, you're going to have to pick whatever's left after we take out all the good marksmen in the second phase.
Yeah, and we still got to see the roamer for the side of RQ Hoshi as well. The Cho being taken off the board. They already have great crowd control with the Aurora. What do they slot in here? I mean, even the Mathilda, I would have said, would have paired off good with the Phoveus, but with that being taken off the table by RRQ Hoshi, it really makes you scratch your head. And what do they have in store? They have some game plan for this 2-pick swing on the second phase of the draft. We got to see which way it goes. Even taking out the chip on top of that. Not too many marksmen available, though. Do we see the Beatrix come out? Do we see the Claude come out?
Trex, you're onto something. Even RRQ understands that it's really not Aaron that's a problem. It's that mid-duo, so they're continuing to attack Witty.
Either now, since, listen, we know that at least Jushin got, okay, you got the Jushin, but now it's, let's see if we can force, because my mind was going to the same place. Well, last time we guessed Tig, but they didn't go Tig. Maybe they force Witty onto something like the Carmilla again, because what the little bird tell you?
Carmilla's like a nothing pick for Witty.
It's when we don't know where to go.
It's what he gets when there's nothing left.
So do they save? So do they lock in Marksman right now, or do they lock in the TIG for themselves on RRQ? Do they lock in something of that nature and save Skylar for very last possible counterplay pick? Last time they did that, it did not go well. They went for the Claude, so maybe you lock him in early.
That is the Jawhead now, going to the hands of Edok. So yeah, they are going to protect Skylar by picking him last. What's left on the board? The Beatrix,
Harith,
the Harith. Oh, I actually want to see the Harith on Aaron right now.
He played it earlier.
That's what they won the Yushin lineup with, the Yushin draft.
Game one, Harith. It's all fitting into pieces for them.
He went 7-2-1.
Yeah.
Harith would be good, especially when you have heroes that can get up close and personal. Could definitely be a pick. Saving the best for last for Skylar, though, right? The veteran on the side of RQ Hoshi. What is he going to lock in? There's already sustainability with the glue. There's great crowd control with the Zushin and the Alpha as well.
There it is.
There goes that Harith to be facing off against Skylar in the gold lane, matched up with the Belleric.
Yeah, I think the Belleric's a solid pick. It's a big change up from the Carmilla. Still something similar in a sense. Wants to get in, wants to throw down a big circle on everybody. But it kind of has a slightly different touch to it. You get some response. RQ, Skylar. I don't know if he should. Don't do the Claude. All right. So we go into Beatrix, solid pick.
Well, This is different though from RQ Hoshi, right? They're forcing TLID to really think through this draft, right? Even us scratching our heads when we see the Suyo and the Aurora picked up first, we're like, where are they gonna go? They could have got something more prio.
Let's see if this will unfold RRQ's way, or will TLID end the series right here? Let's go over to Ingan and Naisu.
Still a match point here for TLID. RQ Hoshi, after a great previous game, can they do it again? Replicate what they brought? Looking at the lineups here, it's looking pretty good, looking solid, but I like what TLID brought this time around. How about you, Ingan?
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the draft. No one actually went for the throw. So TLID didn't go for the bait out because I know RQ wanted to really bait out a Witty.
Yep.
Yeah, Witty. To go for the throw, and now they go with the Belleric. And just like what the panel said, the Jushin paired up with the Harriet is what won them game number 1. So let's see if it's going to be the same result for this game.
Again, RQ Hoshi has to win the game to get to game 5.
Welcome.
Both teams still fighting for that top 4 spot to join the other teams waiting in the wins. And which team will go down to the lower bracket to maybe claw their way back up? Team Liquid ID. With this lineup that we're seeing here, I find it interesting that, yeah, the Belleric coming out to play once again, but there's so much that they can utilize here if they want to go and scrap it out or fight it out. Because of the Belleric plus the Harriet and then the Jushin, there's so much there that you can just lock down one area and win a fight. Not to mention the Spear of Alpha. So this time for RQ Hoshi, utilizing the pickoff lineup that they brought, could work in their favor. You know, Edok, concussive blast, but most of the thing, every time I see the Jawhead, man, I do think, you know, it's a great hero to have, but it can also just, you're sometimes playing against yourself. When you lock in with that unstoppable force, you might put yourself in a position where, oh, you're cut off from your team, and then you just kind of get punished for that.
We saw that a lot of times, especially
a lot of
when
times.
It's up against the Fanny.
Yeah.
It's the unstoppable force in its name. It's not going to stop. And at the same time, you expect RRQ Hoshi to be as aggressive as possible in the early game because, again, you don't want to be on the receiving end if you have a Jawhead on your lineup.
It's interesting too, just because of, again, there's no Revitalize, you know, this time around for RQ Hoshi. So another factor that they have to worry about because of the extended team fights that could break out, or the way that Team Liquid ID approaches those fights, knowing that they might have a little bit of more sustainability here. Witty though, look at the damage on him. It's going to be fine, should heal back up with this. Turtle's coming up though. So a couple of the level 4s not available just yet, especially for the roams. Edok and Witty, but it will get started up by TLID. Fabian holding the turtle there. Meanwhile, Susujin working on the purple buff. Will get here in time, though.
Okay.
How's the fight?
We're going to see if Edok goes in with the flicker. Goes after Fabian with the zone. Now RQ Hoshi, they will get the first turtle in exchange for Dyron.
Okay, are they? Oh, they're still going. Yehezkiel.
Okay, Crimson Beacon in. Trying to go for Susujin. Susujin dashes out. Now RQ Hoshi, they got the turtle, but TLID answers right back with a kill.
They answer back. So trading from across the board here, but still, again, nothing too crazy, nothing too much of a lead. Of course, this matchup in the gold lane is going to be interesting. You know, Skylar getting that Beatrix locked in. There's the jump in, toss up. Oh, the lockdown as Yehezkiel's taken out.
Alley-oops away to Rins. Now Yehezkiel not starting out strong here as they're forcing Aaron, Shiki, and Witty to rotate because they know they have to protect the purple buff for Fabian. Now RQ Hoshi, again with the Jawhead pick, it's working wonders for them because so far they already have two great ejector plays. One that zoned out Fabian, and now one that pick up a kill onto Yehezkiel.
Fabian will get his purple buff, but the team had to help secure that up. Skylar, first item, a Malefic Gun, getting a little extra gold too. So we'll see. Like I said, he needs that range. You know, playing against the Harith in that gold lane, he's going to have to deal with it. Fabian jumping in.
Okay, Spear of Alpha. Trying to work on Edok. Unstoppable Force and Ejector. They're trying to work on Fabian. Here comes Arando, and Edok will fall down. A little bit too over-aggressive play from RQ Hoshi. He's going to get punished by TLID.
Yeah, that's tough to toss up an Alpha, you know, with Fabian here. And that's the thing I was talking about. You know, when you have this Jawhead, you have to choose your targets safely, you know, and correctly. But earlier on, he made the right play. This time around, gets punished, and now they find themselves with a minor lead for RQ Hoshi. leading into the next objective coming up here soon. This is the one that obviously will break out, especially now that you have Witty looking to set up with the Wrath of the Dryad, and they can play into setup potential. I'm not sure if Aaron Shiki will actually join this fight, but it does look like that Skylar might join this one. Kind of waiting there to see if he gets the call. Turtle's up. Susujin will go ahead, lock in that shot. Hezkiel takes a little bit of damage, but they go and get in position. Skylar will stay top side for now. And Rins picks up the glowing wand, first item priority here. They're going to test each other out, kind of posting up around this turtle, and right now Fabian's going to hold it. The rest of the team's going to set up the perimeter.
Okay, the XP lane is just trying to soak up. Here comes the unstoppable force. Bridget Glacier is going to connect, but still Fabian will get the turtle. Now the attack of TLID. Forcing out a lot of flickers coming in from RRQ. Aranj is working on Rins. Yesgiel with a lantern flare. Going to get picked up by Edok. Edok manages to stay alive. Aranj split, but going to get caught up by 3. RRQ Hoshi again with 2 kills despite losing the turtle.
A great fight, you know, for RRQ Hoshi. Great exchange. Getting a couple kills. Even Skylar making his way. He used that flicker down too, but Rins, you know, not able to get taken down, and Susujin on top of it will now get the tier 1 in the bottom lane. Great starting off for RQ Hoshi. Even if at the cost of a turtle, it doesn't really matter right now. They'll continue to put on the pressure, and it's up to Team Liquid ID now. Looking, there's the toss again.
Another throw, might be the wrong target. Able to cast the Wrath of Dryad, pick up the Frigid Glacier. Witty was able still to escape, and that's someone you don't want to throw, especially if you can't burst him down right away, as Fabian works on Susujin, forcing out the retribution. Susujin will be able to walk away.
Oh, now look at this top side play. Aaron Shiki is going to have to rely on Yehezkiel up here at tier 1. Nearly going down. Skylar still might be able to get it. There it is with the cannon minion. Turret down, so now RQ Hoshi with a space advantage on the map. 2 tier 1s down, and this has been a very aggressive Edok. You know, whether or not puts himself in a bad situation, it's enough pressure to keep TLID kind of second-guessing themselves, you know, on their entry points. More big items being picked up. Skylar taking a shot right there. Again, he's only got the Malefic Gun, still working on the BOD. And then even some of the defensive items also coming into play. Dyron got the Thunder Belt. You have, of course, the glowing wand for Rins. And then for Edok, he does have a Radiant Armor, as he's just going to be putting himself in that position.
Yeah, the beauty of the lineup of TLID is once Witty is able to cast the Wrath of Dryad in the perfect time and sets up a lot of members of RRQ Hoshi, they can just easily burst it down because of the fact that they have Fabian as well as Aaron Shiki, but Edok again, unstoppable force ejector flicker combination, forcing Witty to use the Revitalize, but a little bit too deep there as he will fall down in the hands of TLID. Now the counter attack coming in from RRQ. Rins forced to use the Frigid Glacier. Here comes Aaron Shiki with a Zamin force. Tyron has to walk away here. TLID still standing strong with 5 members. Lantern Flare gonna connect onto Tyron, and they might be able to take down Witty with him, as Tyron will also fall down. Another kill for Fabian.
Oh, they're slowed so much. They're not able to get away from the fight the way they want to, but RQ Hoshi again coming out with nearly everything in that fight. Only the cost of Dyron, and Edok jumped in, but that's all he needs to do. If he's enough of a distraction to toss someone to the whims, then that works out. Susujin now taking the purple buff. Now it's Susujin with a lead in this game against Fabian. They get the tier 1, so now all tier 1 turrets down. And even that tier 2 on the bottom side almost pushed in RQ Hoshi with a massive space advantage right now.
Yeah, and not to mention a 3.9k gold lead. That was a well-executed play coming in from RQ Hoshi, just Dyron literally being the sandbag, forcing TLID out of position once again. And again, started things off by Edok, the unstoppable force flicker play, paired up with the ejector. That was more than enough to set up RRQ Hoshi for that favorable trade.
It's really interesting, the fact that, you know, you think when you see these ultimates and the options available from TLID's lineup, that in those kind of team fights, they should be able to go ahead and win those fights based on their area of effect in the lockdown. But just looking at the itemization, you can see the difference here. Starlium Scythe and Feather of Heaven, not enough, but here's the breakout again.
Early split. Dyron casted already Witty casted the Wrath of Dryad. Here comes the Frigid Glacier counterattack coming in from RRQ Hoshi.
Wow.
They're going to pick up 2. Next man is Aran, and RRQ Hoshi just really wrecking havoc up against the cavalry.
Man, right now the kingdom is rallying together. Every single team fight they choose to take, there's no response so far from Team Liquid ID.
Yeah.
And even Skylar, the fact that he got this Beatrix, look at the shots on Aaron Shiki. keeping him in check right now. Man, TLID needs a lot of time to be able to go toe-to-toe against RQ Hoshi's.
And it's also the same story once again, just Dyron being the sacrificial lamb for RQ Hoshi to make sure TLID doesn't get the necessarily space that they want up against a team like RQ Hoshi as they make quick work of this Lord once again, extending their lead to 6.5k, giving a hard time for TLID, and you would assume that they would actually have an easier time in terms of the early game because again, they picked up Aaron Shiki with the Hadith, they also have Fabian with the Alpha that has true damage. So right now, what can you do? Because so far, even if Widdy manages to catch the cast the Wrath of Dryad, there's always a response from Rince with the Frigid Glacier forcing TLID to retreat.
It's getting to that point where Skylar is locked and loaded. He is just zoned in. He's got a Sky Piercer now too. So Malefic Gun, a BOD Sky Piercer. And you already got a preview of how much that render shot is gonna hurt. And so it's great. I mean, if you think about it, like we were saying, you know, you set up those things around the Wrath of the Dryad. Well, Skylar's there based on whatever gun he decides to approach the fight with, but now walking in with the Lord here, again, a massive lead. They're going to put the pressure now on the base turrets.
Okay, Wrath of Giant going to connect. Here comes the counter attack. Frigid Glacier once again! Aran is going to fall down in the hands of Skylar. TLID trying to make quick work of the Lord. They will, however, save their mid lane inhibitor turret. But RQ Hoshi, their attack might not be over just yet.
Skylar's just going to go ahead and whittle down that mid turret. It does finally fall. Edok threatening them with the unstoppable force. He doesn't have the flicker, but he might still choose to go in. Top turret, next target here from RQ Hoshi. They might just go ahead and go with a toss-up turret being worked on. Edok now on the front side, clearing out the minion waves while Skylar works on that, and now Aaron Shiki, what the shot from Skylar!
Even with his Salmon Force, misclick, mistargeted, just got bursted down by the members of the Kingdom. 5-man strong. Minions onto the middle lane. Rin flickers in, and they will be able to extend this series. Yes, Gil is the only one left, and RRQ never backs down, even against the Cavalry.
And we're off to another Game 5 for the evening. Man, oh man, I hope you guys have your snacks and your drinks because it's been one hell of a night of MLBB for the teams fighting for that opportunity to move on to the top 4 in Oxiana Arena, waiting to just battle it out. And it looks like RQ Hoshi is on par for revenge here from the Indonesia Grand Finals, because right now what we know is it all comes down to one single game ahead of them. But before we get there, our panel, we have to hear their thoughts on Game 4.
The Bandung Brawl never ceases to amaze. You expected a certain kind of matchup when it comes to these two teams, and you get that certain expectation because they're going all the way. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Game 5 for this upper bracket semi.
And technically, if RQ Hoshi can pull this off, that's a reverse sweep in their hands. Now both sides, one more match to go. Trex, we did it again, the 50-50.
I'm blaming it on RQTLID. Reverse sweep, just like what happened in the upper bracket in MPL ID. So, I mean, maybe it's not us. Maybe it just is what it is.
We had nothing to do with this.
We had nothing to do with this at all. 10 games in one day. What more could you ask for from M6?
That one is on us. Speaking of on us, let's break down that 11-minute game. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, RRQ just seems to be going faster and faster and faster. That's a carry line, but here it was Skylar's Beatrix that actually turned it up a notch. How often you see a Beatrix actually build a Sky Piercer? That's how locked in, that's how fast King Skylar saw this game coming.
Yeah, and then also able to deal the damage, the lethality coming out, able to pretty much execute them when they're super low. And it also is credits back to the draft, just getting witty, uncomfortable, Iran. Uncomfortable, right? Forcing them on these picks and playing into the palms of RQ Hoshi.
If there were maybe one more hero that actually needs to get in there, play in the paint, maybe Witty's Belleric would have done good. But here, what was the best you could do? Like stop the Jawhead from getting a good unstoppable force, you know? Maybe stop Suchujin from marching in too happy, but that aside, even Dyron doesn't mind getting hit with a Dryad.
Another good point is, who did FNOP say they wanted to face in the upper bracket finals?
Their besties.
RRQ.
So what's Liquid here? It's just like, hi.
So, we'll see you later, maybe.
It's Fabian. I want to solo kill King Kong.
I want to solo kill King Kong.
That's what it is. Folks, here we go.
They're like, whoa, he's kind of scary. Let's just...
Game 5 proper is upon us. Here comes the draft. Liquid on the play. Banning out the Bruno and the 1-1 and the Phoveus, while RRQ take out the Fanny, the Hilda, and the Matilda. All according to plan. Fabian picks up the Suyo.
And they ban out the Phoveus this time, the change up, the switch up. Last time we saw the Eve open, RQ, it is detrimental to take this Eve right now, because if you don't, it goes into Hezkill's hands, and I think that is the last thing you want. They also lock in the glue, so we have a bit of a reverse swap TLID. Bruno?
And Cho, both of them could definitely be picked up right here, could be a possible threat, and this could be the window of opportunity that TLID was looking for.
So I guess
Kojushin?
So I guess Aran just eats dirt? Because that's what happens, right? Like, so far, whenever Aran doesn't get the glue or the Hilda, they just leave him to the second phase, and then what does he do then?
Well, it's either we secure Aran, or we secure Hezkill and Witty right here. Those are your choices, right?
Dragon is ready.
All right, here we see the Granger first, and then the Cho. So Weedy now finally gets his pick here. Is this wise, all puns intended, to have the Hezkill in the second phase again? Because you're going to end up with a frontline mage, and then what do you do then?
It's definitely going to be very challenging. Well, technically, Farza is still on the table. Farza is still available.
Not for long.
Not for long, though.
You can go edge to edge. Do they ban the Farsa and the Vixana come second phase?
There's Valentina, too, but...
We saw what that did.
Yeah, we did.
There is a clutch pick that could come towards the end if it doesn't get banned out.
What is that?
The Lu Yi's open. Could see the Lu Yi as a very end of phase pick. Oh, hold on.
This is not a drill. Ladies and gentlemen, the first phase alone. This is game 5, Shenanza foot. I asked Sutsujin, the mercenary here, to his face. This was a first pick remix. I said, Sutsujin, what hero would you use to describe yourself? He said Ling.
He is Ling.
He is him.
Ling is him.
He is putting all the cards on the table right now. Now, you know who else could be picked up technically, because there's a glue on the other side? The Faramis could sneak up in here.
To me, it's Faramis or Vixana. Like, both do the same thing, just to pop those glulings.
That's true, and both can be very effective. But with this Ling on the table, right, I mean, you have that invulnerability with the tips of blades, you have the mobility to cut to the side lanes. It's going to create an element for RRQ that TLID has yet to face this entire series.
It's a tempo breaker. It's a gut check. It's like, hey, are you ready to face this? Game 5. Do you have anything left in the tank to face Sutsujin's signature pick? It's up to Fabian now. It's up to Flavor Flav, the usurper, to try and shut things down. The Ruby, that's Edok special banned out.
You know, they won their game yesterday with the first phase Ling pick against Vamos. Were able to clean through. So this isn't, I think, this isn't like uncomfortable for them. How's it going to work? I think it really depends on how well Edok, Skylar, mid are able to control, and the XP lane are able to control, because Sutsujin's going to need a little bit of time to get to those pop-off moments.
There's the aforementioned Lu Yi. So it's just down to the Vixana, the Farsa, or the Faramis. Odd one out. Which one is likely to end up in the hands of the Ghost of Jakarta? One last ban for Team Liquid ID, taking out Edok's favorites. There's the Franco.
Now, oh, this is getting spicy. You know what? No, because they have CEO already, so this is going to be challenging. The Faramis could be good because they'll have sustainability, but they'll be lacking in the crowd control department, with just only Cho to kind of rely on. But technically, they could flex that Cho into the XP lane. They could still maybe go for something with more crowd control in the XP lane as well. There's still some options.
This is an odd Belleric. I got a feeling, because yes, it stops the Cho, but that aside, there's nothing else it really interacts with in Liquid ID's draft so far. So it might feel like Widdy's Belleric from Game 4.
And at this point, TLID, I'm guessing most likely we see a range mage. They could go back to the Novaria if they wanted to, something of that nature. Of course, the Ling caused a little trouble with that. Ling answers to a lot of, it's almost a future sight to any of those backlines. And with the Lu Yi gone now, yeah, you got to pick something a little closer to home.
So very double poke lineup. There's the Hylos going into the hands of Aran. What does the Ghost pick up? What does Yehezkiel end up with?
That little girl.
It is!
I've been waiting for this pick.
Tis a debut. We're at 74 unique picks now in M6.
Let's make it 75.
Nope. Or
We get-
that.
We tried.
Nope.
So close.
Iritel, a specialty pick for Skylar, making its breakout in the MPLID Season 14 playoffs. This is the final lineup for the final game in this best of 5. One of these teams are headed to Axiata as we head to the desk with Ingan and Naisu.
Thank you so much, panel, for breaking down the draft one last time. It's getting a little hot here, man. This is now the second match going the distance. And again, we wouldn't have it any other way. This is the spot top 4 and Axiata that we're talking about. Ingan, there's another new pick here that we get to witness and now brought to the table. Let's take a look at the draft one more time. Who you feeling more for Game 5?
I mean, in terms of the late game, you can't go wrong if you have a Lilia or a Cecilia. In this case, for TLID, first time picked Lilia for Yezkiel. But on the side of Arkihoshi, man, Sutsujin brings out the Ling along with one of Skylar's signature. The Irithel is back.
The Irithil is back, and will it be enough to cap out a win here? Is it going to be the Kingdom RQ Hoshi, or will it be the Cavalry Team Liquid ID? The revenge for both teams on the table here going into Game 5. The endurance test of TLID after being 2-0, and now RQ Hoshi has brought it down to a single game, just like we saw earlier. Now talking about the draft here, the fact that Yehezkiel's brought out so many new heroes. From what we've seen in the mid lane so far, now how are we thinking this Lilia is going to work against a pick we see so often in the Eve?
Yeah, I mean, he did put out a Savior, even the Navaria. A lot of first-time hero pick was cause of Yezkiel, but Witty, very aggressive. Just they want to put control on the mid lane, as what we've seen in their first 2 game wins, and that's what they're planning to do up against RRQ again.
So they're going to have to do. Witty, so aggressive and so proactive on the Cho. He might get, sometimes a little overzealous and get punished, but nonetheless, he's had a phenomenal performance up to this point. And looking at the emblems here, this is the other thing. Susujin, like our panel said, they asked him. He is the Ling, and he runs the war cry here. Fabian, though.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Quite low. A good response coming in from RQ Hoshi. There's a thought from Adok to Windy. And he's now going to focus his attention onto Rins. All the while, Yehezkiel just trying to poke down Sutsujin.
Wow, there's enough of blooms there.
Forcing out the Tempest of Blades early on. That was a good play coming in from Yezkiel. Now Fabian, he has the Queller, not going to connect. Sutsujin remains unbothered.
Really limit testing, in the early game at this point. Already getting those Tempest Blades out. Oh, in a hook! Fabian goes in and picks up the kill. That's a solo kill right there, and now Turtle for the taking.
Okay. All the while, Sutsujin just focusing on his purple buff, while Yezkiel zoning out the jungler of RRQ Hoshi. TLID starting out strong. A kill for Fabian, plus secures the turtle.
So already off to a good start. Team Liquid ID, based off that whole interaction they had. Even right now, it's proven a point that actually this Lilia pick's really good. Able to slow things down. The bloom's always a surprise amount of damage early on, even before she gets items. So still, RQ Hoshi gonna have to adjust from it. Nothing too crazy to work from. They are playing with a Ling, and we know how important these buffs are gonna be in the rotation for the Ling, for Sutsujin. Relying on the team to help them out if the pressure starts. That's the one thing you want to avoid, is a too big of a lead to build for Team Liquid ID to the point where they're just always in Susujin's jungle here.
Yeah. But at the same time, RRQ Hoshi, they have to wait for the fact that Susujin needs to scale up. And looking at the proper targets that he could go for, I mean, Yezkiel has the Black Shoes, so at any given moment, if Sutsujin decides to dive, he can just pop off that Black Shoes and remain safe. And Sutsujin is not gonna get the kill that he's looking for.
That's part of it. There's the initiation already. Edok out of the picture again. Susujin will jump in.
He dives in with the templates in place. Gonna connect on to 4, but Witty manages to flicker out. Here comes Skylar though. No casualties yet for TLID once again, but they were able to take down Edok. Not a strong start. A 0-2-0 for this Belleric.
Yeah, very tough. Even utilizing the Revitalize that time, but still just overloaded with damage. You know, kind of dealing with this. Again, 0 and 2. He's going to be fine though. Diamond will take some damage. They still might look to fight even further around the purple buff.
Just the Ring of Punishment just being a thorn in the neck for the whole squad of RRQ Hoshi. And now they're trying slowly, bit by bit, applying a bit of a pressure onto the jungle of Sutsujin. Again, this is a link that scales up pretty well towards the late game. That's why TLID, there's an internal pressure for them to try and get a huge lead early on. But if ever that fails, or if ever RRQ Hoshi manages to extend this game towards the late game, Yezikiel comes in with the Lilia.
Again, Turtle up for the taking. A couple shots happening, and Susujin will make his way for this one.
Okay, Dyren just doing his work, zoning out. Here comes Split plus real manipulation. All the while, Windy is there with the backline, gonna connect with the Wave of the Dragon. And still, Rince gets the Turtle. Here comes the counterattack coming in from RRQ as they take down Aran. But TLID, the rest of the cavalry on the attack, gonna bring down Edok and Dyren.
So again, still exchanging. Fabian on the hunt. Rince trying to get back. Fabian not going to be able to follow through on that one. So they break out Rince. Luckily, yeah, gets the turtle there. Does pick up the glowing wand now. Big part of the kit here, of course, for the Eve to set things up. But that was the thing, too. You know, both the gold laners relatively just kind of having a chill time in that gold lane against each other. Skylar does have the Haas Claws now. Hunter Strike here over on the other side for Aaron Shiki. But look at the pressure here on the tier 1.
Oh, are they going to commit the Wave of the Dragon, though? Okay, Widdy for a turtle? For a turret might not be a bad trade for TLID, because again, this is where their lineup kicks in. They want to go for objectives as much as possible, because towards the late game, you cannot. It's hard to go up against a Sutsujin that's scaled up perfectly. Not to mention, Skylar is also rocking an Irithel.
Yeah, this is the part too. You know, because of the fact that Fabian was part of the early kills that he got, he is scaling up. As long as Susujin doesn't go down, he's able to go ahead and just keep focusing on the farm, then at least you're in a position where you're not too outscaled. You should be able to go ahead and fight. And again, it's one of those things with a Ling where you can always just try to go ahead and sweep on in and maybe steal the Lord, or at least cause enough of a chaos situation where then it comes down to a 50-50 for the Retri. But right now, it's RRQ Hoshi just trying to keep things from getting too out of hand. Witty has been a nuisance, a part of this.
Oh.
Both junglers here.
Jungler 1v1, okay. Sutsujin just really feeling the damage of the Sever. But again, if you're going to look at the 50-50s in terms of the neutral objectives, Fabian has a slight advantage, I would say, because of the Sever Retribution combination. It's like saying, it's like the Appraiser's Wrath or Retri combination that we've seen with the Fredrin, even the ult of the Balmut plus the Retribution combination. So TLID can actually, there's not much problem or pressure that they have to think about when it comes to Sutsujin out-retrying Fabian.
Third turtle's up. Again, getting in position. Frontliners there at it. We'll see them set it up now.
Okay, set up. Real manipulation. Here comes Sutsujin though. Is he going to go down as Diamond goes with the split? Gonna get caught off by 4 here as Aran. Okay, he has to revitalize, but is going to get bursted down by Sutsujin.
Whoa!
Here comes the split.
Still there.
Still there, gonna get ganked up by 3. He's gonna fall down in the hands of Fabian, but all the while, RRQ gets the turtle plus the kill. So right now, you can safely say RRQ won that trade.
RRQ, I mean, a lot of the times that's Dyren's job. You know, he just tries to do things for the team, whether that's a turtle, whether that's a turret, cuts them off and keeps them focused on the goal for now. Susujin will pick up the Haas Claws. They'll also get a turret down. Berserker's Fury now, too, for Skylar. So 2 items locked in. Looking at how the farm's going, you know, relatively well. Well, right now, Fabian and Aaron Shiki at the top of the standings. They've been doing a great job at just kind of keeping the pace. Aaron Shiki will start to shine later on, already nearly there to the BOD. Does pick it up just now, so Hunter Strike and BOD for Aaron Shiki. He'll start joining the fights a lot more now, especially as we lead into this Lord about a minute away. And RRQ Hoshi, they can utilize the split pressure they can put on the map with a Ling if they want to. But still, he's going to have to go ahead and be mostly with these team fights for the objectives later on. Just because, again, even if it's just to steal with the Retribution. But Susujin's done a great job at just staying alive. Still trying to cover some ground here, but man, like, these ranged shots here from Team Liquid ID is what they have to overcome.
The warning shots coming in from Aaron Shiki, making sure that Edok cannot just zone out the members of TLID, making quick work in the minions in the middle lane. And now looking at Widdy, he does have a good position with the brush. They might be able to take a pick off onto Skylar if Skylar decides to go back up top.
See how they go it again. Look at the positioning right now. Skylar approaching.
Okay, here comes the wave, the Dragon Flicker combination. Rinse right back with the real manipulation, but they're trying to cut off the exit route. Here comes Aran. Here comes Winnie once again. He's E-killed with the glooms. Gonna bring down 2. RRQ Hoshi, no answer as Sutsujin is just trying to go for the bottom lane push.
He pushed in the lane a little bit. Lord's gonna come up. But man, TLID got 2 in exchange. They make their way to Lord, they'll start it up. And Susujin will see if he can pull something off, but he's gonna get spotted out by Widdy. Not sure if he's gonna be able to actually find an angle or a window to go in here. Dyron already taken the damage, split off. Okay. There's the kick.
Here comes the glorious pathway. Widdy just trying to zone out Sutsujin. Forced to use out the Templars of Blade. Here comes Skylar though, gonna pick up a kill all to Aran. And now a double man knockoff coming in from Widdy. Araki Hoshi not backing down, trying to poke down Widdy. And now they're back on this Lord fight.
Enough to go ahead and stall things out and go for the reset. Both teams might just wait. Aran almost back up. Still, Widdy, blade armor now for him. We saw Skylar's damage already to preview it when he pops that heavy crossbow. But now they set things up. Edok still on the front side of it, has the Revitalize nearly available. The Wrath of the Dryad. So they'll find themselves in this situation now, fighting for the Lord here. And despite this lead, even the poke coming out from Aaron Shiki, of course, he is going to have to be able to respect some of the damage coming out in return, but neither team can actually commit to this Lord just because of how much threat there is in around this Lord pit.
Yeah, and at the same time, with you can't just go in for the Jit Kundu combination because of the presence of Edok with the Belleric. Once he sees or once he feels that Widow is going to go in for the engage, he can just cast the Wrath of Dryad and just foil the plan of TLID. And for the same time, RRQ Hoshi, it's not easy for them to just really try and go for the backline because again, the glooms that Yeskill has been doing, 303 KDA, it's been a thorn in the neck of RRQ Hoshi, honestly. That's why Yeskill trying to zone out the members. Here comes Dyron though. He's gonna cast a split, real manipulation coming in from Rins. Aaron Shaky just dishing out the damage with the Rhapsody. Rins has to flicker away. Aran caught in a bit of everything. There's the glorious pathway. Windy with a kick and gonna bring down Dyron.
Dyron already out of the picture again. A Lord goes for a reset. I think it might just be a full reset again, even with Dyron out of the picture. So still, neither team wanting to fully commit. They continue to test each other's limits. Susujin will go ahead and grab the purple buff. Edok trying to provide that vision, but TLID still wants to poke them down.
Oh, they want to go for more! And gonna bring down Edok! Susujin got stunned and got bursted down by Aaron Shaky! TLID executed that to perfection! 2 kills plus the Lord!
The patience from the Cavalry will help them win that fight. Again, they took their time, they poked from a distance, and then they collapsed down at the right moment. Now RRQ Hoshi on the defense. Again, with this Lord pushing in, they should be able to hold it together. They might lose that tier 1, some of the tier 2s, but they're still in the game. Skylar has been able to go ahead and farm up now, 3 items locked in. But you see where the difficulty is for RRQ Hoshi. It's the range battle. And that's been the case almost every single time, especially when a Granger is across from you with a Suyo. And right now, they're going to watch the tier 2 in the mid lane fall to this push from Team Liquid ID. Again, Aaron Shiki taking a couple shots on Susujin. He has to go back, quarter of the health left. Lord still make its way on the top side, and RQ, they'll get ready to defend, utilizing Rinz's RWM when they try to push in. Not sure if Widdy's going to go under and through. They're going to go in.
Okay, Cheat Kondo is there. Real world manipulation coming in from Rins. The Glorious Pathway is also there, and they're going to make quick work of the Lord. No inhibitor turrets will be taken down for the side of RRQ Hoshi.
Clearing it out. Susujin dealing with that bottom side. Ultimately dealing with the Lord, they're going to be fine, but they are going to lose still more in the jungle. You're seeing the gaps here between the gold lane, between nearly every single lane at this point. And you got to start to think, all right, RRQ Hoshi, how can they actually turn this game around? How can they win a team fight? Even if it comes down to the base, it might be up to them. But Edok, this Belric has not been working out the way they've wanted to. A lot of the times he's just kind of slowed down and caught out. Yehezkiel as well. You know, the Gloom's enough for burning him down. I mean, this guy's got the Enchanted Talisman, the Glowing Wand, and the Wishing Lantern. and it just seems to eat away at the tankier members here of RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, honestly, the Beleric, it's more of a reactive type of hero wherein you're gonna wait for TLID to go in full commit with the dive and then cast your Wrath of Dryad. But TLID knows this. They actually used this previously, and they know how to work around the Edok. So right now we have to commend Aran because Aran's been providing a lot of vision for TLID, enabling actually Widdy to find the proper angle for those Jeet Kundos. He doesn't even need the Way of the Dragon. The Jeet Kundos alone has been connecting to at least 2 members of RQ Hoshi, setting themselves up for the burst that can come from Aaron Shiki.
And now you got to see Halbert locked in here for Aaron Shiki. He's also got the Wind of Nature, so he has enough defensively, but also offensively to deal with that healing, that sustainability from RQ Hoshi. Whether that's the Revitalize being dropped down, but so far, even without the Sea Halbert, they've just been able to overload the damage. I mean, look at the shots here. Able to just take down, you know, almost a half health with the Destinado alone. The fight once again for the purple buff with the Lord coming up. RQ Hoshi, they're going to have to deal with that, so it looks like no purple for Susujin. And we know this is a tough place to be if you're a Ling and you're also just this dependent on the purple buffs. We'll see if they can make a play elsewhere, because right now, Team Liquid ID wants to make their way to the Lord.
Yeah, but they're not going to burst down the Lord just yet, because again, Fabian actually uses Retribution, because that's how much they know how valuable is the purple buff for Susujin. A scaling type of hero needs that purple buff. So right now, TLID, they're just going to play it safe, wait for Fabian's Retribution to be up, and again, look for a proper angle for Widdy to deliver the Way of the Dragon that Jeet Kundu. And the beauty of the lineup of TLID, because of the range that's coming in from Aaron Shiki, it's not even just the Jeet Kundu or Aran's Glorious Pathway that procs the Tempest of Blades from Sutsujin. Even just the Death Sonata alone will sometimes forces Sutsujin to use the Tempest of Blades right away.
It's almost enough, and I like that. I like how Widdy was just kind of waiting with Fabian there, even as they were pushing down that bottom side, the long lane from this Lord, just to make sure that he can rotate and he's going to be fine, especially when the Retribution's up. So that time is now. Susujin picking up the BOD. They'll get the information they need. They're going to rely on Dyron and Edok to go ahead, but it's already going to be taken out. So Fabian gets the Lord. They don't want to fight this, so it looks like RQ Hoshi will just go ahead and get ready for a defense again. Now breaking down the lineup, they've got a great high ground defense. They've got a great lineup that can actually defend to the base, but right now they want to go ahead and get this purple buff for Susujin.
They're going to fight for the purple buff, forcing Jiren to use the split split once again. Here comes the Death Sonata coming in from Aaron Shiki, but it's going to get blocked by Rins. And now Widdy looking for another angle. Susujin just desperately trying to get this purple buff, and TLID will successfully steal it away from him.
All right, so he's not going to have the buff for this. And just, we see this so often now, especially with how popular Granger is, and now that you have a Sky Piercer there, part of the equation, man, you got to have the team to body block the shots, because the Death Sonata is really starting to hurt. Widdy picking up this immortality means that he's probably going to force a fight, force a situation or a reaction, utilizing the flicker into the base when they get this ready to set up here. So RQ Hoshi, Skylar, this is his time to shine on the Aerithil. Again, this Aerithil has done wonders for the teams that have brought it to their games. But right now it's dealing with a ranged battle. Rins will also get a Divine Glaive, so perfect timing on the base defense as they try to clear things out. They get the black shoes out.
Okay, they're going to force out the black shoes, plus the Tempest of Blades. Here comes the round, going to cut out the exit drop with the Glorious Pathway. They're trying to chase right after Susujin, but they're not going to mind him anymore. Sets their eyes on the inhibitor turrets.
They got the black shoes, they got the flicker down. They still have to deal with the Lord here on the top side. RQ Hoshi wants to hold on to what they can, even if they're at the expense of the base turrets. Rins though.
Oh, real manipulation, forcing the black shoes once again. This might be a go signal for RQ Hoshi, but Fabian says no. Cutting off RQ Hoshi. But still, that was still a good attempt for the Kingdom, because instead of losing all inhibitor turrets, they only lost one. And a lot of credit goes to Susujin because they forced out Ezekiel's black shoes right away.
Yeah, I would say successful defense by RQ Hoshi, holding down the walls of the base. Right now, 2 turrets still up. Despite being down this much, still got to give it to their lineup that they have here. Able to go ahead and lock things down. Rins as well. This time, they still get a position because they want to go ahead and allow that purple buff to be secured if it can and go in the hands of Susujin. It's going to work on the orange for now, but still, again, RQ Hoshi staying in the game. If they can drag it on a little bit further, they might actually be in a position to contest the next Lord that comes up here, because nearly itemization-wise, they almost have everything they need at least damage-wise. Now, tankiness, they got to build up a little bit more. Sushijin also picking up a Malefic Roar. Edok, you know, he's along the way. He's got an anti-Cuirass and a Radiant Armor. That's why you just kind of see him dealing with a lot of the damage. I mean, as tanky as he's supposed to be, as the Spellrick is supposed to be, it just doesn't feel like it. And it's not like you're going to be able to just surprise anyone because of the fact that, you know, they're going to see you coming from a mile away. Yeah, exactly. And they're playing against, too, a Glorious Pathway. Aran has been a really good... I mean, look at this. Look at the Gloom damage.
Okay, they're going to try and work on the Lord and try and burst it down. Energy with that Sonata. Just look at Edok soaking up the damage. Too much. Aaron Shiki might get a kill onto Edok there. Sutsujin trying to survey the scene. TLID still holding on to this Lord.
Edok able to get away. RWM dropped down. There's a Glorious Pathway, though. The Lord still for the fight.
Sutsujin goes down. Tempest of Blade going to try and catch Aaron Shiki. But waiting with a Jet Kundo kill. Assisted him off to Aaron Shiki for that huge takedown. An answer for RRQ to bring down Aran. Direct Immortality will be popped and gets a flicker out to safety. But Aaron Shiki, does he have the ultimate, though? Argyoshi manages to lose Sutsujin, but TLID also got the Lord.
The little Glue's trying to catch up, too, but I'm surprised Dyron stayed alive. Great usage of the flicker. They might, of course, be able to hold on still, as Sutsujin will be up in 20 seconds. They will have the rest of the waves to deal with, but by that time, also, RWM will be back. They'll have everything they need to go ahead and go for the defense, even the Revitalize perhaps here, depending on how long they stall this out. Sutsujin now seconds away from being up, and Team Liquid ID still down Aran. We'll see how they manage this push in. They might just get the 2 base turrets left here.
3D charging up the Cheat Kundu. Again, he has the flicker plus the immortality, so they're not afraid to dive in all in. RRQ Hoshi just making quick work up Lord up top. No inhibitor turrets taken down once again. Still so far successful defense for RRQ Hoshi, but this might change if TLID manages to find a proper angle.
Still, these powered waves pushing in. Not sure if they're actually going to be able to get this. They do get a Black Shoes already out, though, from Yehezkiel. So again, Glorious Pathway, they want to take the bottom turret down.
Okay, gonna try and work on the bottom lane turret, but RRQ was ready for the response. Wow. Still saving one more hit of that turret, making sure that the walls of their kingdom are still there.
RQ Hoshi will have, again, you can chalk it up to a successful defense. 21 minutes in as Skylar picks up the Malefic Gun. And this has been enough time. Again, even the fact that a nice Queen Wand now in the hands of Rins, a fight that isn't in favor of Team Liquid ID around the next objective could turn this game completely over on its head. Dyron, though.
They're going to go full commit onto Dyron, forcing his split.
Fabian!
Oh, Fabian with the Queller! Making sure to bring down the tankiest hero of Arkeoshi. And now they're in trouble because TLID, they can feel the push that it's coming in onto the middle lane.
They saw what Dyron did earlier. They're not going to let it happen again, and now in the mid.
Waiting with a conceal and a double man knock-up. Jade Kundu forcing the Tempest of Blades. And I just soaking up the damage. He does have to revitalize now. And RRQ Hoshi lost all inhibitor turrets. Aaron Shiki sets his eyes on Sutsujin, but Sutsujin manages to evade that. They lost Dyron and all their inhibitor turrets.
All the inhibitor turrets taken down. You gotta give it up, though, because it's been discipline that has played the part to Team Liquid ID. Slowly but surely exposing the base now of RQ Hoshi. You can take a look at the items here once again. Skylar, I mean, finally he gets that Malefic Roar too, so he's locked in, but look at the amount of gold over here for Aaron Shiki. Even down to the point where sometimes just switching some of the items. And now that this Lord is up, again, we're going to see if they're able to actually go and fight it off. Dyron and Edok gets whittled down by these damage dealers, even the Blooms alone. Difficult enough to actually find a window to go into here to contest this Lord right now as Fabian holds it together. Witty's positioning as well. Might look for a play, but they take their time. This has been the story so far for Team Liquid ID, is just taking their time when they know that they have somewhat of an advantage against RQ Hoshi, but still respecting how this can change in the course of a team fight.
Yeah, there's a fat wave up top building for TLID. Eventually someone has to deal with the wave up top as Sutsujin works on the purple buff. Just look at the Death Sonata, forcing Renz and Eno to walk away. Aran cuts the exit route off with a glorious pathway, but gonna get a shutdown onto Ezekiel. A kick coming in from Witty. The Vertate will be popped and will be brought down by Aaron and Shaky. The Death Sonata was just too much for them to handle as Sutsujin will fall down. Now they have to worry about the minions.
The minions are already pushing into the base, but the Lord is secured by Team Liquid ID. And yes, RQ Hoshi will defend the base for now. But again, for how long? And now almost 24 minutes into the game. You already saw how difficult it was. Sutsujin is just showing up the front side, gets taken out, and a Winter Crown and a Rose Gold Meteor picked up. Now for this push in, Lord making its way in the mid lane. And this is going to be the true test for RQ Hoshi. This could change the course if they can turn it around. A couple immortalities for them. And still holding on to that wind of nature. Now Lord makes his way into the base. How do they pull this off? Witty goes in.
Okay, there's a conceal. Not gonna commit the G-Tundu. Here comes the glorious pathway. They can actually focus on taking down D'Aquesto. TLID moments away from repeating history and bringing down the kingdom.
5 games. And history for now will be repeated as the Cavalry goes through the gates of the kingdom. RRQ Hoshi, as now they're one of the teams to represent Indonesia in the top 4 and going to Axiata Arena. What a match we had. What an evening of matches we've had. Absolute great gameplay, absolute cinema for a lot of people that would be watching this. Again, from the first match to now, it's been great to call the games here. Again, I'm Nice2, that's Singon. We're going to throw it back to the panel to break down the last game of the series.
A match and what a day. Liquid ID secures Axiata, extending the journey back to where it all started for the kingdom. Gentlemen, was that last chapter in this 5-game series of an epic worthy?
Definitely worthy. The Cavalry able to withstand their siege and push through the kingdom of RQ Hoshi.
Yeah, I think it was, we got our 20-minute plus. We got our 20 plus on there, so I'm happy with it. I wish it was a little more back and forth. It felt more like RQ was kind of hanging on, just doing the best they could to make that last as far as possible. In the end, TLID, though, a methodical approach, able to just come out on top, get those lords, get those objectives, and eventually smother down onto RQ.
We gave Liquid ID an ultimatum. Come up with something new, a pocket pick, a pocket strat to put them back on the up and up, and here they did. They brought out and debuted successfully a Lilia in the hands of the Ghost of Jakarta, and luckily, despite not picking up a Purify, the Black Shoes was enough to keep him at his quota. Just one death on this Lilia, and all is well. Again, same story here for Weedy. We talked about how the mid was the priority for Team Liquid ID, and they secured both and got the win.
You know, for a second there, I thought we were going to get a repeat of Season 14 of MPLID.
In the upper bracket, yes.
Close.
Close.
But it looks like we got a repeat of history of what we saw in our first series today, when we got to see Fnatic Onyx up against Falcons. Same exact way the matches played out, but they were able to find victory at the very end, able to find their composure. Just imagine if any of these were Game 7s today.
What was that? 14 for us in
14
total?
games, yeah.
Why would you do that?
Why would
Weezy?
you do
Why?
that?
I'm not doing it. They're doing it. All right?
You're putting it out there. Putting the energy out there.
Hey, you can't
I'm
talk.
not vibing with it.
He ate all the Hello Panda today.
Don't
He
bring
does
up the
not
past.
forget.
I have not forgotten.
Never forget.
I've been starving.
This is just how the Florida brothers roll.
That's how we roll.
You put us together in a hurricane forms, hot and cold.
Oh, yeah.
Miami.
There you go.
Heat.
No, that's the part where you say where you're from.
Oh, I'm from Tampa Bay.
Jacksonville. So shout out to everybody from Florida.
Yeah.
And out.
If you guys don't know, Leo's from Miami. He doesn't tell anyone. He says he's Filipino, but really, he's a Miami native.
I've never been to the...
Don't lie.
I've never been to the East
Don't
Coast.
lie.
Look, we're
Furthest
from
I've been
Florida.
is Oregon. That's it. That was off of a domestic flight stopover. I've never been to the East Coast. But we'll call this the Florida man trio, and we get the longest series of them all. On Steph Weezy's debut, we go all the way. Well, more on the long series, more on the matchup that we just witnessed in just a bit. But for now, we are going to be throwing over to the stage. Rose is standing there with Team Liquid ID, and she's going to ask how they went.
The Calvaries has just sent the Kings of the Kings to the lower bracket. And right now, Team Liquid Indonesia holds top 4 this M6 World Championship. Right now, I'm with Widdy and Coach. Widdy, how are you feeling? Congratulations on top 4.
I feel really happy really because I got the tough game and like yeah they are pretty opponent but we can execute them better, so yeah I feel very free. And
you feel very happy. I can see you're sweating. Was it a very intense match, Widdy? Intense?
Very.
Very intense. It was a 3-2. Now, Coach, how are you? Congratulations on top 4.
Okay, feeling good.
Feeling good. Okay, now, Widdy. We know that RQ Hoshi was also your opponent in the MPL ID Grand Finals. How is it like rematching against RQ Hoshi and still winning?
Very happy sih. Karena apa ya, mereka punya banyak potensi, terus juga resource yang mereka punya tuh sebenarnya emang potensial banget. Jadi ya kita pasti bisa belajar banyak lah dari mereka. Contohnya tadi kita juga dapetin game yang seru, jadi ya bakal banyak pembelajaran gitu.
I see. He said that actually he's very happy to go up against RQ Hoshi once again, as he sees that the team actually has a lot of potential, and whenever they match up against each other, they do learn a lot, especially after such an intensive match, which was a 3-2, an amazing best of 5. Okay, now Coach, we know that RQ is a team you guys are very familiar with, and I think we can say they're also familiar with you because you guys are from the same region. However, Coach, is preparation harder or easier if you guys are this familiar with each other?
I think against RRQ is like we are always playing puzzle. Like every match, every best of 5, best of 7, like we are like connecting each other. Like what's the best heroes for us to play at the game 5, at the game 4? Like I think like we are connected and we just play like a puzzle.
I see. So is that why they managed to actually secure a reverse sweep? Because, you know, it's like a puzzle. We don't know the missing pieces every game.
Yeah, I think we found the last piece at the game 5.
You guys managed to get the last piece. Now, Coach, I also have another question, which is regarding your mage picks, which took a lot of the casters and people by surprise because you guys took Novaria and Alilia, which is not very common, especially this M series. Maybe you can share a little bit on why you guys decided on these two heroes?
I think Novaria and Lilia because Yeskiel is one of the best in his city. He got top 1 in the Novaria and Lilia. That's why he's very confident. Yeah.
I see. So it's more towards your trust for the team.
Yes, yes.
I see. Okay, I like that. Now, Widdy, what are the differences with facing RRQ Hoshi in the international stage and in MPL back home? Apa bezanya?
Mungkin mereka sekarang lebih berpengalaman aja sih. Soalnya kan kita emang banyak kedatangan rookie juga kan, kita berdua. Jadi ya kita ajang adu pembelajaran aja sih, siapa yang lebih berproses dan ajang pembuktian satu sama lain aja gitu.
Okay, so the difference honestly is that because they're both learning here in M6, so we can see that RQ Hoshi had a smoother run to the knockout stage. They learned differently compared to TLID. Okay, now Coach, you guys just won this rematch up against RQ Hoshi, right? However, after securing this win, you guys have to go through another matchup in the upper bracket finals up against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. Now, Coach, Fnatic Onyx Philippines is definitely on a roll. How are you guys preparing leading up to this matchup? Because you guys will be having a long break.
I think what we need to prepare for now is our stamina because today and yesterday is a long day for us. I think the most important one is we need to rest first, and then for tomorrow I think we're gonna prepare, like we're watching all the games from Fnatic, and also we kinda know their game style and we are also know each other lah. But yeah, best of 5 I think is more entertaining later. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Best of 5 is definitely very entertaining. Our casters are very hyped and obviously losing their voice as well. Now, we can also imagine the stamina it needs our players to have, especially long games. Look at Widdy. He's sweating. Widdy, are you okay? Are you tired?
A bit lah.
A bit tired. Okay, now Widdy, what about your opinion on rematch against Fnatic Onyx Philippines?
Again, I think we can learn a lot from them. So yeah, we just prepared ourselves and give the best learn lah.
Give a good game, right? Now, Weedy, do you have anything to say to Fnatic Onyx Philippines before we wrap up?
Give all the viewers best game.
Give all the viewers the best game. He told me just now, my mom don't let me taunt, so, okay, you know what? We respect that, okay? So, thank you very much to Weedy and to Coach. Congratulations on top 4. And with that, let us join back to the panel to break down this amazing series up against RRQ Hoshi.
Anything my mom says I can't do, I definitely will not do. Great hearing from Weedy the Wise and Coach St. Lucas from Team Liquid ID. Class act every single time.
Still very humble all the way till the end, right? Still giving credit where it's due, respecting the power of RRQ Hoshi, even though they were able to find victory over them. And that just showcases the caliber of these teams, not only in the game, but outside of it as well.
Yeah,
Coach T?
Coach T, that's me. Sorry. Yes. I think overall, in the end, there were so many choices in draft, as we saw. RQ kind of caught some pacing there in game 2 and 3, but I love the way that TLID said it on stage during an interview. We just found the last piece first. In game 5, they were able to finally found the play, and that's what we saw. Now, taking a look at the Lilia, if this is something you want to play now in the current meta, even though a lot of people haven't, there's been some changes. You used to go for the Ice Queen wand. No more. Yehezkiel, bringing in the lantern, the old lantern.
That too, as well, no build up on the Holy Crystal. I would reckon, number one, they don't need the Ice Queen one because numbers-wise, stat by stat, it doesn't provide, besides that slow, what Team Liquid ID was looking for. Same for the Holy Crystal. Like bang for buck, you would rather build these other items than, you know, just invest a good chunk of money into just raw damage.
And the damage was able to prevail overall for Team Liquid. Able to push on forward 3-2 in this best of 5. I mean, this was a situation where